We are live at Collectibles with Otis, Tanner, Jill, and John. When you're on watching, be sure to let me know. All right, I had my mic muted. I'm about to unmute it though. Give me a second. It's going to be muted for... Get the chat open. Otis is, yeah, he's tracking me down big time. All right, I'm going to get everybody to do me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. I guess that's one of the few places you can hit like now. Most people watch over on Twitch now, but the bad thing about Twitch, there's no like button. I can't tell anybody to hit the like button on Twitch. So let me do you a favor and get you to hit the like button on Facebook. I'm going to hit copy link. I'm going to hit share. I'm going to share it over here in a whole lot of records. I'm going to share it in our private group, whole lot of records. Also going to take that same link and post it over here in the comments. Almost done. Clear off the table and we'll get ready to get going. Let's hit the like button here, there. I'll address this. Sorry, I left my house over an hour ago. That's what I just told my sister. She usually leaves at 6 when I'm already up in here rolling with the sale. She was leaving when I got here. I left my house over an hour ago. So traffic has gotten really bad, and of course Publix. I was in line in Publix for 34 minutes waiting on food. And people say, well, Chad, why do you DoorDash? Why do you spend all that money on DoorDash? That's exactly right. Why? Right, Tanner? Why? That's exactly right. DoorDash, I was like, man, Chad, they charge, it's like 20% more on there. And I was like, yeah, do you know how much time and money it saves me, though? So, yeah, I mean, I left my house. I was like, oh, I got an hour. Publix is 4 minutes from my house, and Collectibles 17 minutes. I was like, oh, I've got an hour. You know, at the latest, get started by 6 or 5:30. I mean, 5:45. Yeah. It didn't turn out well, Tanner, because people are on their Friday night evening. See, I forgot I had to deal with Friday mentality people. You know what Friday mentality people are?
They're ready to go home.
They're in no hurry. They're in no hurry. They're in no hurry. Let's see, we got a local revving it up. I live on the other side of Lebanon, and it's right. It used to take me 12 or 14 minutes. So when I put it in Google today, I was like, oh my gosh, it was 24 minutes to get here. That's crazy. It's doubled in 2 years the time it's took me to get to my store. Just more people. Everybody wants to move to Tennessee. Everybody wants to move to Tennessee, it looks like. Jerry Stone is going to Dollywood. Wow. That's a magical place. That's like the magical place of the South, other than Disneyland. All right. Hatchet Ed crate. Yeah, let me step over here. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked. I've been inside this building for 5 minutes, so let me figure out. There's a Hatchet Ed crate. There's a Hatchet Ed crate. And there's 2 crates of new vinyl. And I see 4 seam splits. And he sent me a note. We got a couple Kiss buyers that are stragglers. And I'm going to message this guy right now. Let me see here. Mike C on YouTube is about to get banned because we don't know who it is. Who is Mike C? Did you see this note from Ed? No. Let me figure this out. Let me message this guy right now. Let's see here. Let me take care of this.
When do you want it?
And then Ed left me a note on where do I want those?
When do you want it?
Anytime.
I mean, like, you want me to just go ahead and send them to you, or you want research them?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want research?
Yes. I'm going to need one assistance in figuring out where to put these books.
These other John crates you haven't went through yet.
Yes. Okay. I will remember that. Mike C. That's the. I'll let you read this note from him. Mike C. is the person we're trying to locate. Okay, what happened here? Monday. He's going on Monday. Okay. Sorry. Making sure we take care of some people before they buy any more stuff. Hatchet Ed Day is always fun, but also sad for other people. Amber Mathis was in the store today from Oklahoma, and Tim Grindstaff, who was our new local buyer from Mount Juliet. Hello, Amber Mathis, and hello, Tim Grindstaff. Sorry, everybody, I'm going through all my messages and mail. Yeah, y'all seen me go through all my messages and mail live. Okay, now Tanner, I've got about 180 books. Where do we want to stack them?
We'll go right here with them.
Okay. And then those that's in the back, I think there's some new claims.
Yeah, I need to start on.
Okay. And then if we can keep all these separate, when I go through maybe even more tonight, we'll have another stack to post, okay?
Maybe I'll pull those in the next.
All right.
Here.
All righty, everybody. Here we go. I still got keys in my pocket. Get all that out. That's a good book there. If we can find the other volume, they sell for like $1,000. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? All right, look at all these books. We went through the golden age of Hollywood last night. Here, I'm going to set a couple. I'm going to set this one. And then Andy and Dawn. If anybody wants that, $9. And I figured somebody'd want that one right now. Andy and Dawn here. Golden Age of Hollywood's about like Golden Age of comics, the 20s through the 50s. And then all the hippies had to ruin everything in the 60s. All those hippies. Bunch of hippies.
Did you look at the Verizon thing?
Verizon? Oh no, I didn't look that up. It's some kind of manual for a James Arness, Isaac Newton. We got books. Fred read books on everybody, folks. He read books here on Gene Autry, Isaac Newton, James Arness, Andy Griffin, Hopalong Cassidy. Okay, the table's cleared finally. John, do you have anything to say? Okay. No. Here we go. All right, that means there's one thing left to do. Go front and get that crate of new vinyl. Hopefully Otis isn't up on the counter eating the other half of my sub. Otis, you on the counter eating my sub? Dang it, Otis. Well, Tanner has been photographing posters. But the thing is that we want to sell them tonight. Tanner has been photographing posters. The thing is that we want to see them tonight or tomorrow or Monday. We have enough books to open a library. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, probably most libraries have gotten rid of their books, so we probably have more books than most libraries at this point. All right. I think the auctions are still on Laura's crate because she got those ready today. we'll go ahead and get started with this Japanese stuff. Toto. We had this one the other night. Japanese pressing, OG, beautiful. EXEX Plus, The Rains Down in Africa, $35 start. It does have the insert, and it has a little bit of edge wear right there. Other than that, it's a nice copy of Toto 4, $35 start. Let's see what we got over here. We have new vinyl. We just have this one crate of recap to do. And then we got to figure out who Mike C is over on YouTube. Mike C on YouTube. You heading out, John? Peeking out behind Kid Rock's robe. My name is Kid Rock. We have about a full Hatchet Ed crate, but it has a lot of miscellaneous in it. That's good. I don't like Hatchet Ed crates. We don't like Hatchet Ed crates. A lot of people like them. I don't. Because that means, I wish every Thursday he said, no Hatchet Ed crates. I'd be like, yay. I mean, some people, we're going to have some stragglers. So, all right, so let's go over here. And let's open up this. And here we go. Leather-bound books. So our book department's like this. It's all tubbed up. We bought them all, and it's just like our vinyl inventory. We honestly don't know what we have. So every night when I go through books, I'm looking at them all for the first time. The leftovers are posted over in our private group, and then other than that, I really don't know what we have. There's about another 40 tubs, and we go through them every night. And then eventually they'll all be gone through, and I'll kind of know what I have. But I could tell you some of the stuff we have from last night, but man, I don't know if y'all realize this or not, but we don't know what we own here, okay? It's like a big mystery. This is like a big bottomless pit, and there's no sight of, we don't know when it's going to end. U2, Live Under a Blood Red Sky, a VG++ copy, a 83 US original. That's going to go up for a $10 start. So Toto's a $35 start. U2's a $10 start. And the first thing I have here is some on-sale new vinyl. From this sticky note back, everything here is on sale. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button for me. It's okay starting late on Friday because most people's out and about and they're out doing dumb stuff right now instead of watching Collectibles. They could be watching me right now and buying very nice high-end vinyl and collectibles, but they're out doing dumb stuff. So for those that's watching right now, congratulations. You're not out doing dumb stuff. Johnny Burnett is $29.99. That is sold to Patrick Lear. Thank you. That's a Bear Family Records recording. Thank you, Patrick Lear. That's $29.99. He bought one, and there's one left. That's $10 off. Also $9 off. This is $29.99. Pretty Boy Floyd. That is sold to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That is sold to you, Pretty Boy Floyd. I also have one left of that for $29.99. I have one Atreyu left after I give one to Carol Keys. This is also $29.99. That's Atreyu. Over here, final call on Toto for $35, and U2 is at $12 of Brian Call. Thank you, Brian. That's with you at $12. They could be out hanging with friends, having a good time as well. That's dumb stuff, Craig. Dumb stuff. We're talking about here at Collectibles. That's the good stuff. Oceans of Slumber, 20% off. That's $35.99. That is the 20% off price. That is the 20% off price. And I have Iron Maiden, 20% off of $54.99 is $43.99. Iron Maiden, $43.99. And then Book of Souls is 20% off. That is $51.99. No claims for any Iron Maiden. So the pricey 20% off Iron Maiden records are still available. We have Anthrax for $24.99. This is sold to Carla Breckie. $24.99 for Carla Breckie. Also, we have Disney Volume 1 and 2, Ultimate Hits. That's Disney's Greatest Hits, Tanner. $24.99. You should buy one of those for little baby Finn. He'll be watching Disney movies before long. He'll have to watch Finding Nemo. He'll have to watch The Lion King. He'll have to watch The Godfather. We have Megadeth Dystopia. This is $29.99. This is the last copy of that. He'll have to watch Goodfellas, Casino. Make sure you're giving him guidance when he's watching those, okay? Yeah, especially the Joe Pesci scenes. First thing we have here is Maverick Top Gun. Maverick Top Gun, and this last copy for $24.99 is sold to Joy Fino. That was an on-sale record. Ryan Mustaine wants Disney for $24.99. Do y'all have the new Waylon Jennings album that came out yesterday? We have maybe a copy left. We showed that on Monday. We got those in on Monday. We did the pre-order, and I don't know. We might have one copy left. Ryan Mustaine on Disney. This is sold to Brian Call for $12. Nobody bought Toto. Nobody wants to bless the rains down in Africa. This is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. Toto 4. No, football is exempt from being dumb, just FYI. The Cranberries, this is $44.99. That's the best of Cranberries, $44.99 on those. Stranger Things at sticker price is sold to Joy Fino. Thank you, Joy Fino. That's sold to you. We also have Cardi B. This is a new album, comes out today. That's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. That was my last copy. Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. This is also sold to Kenny Cates Jr. We have another copy sold to Carla Brecky. And now we have one copy left of Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. We have Houdini, Back in Black. Houdini is $34.99. That's a limited edition 1000 smoky colored vinyl. $34.99. We had 3 copies of NWA. Matt Algram gets one. We have 2 copies of NWA. Brandon Jones gets one. We have 1 copy of NWA. That one is sold to Sean Druin. We have 0 copies of NWA. Chris Ledoux, Wyoming Cowboy, $34.99. And we got 4 copies of that. Tennessee is bye tomorrow. I don't have to worry about going to a game tomorrow. That means I'm going to be here with you all night without any interruptions. And that also means I'll be here tomorrow with you all night without any interruptions. I may have a couple football games on over here to the side, but that's about it. And we have Aerosmith Permanent Vacation, an 88 U.S. Club, BMG Direct, VG Plus condition. Aerosmith is a $15 start. Amber, thank you for visiting the store. I just had a note from my mother that you visited. I gave you a shout out a moment ago. Thank you. And our new buyer down from Mount Juliet, Steve Grindstaff. Thank you, Steve, for also visiting the store today. Hopefully nobody makes a special trip tomorrow. We got to figure something out. My mom says, I'm not opening the store tomorrow. I'm going to the Watertown yard sale. So I hope somebody's there to open the store in the morning. I'm like, well, that leaves absolutely nobody, Tanner. So we'll have to figure something out. I'll have to ask somebody down here on the side of the street when I'm leaving at 3 a.m. if they want to open the store for me. We have Talking Heads. This is an 86 USOG EX Plus condition. Talking Heads is OG. $25 start on that. Here's what's left in the little batch of on-sale new vinyl. I have the following. I have Johnny Burnett for $29.99, Pretty Boy Floyd for $29, Atreyu for $29, Ocean Slumber for $35, A Matter of Life and Death for $43, Book of Souls for $51, Anthrax is $24, Disney's $24, and that Megadeth is $29. That's all the discounted LPs for that from yesterday. I just went through one crate yesterday. We should be about done. I'm going to do the final purge today and tomorrow. The best of the Cranberries, $44.99. Dreams, Linger, Zombie, they're all on here. $44.99. That's a double LP. Last copy of Megadeth, Sick, Dying, and Dead. $34.99. Houdini's $34. Also, Chris Ledoux, Wyoming Cowboy. That is $34. And the newest Megadeth, they have officially announced and released all that today. I'll have a pre-order up ASAP. You know what? I was trying to post it today on the way here. I couldn't find a high-quality image. That's one of my hardest things. You can ask Laura because she helps me out with pre-orders now. Y'all would think it would be easy to get images of these LPs. Right now, all of my distributors, there's about 5 big pre-orders I want to post. They don't have any high-quality images. It's all like little thumbnails that if you open them up, it's about the size of a penny, and you can't see anything, and there's no detail. And so I usually have to like reverse search the image on Google. Otherwise, this is blurry or ugly looking. I have to go to the Megadeth website. We got to get descriptions. Everybody always wants track listings, of course. They don't put in track. They make it really hard to sell vinyl in 2025, honestly. So, all right. Aerosmith is a final call to Richard Willis for $15. Talking Heads has one bid for $25. Christopher Yoakum wants the Johnny Burnett for $29.99. Thank you on that. We're going to have the red indie exclusive. we're going to have the red Indy exclusive. So that's the one I'll be posting. I've got basically the price. I've got the information. I'm just trying to find an image. I'll get that tonight. I'm sure they'll have it uploaded better by tomorrow. They'll be sending out email blast. They still hadn't released anything on Guns N' Roses yet. I don't know what's up with that. We get Ed's told me people's asking. I see messages coming in. I have no idea what's up with Guns N' Roses, but we'll have it posted as soon as possible. Megadeth will be the red vinyl Indy exclusive. Taylor Swift she's already left the building. She's already gone. We have a waiting list going for Taylor. We didn't order that many. I never do on new stuff like that. That's not like metal or rock. But we'll have it ready in just a second. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some of our newest new stuff then. I'm going to step up front here and make sure I got to put away my food for part 2 tonight. The other half of my sub I will consume later. You'll probably say, all right, I'm going to go up front and take a break about 12:30, 11. Eat this other half of this delicious sub. I do have a monster here. I got a green can. I'm going to put that in here. Hey, there's green cans in here too. There's green cans. I mean, there's yellow cans. Who got me yellow cans? Golly, look at all these packages up here. Whew, man. Golly. Not enough time in the day. Just simply not enough time in the day, folks. Right, Tanner? I need about 48 hours in a day instead of 24. I got to figure out how to sleep less and work more. All right, here we go. Do I need to give a shout out to Mike Massey? It looks like I do. Thank you, Mike Massey. You know, I ordered some too. So I'm probably going to be pretty dang stocked up now. Or did I finish my order? I don't know if I hit submit cart yet. And I'm about to change our Amazon password so Seth doesn't have access. This guy. I know there's packages. This guy, Seth, spends hundreds of dollars every day on Amazon. Hundreds of dollars. Possibly thousands and thousands every week, and he has it all shipped here. Over here is Aerosmith. This has a buzzer beater bid with Melanie Jennings. This is at $18. $18, Melanie Jennings. That is a new bid. That means Richard Willis, you've been outbid. Talking Heads just got one bid. Great price, and sold to Ryan Mustaine for $25. That is sold. We have Tool Opiate. This is, of course, a single LP, $24.99. Tool Opiate, $24.99. That is available. It's a single LP, $24.99. I have 2 in stock. I also have the new Motley Crue From the Beginning. This is, I haven't had these in stock since they originally came out. They are $38.99. Motley Crue From the Beginning, $38.99. I have 3 of those in stock, but one of them has a seam split. So technically I only have 1 in stock. And then the 2 Motley Crues are available. And then I have a restock of that Paul McCartney and John Lennon, A Toot and a Snore in '74. Which I need to go get my laptop because I see the Funko pins came in. And I also need to see who was on a wait list for Toot and a Snore. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Y&T Open Fire. Y&T is an 85 US club, a CRC Carrollton press, VG Plus condition. Y&T is a $15 start. Y&T is a $15 start, and that's up for bid along with Aerosmith. The Toto Japanese pressing is still available for a $35 buy it now. If you missed that one, that's the only first and no bid we had for tonight. Next thing I'm going to do is step up here and grab my laptop so I can figure out who is on a Toot and a Snore. Old-fashioned Toot and a Snore here. Bizarre record. When I seen this was reissued, I was like, wow, that's crazy. It's been bootleg forever. interesting hop sticker on it. I should read y'all the hop sticker again. And let me pull this up. Let me minimize this. All right. Let's see here. Chris Bachek and Michelle Clements on the John and Paul Tootin' a Snore, or Paul and John Tootin' a Snore. $29.99. There's that. So let me read you the hop sticker. This is $29.99. Brogan Scones wants a pack of inner sleeves. We'll put you down for a pack. John and Paul Tootin' a Snore. A classical example of tune in, turn on, and drop out. Mystified Session was recorded in 1974. It's basically a drug-infused meeting of John Lennon and Paul McCartney after the Beatles break up. John Lennon was producing the Harry Nilsson album Pussycats. Paul and Lennon McCartney dropped in, and they basically were joined by Nilsson, Stevie Wonder, Jesse A. Davis, May Pang, Mal Evans. Impromptu jam session, and the result is a stoned as F-U-C-K manifest as it's... You need it to hear it to believe it. $29.99. So that hop sticker, let me summarize what I just read there. Paul McCartney stopped by and seen John Lennon when he was producing an album for Harry Nilsson. They got all messed up on acid, and they recorded this album. So it's probably going to sound exactly like you think it's going to sound. Aerosmith over here is sold to Melanie Jennings for $22. That is sold. Now Y&T has one bid for $15. We're about to sell that. Brogan Scones wants a pack of inner sleeves. You got it. Bill Samus wants a Tootin' a Snore. Autumn Betts wants a Tootin' a Snore. Ryan Mustaine wants a Tootin' a Snore. Now there's two left. I still got both Motley Crues. Nobody claimed those, right? Nobody claimed Opiate. I got a restock of Led Zeppelin 3. That's, of course, a remaster, $29.99 for Led Zeppelin 3. $29.99. Our next auction is going to be Twisted Sister. So we got Y&T, and here is Twisted Sister come out and play. Twisted Sister is an 85 USOG. This is a limited edition with the pop-up sleeve. It is VG minus because of scuffing and marks, but it has no fillable marks. It does have the original inner sleeve, and of course it does have the pop-up manhole cover. Just a $10 start on Twisted Sister. I got Godsmack for $39.99. We had the original last night we sold for $500, or the first time it's ever pressed, which was a picture disc. This is the first time it's ever on vinyl, $39.99. Jeff Buckley Grace, I haven't had this in a while. Always a popular one. Jeff Buckley Grace, that is $33.99. I have two copies of that. I also have two copies of Suffocation, the Effigy of the Forgotten, limited edition red vinyl. Suffocation is $44.99. Next thing over here is Y&T's at $20. That means John Kaiser, you're out. And then David Doyle on Zeppelin. That's sold to David Doyle. Richard Willis has Twisted Sister for $10. That is going once, going twice to him. Led Zeppelin's a new repress. It's $29.99. It is a new repress. Everything in the back is all brand new and sealed LPs. Yes, everything in the back is all brand new and sealed LPs. The third auction going up is Billy Idol, Don't Stop, an 81 USOG, and it has a giant poster with it. I didn't know this came with a poster, but it has a poster, an OG Carrollton press. That's a $15 start. Also, we have two copies of Herbie Hancock, Taken Off, limited edition, and deluxe gatefold edition, excuse me. It is the debut 1962 hard bop album from Herbie Hancock, $29.99, and Blaine Zapnick was on a waiting list. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. This is sold to you. I have one Herbie Hancock left. Gatefold jacket, $29.99. Now we have Billy Idol with bids for $15 and $15. Next thing over here, I can see you now, Tootin' Snore, the Druggy Beatles. This is 1974, so it's actually after the Beatles broke up, and it was an impromptu jam session, and it is $29.99. So yeah, it was actually released after they broke up on that one. Sorry, Brian. I think I just missed your message originally. Y&T, I think John Kaiser's out, so we're about to sell that for $20 to Stephen Reeves. I do got Warrant Cherry Pie. I've got Cherry Pie in stock, a limited edition 2500 on yellow marble vinyl, $39.99. She's My Pecan Pie, $39.99. Otis has just absolutely collapsed. He is snoring. He is checked out for a while. Brian Call wants the Toot and the Snore. I have one left if anybody wants it, $29.99. Cherry Pies on colored vinyl. Ozzy Bark at the Moon. Should be a waiting list for this. I don't know why I didn't order more than one extra, though. That's a Bark at the Moon Funko Okay, maybe that was for a Funko. Yeah, Hiram's on a wait list for a Funko. This is just a restock. Blue vinyl, $29.99. So Stephen Reeves, you get Y&T for $20. Thank you, Brian Call on Toot and Snore. And Twisted Sister is a final call to Richard Willis for $13 because Jim Cooper's out. And then we got Billy Idol at $28 with Michael Snared. Robbie Woods, you're out. Wingers on green vinyl. That's their self-titled debut. Winger is $33.99. And The Sword, $29.99. The Sword. I have one, unfortunately, of a really light seam crackle, $29.99. And we have this. We have Tokyo Blade, Night of the Blade, the night before. Tokyo Blade is on red vinyl. No, it's on mixed vinyl, $38.99. Tokyo Blade, I've never seen anything in stock with them new vinyl before, so I had to at least get a couple of those. This is actually some stuff, a few of these, like Suffocation and that one, that was some stuff that was supposed to come in yesterday for Metal Night, so a couple of leftovers here that didn't get showed up till today. Riot, Fire Down Under, an 81 USOG specialty press, and it's a white label promo. VG Plus EX, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. I've got 3 copies of In Flames, Horacle. In Flames is transparent yellow vinyl, and those are $33.99. And my only extra copy of Monster Mash, we got one sold to Todd Coe. Thank you, Todd Coe. And we have one sold, one extra left. That is on colored vinyl, the Monster Mash. So now Billy Idol's at $30, Twisted Sisters at $15, and the white label promo of Riot is a $35 start. Let me walk around here to Laura's desk. She stayed late last night getting auctions ready. She needed today off. And so she has prepared a day and ahead of auctions. I hope they're back here on her desk. I'm about to go look for the first time. So let's see what she's got back here. Hopefully there's a bunch of them. A lot of good stuff hopefully back here she's got ready for us. I hope so. I hope so. So let's go over here and see what we have. Let's do this. And yep. All right. I have got Laura's auctions in my hand. This is good news for everybody. I'm in a store and I'm singing. I'm in a store and I'm singing. Okay. I actually have the Hatcheted crate that Paul showed last Friday, so we probably can go through that again. And here's what we'll do. Friday auctions. What's Laura got in stock for us? Buck Rogers. I'll do that one next. Is it time to sell something else? And here we go. Riot 35. Billy Idol. Brian, are you done on Twisted Sister? The bid right now is at 15. And let's run through these one more time. First thing I'm going to do is this. We're going to show Tool Opiate, $24.99. We're going to show Motley Crue from the beginning, $38.99. We got Led Zeppelin 3, $29.99. Godsmack is $39.99, 2 LP of course. Jeff Buckley Grace is $33. We have 2 copies of Suffocation, Effigy of the Forgotten. That's $44. We have Herbie Hancock is $29. Brian Call's back in on Twist Sister at $16. Riot's at $35. And Billy Idol's at $30. Now Billy Idol's at $32, just FYI. We have 1 copy left of Paul and John. John and Paul, a Toot and a Snore. Warrant Cherry Pie is $39. We have Ozzy Bark at the Moon for $29. Twisted Sister is sold to Brian Call, and he does get that for $16. That's sold. Now it's up to Robbie Woods on Billy Idol, and Riot is about to sell for one bid $35, the white label promo, to John Kaiser. Here's our first auction, and I'm going to include a Laura sticker, her little Friday auction crate doodle. There we go. That might be worth just bidding on this alone. A 1979 US OG Pickneyville. No reason to throw something like that in the trash, right? Buck Rogers is a $15 start. That's pretty cool. Winger on green vinyl is $33. The Sword is $29. Gods of the Earth. Tokyo Blade is $38. And then In Flames Horacle was $33. And the last copy of the Monster Mash I had, $38.99 for the Monster Mash. Do the mash, Otis. Okay, let's go through the next crate of brand spanking new vinyl. And I mean, when I say new and I say brand new spanking, we mean brand spanking new vinyl over here. Let's do it. Let's do this right here. Plenty of auctions tonight. Whole crate here from Laura, and I'm about to do the Japanese. And somewhere I said we have a whole crate of Japanese. David Johnson just fell out of his recliner. Diet Mountain Dew just went everywhere. Cats are running around screaming. Now he's panicking, and there's this chaos going on right now at David Johnson's house. But the first thing I'm going to do is this. We got Buck Rogers at $16. We got Riot sold to John Kaiser for $35, and Billy Idol is sold to Michael Snared for $32. Buck Rogers is the original motion picture soundtrack, music by Stu Phillips, a 79 OG MCA Records, $15 start, and we already have a bid for $16 with John Durden Mega Blast. Next auction is Rainbow on stage. Ronnie James Dio, Rainbow, a 77 PRC Richmond OG, VG Plus condition, $15 start. Led Zeppelin Mothership, we sold one the other night. Here's another, $119.99 for Mothership. Led Zeppelin, the best of Led Zeppelin, a 4 LP box set. Metallica, this is a live unofficial. Metallica live in Seattle, 1989. It's a 2 LP full concert. Metallica, Seattle, 89, $38.99. I have it. Also, you know what I have? Led Zeppelin, Osaka, Japan, a 2-volume set, a volume 1 and a volume 2. Here they are. So you can buy the complete show, Led Zeppelin, Osaka, Japan, $39.99 for volume 1, and volume 2 is also $39. So complete set, 4 LPs total, about $80. How could you go wrong? Let's grab this crate of Japanese vinyl over here. Actually, let me go ahead and pull just a few out because I've got other stuff to prioritize. I'll definitely drag out and make sure we sell the Japanese stuff as long. I mean, we're going to really drag this out. We're going to make sure this takes all night. We can't keep David Johnson awake all night long. So the first thing I'm going to do is pull up Monsters of Rock. We got Rocky. We got Shanker. We got Kiss. We got Beatles. We got Otis sings Italian love songs. Oh, my name's Otis, and I'm singing Italian love songs. Next Japanese pressing is this, Rocky 2. Rocky 2. A Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. This is a $35 star. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's Rocky 2. Rocky 2. I've never seen a Rocky movie before, so I can't keep them separated. $35 star. Buck Rogers has a high bid of 19. Everybody else is out. Hallbrook, you're out. Brian Call, you're out. Tim Graham, you're out. Mega Blast has it for 19. The high bid on Rainbow is 18 with Hallbrook. Hallbrook's bidding on Rainbow. So Hallbrook has Rainbow for 18. Brian Call, you're out on that one. Buck Rogers is at 19. Tim Graham, you're out. Rocky's a $35 start. Christina Curtis wants a Monster Mash. Do the mash. It's a graveyard smash. Sold to Christina Curtis, you got it. We also have Metallica, Kill 'Em All Live. This is 30 years of Kill 'Em All, secret live show at the Orion Music Festival 2013. So this is Metallica live. It's a bootleg, $46.99. $46.99. I've got all 3 still left. That's a new bootleg I've never had before. 30 years of Kill 'Em All. Also, I got another Led Zeppelin bootleg, and this is Led Zeppelin live at the Texas International Pop Festival. Unfortunately, the shrink wrap is torn on this one. $39.99 on Led Zeppelin. And then we have, let me wait there because there's another Led Zeppelin coming up. First thing, though, is Buck Rogers is at $20 of Tim Graham. John Durden's out. Now Rocky's at $35. Revving it up. Brandon Jones wants a Metallica. Sean Holford wants a Metallica. And we also have Led Zeppelin again. Revolution is timing. 1975 radio sessions. Led Zeppelin is $34.99. A double LP. Wow, look at some of these tracks on here. I've never seen that one before. Sean got that. Never seen Rocky. Please don't shoot me. Buck Rogers is a final call to Tim for 20. Rainbow is at 20. Hallbrook, you're out on that, and Rocky's a $35 star. George Jones on Led Zeppelin. Do you want Revolutionist Timing? Do you want Texas International Pop Festival? Do you want Osaka, Japan? Do you want Mothership? And then I've got another Metallica, Ride the Lightning, live at the Orion Music More Festival, June 23rd, 2012. That one's $39.99. Another Metallica bootleg, Tanner, $39.99. Chad's going to drink some root beer. Root beer from Publix. Nice. All right, Metallica, so to Sean Holford, thank you. That's another one sold to Sean. And then guess what? Led Zeppelin. We got one sold to Brent. We got one sold to George Jones. Those are done. And then I have Black Sabbath, California Jam, a double LP, $44.99. Revving It Up wants the other Metallica bootleg. I was also chit-chatting with Tanner and Otis. Buck Rogers sold to Tim Graham for $20. I lost Holbrook on Rainbow, unfortunately. So, Brian Call, I'll go ahead and roll that to you for $20. And Rocky is sold for $35, and that is sold to Tim Graham. 35, that's $35. Tim Graham, $35. Otis is just sitting here patiently, Tanner, waiting for you. I mean, he looks like he's just like, he's sitting just right here like, buddy, you got me up from my sleep, said we're leaving, and now I'm sitting here waiting for you. And I mean, like, what's the deal? This is sold. There it is. That's done. And let's put up some new auctions. I've got one more Metallica, the Don't Tread on Me Sebastian remix. Those are $19.99. Nothing else matters except you buying that record right now. Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. Sinead is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG VG, a $15 start. Another Metallica opportunity. A lot of Metallica, Led Zeppelin. I wonder who ordered these. A whole crate full of Metallica and Led Zeppelin. Who possibly could have ordered all this stuff? Next thing is Monsters of Rock, a Japanese pressing, no Obi, but it is a really cool compilation of Rainbow, Scorpions, April Ryan, Saxon, Ride and Touch. It is a Japanese pressing, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. There's the insert. There's the cover, $25 start. Everything that was in the hot picture is going up tonight. We started right now. Some of the more higher end stuff, we'll do it. If it was posted in the hot picture today about 4 o'clock, it's all being sold tonight. Even a Led Zeppelin RL, of course. It is, unfortunately, a VG minus copy, no feelers, though. I hadn't got a chance to even really look at this one. Laura surprised me myself when she sent me a picture of it in the hot picture. So there's that. Sinead O'Connor's at $15, and Monsters of Rock is a $25 star, but everything in that hot picture is guaranteed to go up tonight, plus surprise Japanese stuff, plus other surprise stuff. Here's Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. Talking Heads is going to go up right now for a $25 start. It's an 84 U.S. club, VG plus condition. Stop Making Sense, 84 U.S. club, $25 start. So here's what's left in here. We got Led Zeppelin Mothership, the 4LP box, $119.99. Metallica Live in Seattle, $19.89. That's $38.99. Led Zeppelin Osaka, Japan, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $39.99 each. Also, Metallica Live Kill 'Em All Secret Live Show Orion Music Festival, that's $46.99. We have Led Zeppelin Texas International Pop Festival. Led Zeppelin's on splatter vinyl, $39.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning Live at Orion Music More Festival, June 23rd, 2012, that's $39.99. Black Sabbath California Jam, that's with Ozzy around 1975, $44.99. And Revving It Up also wants Metallica, the Nothing Else Matters Sebastian remix, or Don't Tread on Else Matters Sebastian remix, $19.99 on that, and that is sold to Revving It Up. So I got you down for 3 Metallicas. The only one you didn't get was Seattle 89 bootleg, okay? So right now, Sinead O'Connor's at $20 with Michael Freiberger. Monsters of Rock is still $25, and Talking Heads is a $25 start as well. All right, and agenda for tonight, we have, we've already went through a warm-up crate and 2 crates of new vinyl. I'll probably go through those again a little bit later when more people's watching. I've got one more new product here to show you, and that's our Funko pen from R2-D2. Let me pull up the waiting list for that, and we have Funko pen. We have Batman Funko pen, Kathy DeMoss. I got one person on the waiting list, Kathy DeMoss. Kathy, I don't know if you're watching, but I got you down for a Funko pen right here. Kathy, $11.99, and I ordered 3 extras. And for those that hadn't got the R2-D2 yet, this is the R2-D2 Funko pen, and those are $11.99. And I have one waiting list for Kathy, and I've got 3 extra copies here. 3 extra copies, $11.99. It's Sepultura Roots, a OG. Laura probably didn't reply to many people today asking in the comments because she wasn't here. I'm looking at it right now. It is a Euro OG pressing. It is a Euro OG pressing. Yep, we got some crazy stuff to throw up tonight. And here we go. Let's get started. As soon as I can get rid of this gnat, shoe gnat. So that's where I'll leave out my apples. I buy apples and I try to eat them. Otherwise, there's gnats. Hate them. Okay, Funko Paul Brothers, and I have 2 left if anybody else wants one, okay? I'm on a wait list for Batman. Yeah, Funko pen, Kathy, let me scratch her off. Kathy DeMoss, D-U-M-A-S. And then Funko waiting list. There's some really old ones that I think are out of production. I never did get back in. Stephen Young and Jerry Stone on Batman. Yep. That's right. Yeah, there's some really old Funko waiting lists, and those have never come back in, like Wizard of Oz, Dorothy, Wolfman, Slash. Some of those I get, and they're done. They retire them immediately, which I think is crazy. But Jerry Stone wants an R2-D2, and I have one left if anybody else wants one, okay? Sepultura. I'll sell it at, you come back and ask at 7:30, and I'll put it up. Okay, and let's get started right now. I got to combine all the leftover vintage flip crate stuff, and let's start trying to sell some of that. My goal is tonight to get through all the auctions, show as much of the newest stuff John's marked, the Hatchet Ed crate, auctions, discount crates. Tomorrow, I think because we got a head start on posters and stuff, probably have a large, probably do some stuff like that tomorrow. What am I going with this? Hold on a second. Am I forgetting about something? Okay, we've done new vinyl. Yeah, there's no new vinyl tomorrow, so I think tomorrow, along with tonight, we're probably going to have some big vintage parties. So for those, Monday and Tuesday were big days for new vinyl on sale. Tonight, starting after, well, pretty much right now, it's going to be a big vintage party. New stuff, best offer. The leftover crate flipovers, flip crate leftovers. And if I get to a certain point, I have had about 3 customers send me some stuff that I'm supposed to try to make offers on tonight. I got to do that ASAP. So I'm hoping I can be wrapped up tonight by midnight, honestly, to get a lot of stuff done so we can have a killer vintage and poster party tomorrow. I'm thinking we can have a vintage poster party tomorrow. That would be amazing, along with more vintage on sale. So the next 48 hours, if you like vintage LPs and auctions, it's going to be going on here at Collectco for sure. 100%. Big vintage party. We have pre-owned, $6.99, flip crates, whatever it takes to sell all these. Okay, so Sinead O'Connor, that still just got one bid, right? Sinead O'Connor and SC. Actually, Michael Freiberger has it for 23. Michael Freiberger has it for 23. Steve Ritchie, you have been outbid, just FYI, okay? And then Monsters of Rock, it's at 30 with Brian Thurman. Talking Heads did not get a bid. That is a 25. Boy, this is a great album too. Talking Heads is a buy it now for just $25 if anybody wants it, okay? There's that. So here's the leftovers of a flip crate from today. Jefferson Airplanes only $14.99. That is 2400 Fulton Street. Beautiful. Gatefold 2 LP, $14.99. We'll also put up Led Zeppelin 2 about 7:30. I know there's some people waiting for that. And of course, we got all kinds of other great stuff here Laura's gotten ready. Let's go ahead and show Echo and the Bunnymen. Echo and the Bunnymen Crocodiles is a 1980 USOG. It is unfortunately VG minus, and that's why we're going to put it up for just a $5 start. Talking Heads is sold to John Kaiser for $25. Brian Call was second. Sinead O'Connor is officially sold then. SC to Michael Freiberger for $23. I have one R2-D2 Funko pin left if anybody wants that for $11.99. And the only other no bid tonight is Toto 4, a Japanese pressing EX or better, and that was $35. Monsters of Rock is about to sell to Tim Graham for $35. It's up to Brian Thurman. Echo and the Bunnymen's a $5 start. Let me go get the Japanese crate, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and put up Otis Redding, Otis Blue, Otis Redding sings Soul. Mono, 1965. It is in VG condition, a $25 start on that. So right now, we're going through the leftover vintage stuff from this morning's video that was posted in Whole Lot of Records, and that video was posted in Whole Lot of Records at 9 a.m., and this crate was full when I started this morning. Now there's just a handful of records left. Let's try to get the rest of them sold right now. This Jefferson Airplane's a 2 LP compilation, and then in front of that we have Bonzo Dog Band. This is only $9.99, and by the way, these are the discounted prices. So Jefferson Airplane 14, Bonzo 9, Argent all together now. Hold your head up. It's only $9.99. The Cars debut. This was a VG copy. It was $5 off. Also $9.99. And the last two $9.99 was Elton John's Honky Chateau and Patti Smith Group Wave. Those can be bought clean copies. Those are all $9.99. Monsters of Rock is at $36. That means Tim Graham, you've been outbid. Echo just has one bid for $6 of Holbrook. We're about to sell that. And Otis Redding also has one bid for $25. We're about to sell that. Robbie Woods gets the Cars moving in stereo. That's sold to him for $9.99. Holbrook gets Argent for $9.99. And David Doyle wants the Jefferson Airplane for $14.99. That's sold to David for $14.99. Holbrook also gets Elton John for $9.99. That leaves Bonzo Dog Band, Patti Smith, and then the rest are all $6.99. $6.99. The first $6.99 was Babe Ruth Kid Stuff. It's $6.99. Fats Domino Stompin' was $6.99, and Fats Domino Self-Titled. No one did my double up Fats Domino. Those are just $6.99 each. I have two left, and we have Paul Cruz on Patti Smith. That's sold to Paul Cruz for $9.99. And we have Tim Graham is out on Monsters of Rock. This is sold to Brian Thurman for $36. Let's go ahead and put that in a new sleeve. That was actually from the Japanese crate, so I technically had a Japanese pressing back there. That was a Japanese release, just FYI. Next is Echo, has a new bid for $7. Holbrook, you're out. But we're going to go ahead and sell Holbrook, the Otis Redding, and this is sold to him for $25. Time for new auctions as soon as I show you the last two $6.99 records. The Four Tops Live, reach out, I'll be there. And Traffic, the Low Spark of High Heel Boys, and that was a VG copy. Not much left in there. That was all from this morning. Sometimes I grab a whole crate. I don't even really like pull stuff. I'll just grab a whole crate of vintage that it's back here that we've gone through that hadn't sold, and I'll just sort them. I'll go 6, 9, 14, 19, and of course some stuff I'm like, this is a little bit too good to mark all the way down to 19, and what I'll do is I'll just give it to Laura, and I'll just have her tag it for an auction, so it will eventually get sold for whatever we need to sell it for. Our next Japanese pressing is Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. A nice Japanese pressing from Joan Jett and the Black Hearts. This is a $35 start. Holbrook, Echo's about to sell for $7 to the Useless Eaters. You had it at $6. There's the insert. Joan Jett's a $35 start. Next thing over here from the auction crate Laura has prepared for us is Judas Priest. This is Killing Machine. Judas Priest is a 2017 original sleeve. It's a 2017 pressing. $15 start on that. So here we go. We have $6.99. $6.99. This is what's left. Low Spark of High Heel Boys. We have Four Tops Live, Fats Domino, Babe Ruth Kid Stuff, and Bonzo Dog Band. These are, those are all $6.99, and Bonzo Dog Band was $9.99. So $9.99 for Bonzo Dog Band. For $6.99, we have Babe Ruth Kid Stuff, Fats Domino, Four Tops, and Traffic, Low Spark of High heeled boys. Those are available, okay? There are those. Next thing over here, Echo is unfortunately sold for just $7 a use of cedars. I lost Holbrook CM on that one. Joan Jett's a $35 start. And then Judas Priest is at $16 with Joe Delgado. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to offer these as a quick bundle price, not before I put up another Talking Heads auction. Talking Heads is an 86 USOG specialty press with the inner sleeve and the shrink wrap. Unfortunately, though, the shrink wrap is like taped. It's not to the cover, but there is a piece of tape on the shrink wrap. It is EX Plus on the vinyl, does have the True Stories double hop sticker. Talking Heads is a $25 start. Joan Jett is near mint minus, and so is Judas Priest. Okay. Craig said, suggestion for you. Instead of having the random LPs in the background for sale, why not put the auction titles instead where everyone can see what the titles are? That is a great question, and I will get back with you tomorrow. First thing, though, I'm going to offer these as a bundle. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll do those for $15, and we'll do that for $5. $20 for everything that's left. Come on. Surely. I'm calling everybody Shirley. $20 for everything that's left. That's a bundle deal. All you got to do is say bundle, sold, or sold bundle 20. We'll get all those sold. We have an empty crate, and we'll move on to the next one. Just like that. Just like that. I have another one right over here. We're going to go ahead and be putting the next one up right now. These are the ones that was posted over on Thursday. Robbie Woods claimed traffic. He did? Robbie Woods, I thought he said pass. I thought somebody said traffic. He said Robbie Woods claimed traffic. Robbie Woods put cars. Now, cars are in traffic, and Robbie Woods claimed traffic for $6.99. This is sold to Robbie Woods for $6.99. Now, we'll sell everything over here for $1, $2, $3, $4, $12, and $5, $17. Now $17 for everything that's left. $17, everything that's left right there. $17. Brian Call says he'll take them, okay? Those are sold to Brian Call for $17. Let me put some sticky notes around those, and they're done, okay? The stuff that's laying back there, it's actually pretty precariously to balance it. I've never I'll have to, I think we have something over here to set stuff down in, but I don't know. I just don't like standing up auctions because I have to put the disc behind them. I don't know. I've tried it before. I don't know if y'all remember. I have tried that before. Those that's standing up there right now, they're sealed. They have a pretty good edge on them, and they're just easy to stand up. And if you notice, when I set them up, they kind of just leaning back there. So I would have to constantly be putting the disc inside of the jacket and this and that. I think Mike Massey even sent me a stand. I'll try it one night. But I've tried, I mean, because I always having to show the disc and the inserts, and it just works out better to lay them down for time purposes. I've tried it. See, all these right here, they just stand up so easily, but if I just start propping these up in the back, plus they're in sleeves, I got to take them in and out of the sleeves. The sleeves don't want to stand up right, obviously. I'll have to take them out of sleeves. I'll have to put them back in sleeves. The disc is going to be loose. I hate having a loose disc just like laying down in a, you know, like a stand or something. I don't know, that just bothers me. Here we have it. Well, first thing we have is this. I am going to show you what was left in this flip crate. I have two $14.99 records. The first $14.99 record was Blind Faith, which was VG Plus $24.99. This is $14.99. That's Blind Faith. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Live. This is a 2 LP, $14.99. $14.99. That's Fleetwood Mac Live. That's a 2 LP. No condition notes on that. So quickly on a rundown here, Joan Jett did not get a bid, right? Joan Jett is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. I love rock and roll. That is a buy now if anybody wants it for $35. $35 on Joan Jett. This is going to go right over here if anybody wants it. That is our second no bid of the night. The last bid on Judas Priest was Brian Thurman at $33. And Talking Heads, for the third time tonight, did not get a minimum bid. So Talking Heads is a $25 buy now. Note to Paul, Laura, and John, no longer put Talking Heads albums out for bids. The demand has crashed. We have Michael Freiberger wants JJ for Joan Jett. That is sold to Michael Freiberger for $35. Thank you. There's Talking Heads. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Live for $14.99. Blind Faith for $14.99. So those were originally VG Plus $24.99, and that was originally $34.99 because it's a really clean copy. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Let's see what else Laura's got over here marked for us tonight. Let's go ahead and put up the Ramones Leave Home. The Ramones over here is a 1980 U.S. Winchester reissue, VG condition, a $25 start for the Ramones. Talking Heads is sold to John Kaiser. He gets another amazing deal on those. Those should be $35, $45 albums. That's sold to him for $25. Those are $14.99 each. Blind Faith, and Fleetwood Mac. These are $9.99. The Best of Pat Travers, Boom Boom. $9.99 for Pat Travers. Steppenwolf 16 Greatest Hits in shrink wrap. Born to be Wild. Super clean copy, and the Hollies Greatest Hits EX Edition $9.99. The Ramones is a 1980 U.S. Winchester reissue VG $25 start. Judas Priest is at $40. Brian Thurman's out. That's about to be sold to John McPatriot. Our next auction is going to go up right now. The Beatles, and it's a 1977 UK. It's a 1977 UK $55 start. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle at the top, but this is a 77 UK beautiful near mint minus copy of Revolver, $55 start on that. So those are $9.99. The Holly, Steppenwolf, Pat Travers, and now the leftover $6.99 records are Rick Ocasek, Beatitude. No condition notes on that. Carole King, Welcome Home. Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. The cover has a couple creases, but no condition notes on that. Also, we have Pure Prairie League, we have Yes Tormato, and we have The Best of Spirit. Those are all $6.99. Pat Travers has I La 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 Love You. That is not on this one. That is not on this one, unless it's under a different title. $9.99 on Pat Travers. So $6.99 for Spirit, Yes, Pure Prairie League, Eddie Money, and Carole King, Rick Ocasek. Boom Boom is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $9.99, unless John Durden wants it. John McPatriot gets Yes for $6.99. Now Judas Priest is officially sold to John McPatriot for $40. And we have the Ramones Leave Home. And Kelly Vladarchuk has that for $25, final call. And the Beatles Revolver is a $55 start. Thomas Clark on BF, and that's for Blind Faith, $14.99. Make sure that's what that goes in for. Doing a little bit of a leftover vintage flip crate here. These are the leftover vintage flip records from Thursday morning, I guess. So here's what's left. Spirit, Pure Prairie League, Eddie Money, Carole King, Rick Ocasek. The Hollies is 9, and so is Steppenwolf and Fleetwood Mac, 14. Final call, making sure everybody gets their comments in before I decide to bundle everything that's left. We have no survivors in the leftover flip crates. Next thing is going to go up right now. Oh, man, we got an OG. I didn't realize that was an OG division bale. Man, we got some crazy stuff tonight for a Friday night, just kind of casually over here. Let's go over here to my Japanese crate, though, and let's pull out another Japanese pressing. Let's do the Best of Rainbow. This is really sweet. It's a double LP. The Best of Rainbow with Obi, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine. And this is a $35 star. There's one LP. There's two LP. There's the insert. There's the booklet. There's the cover. The Best of Rainbow is going to go up for a $35 start. All right, I'm going to reduce these even though I don't want to. Here is the remaining price on the bundle here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll do those for 15, 20, 25, and 30. $30 for everything that's left. $30 for everything that's left. Now, Robbie Woods won a Steppenwolf. How did I miss that again? That was in between Kelly Vladarchuk's bid and his question. Wow, I messed you up there again. All right, let me readjust that. That's sold to Robbie Woods for $9.99. Okay, so let me readjust this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 20, and 30. What did I just say? That wasn't right. I just said 30 earlier. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 20, 30. Did I say 35 earlier? I guess I did. Yeah, 30. 30. That's it, which is 3 each, 5, and 10. Okay, now Thomas, let me know if you still want them. I've pulled one out. I sold it to Robbie, then Brian, and Dwayne. Robbie, I don't know how I keep missing you. I'm not doing that on purpose, obviously. 100% not trying to do that on purpose. Kelly Vladicek on the Ramones for $25. That is sold. Nobody bid on the Beatles, a 77 UK copy. This is a $55 bot now. And Dwayne Worley wants Rainbow for $35. He has Rainbow for $35. And now this is a final call to Dwayne Worley for $35. Beatles is a $55 bid. All right, that's going to start the new crate, that bundle there. So we have filled up a crate. Let me swap these up over here. Tanner's got some kind of contraption over here. We're trying to eliminate glare when we take photos of posters, and he's got like tapestries all over the ceiling and wall, and boy, it's really hard to take good pictures of posters. There's glare and trying to get them rolled out. I think he's been over here. I tell Joe we have thousands of posters, but trying to get them prepared for auction and researched and photographed where I can present them in a professional fashion and it's not chaotic and we don't know what we're selling and all that. Well, it takes like hours and days and years of photography and research to get them ready. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Cyndi Lauper is a Japanese pressing with insert. Girls just want to have fun time after time. $35 start on that. Aussie Signs will not be here this week. Lords of Acid has not sold yet. Lords of Acid has not sold yet. Lords of Acid has not sold yet. This bundle was sold to Thomas Baumhart. The first thing in the crate here, those records are sold to him for $30. And guess what? We're going to do something else like that right now. I think I got the leftovers of another crate right over here. I think I do. Let's get started with these and see what we got, okay? Yep, and some baseball cards. I'm just going to throw all these things up for auction tonight, these baseball cards, because they've been over here next to me for about 6 months. I keep saying I'm going to go through them and get them sorted, but it's just not going to work. Hopefully there's somebody that's a Reds fan watching, because they've been over here and then they fell off the other day down in this crate. I was like, great, more chaos. More chaos. Aussie Signs will be, he just told me today that they're shipping, so they're not going to be here till next week. So you won't get billed until the following Monday. Nashville Cats has not been sold up for auction. We have essentially not sold anything. From the big hype stuff, we've essentially not sold anything, really. Brian Thurman has Rainbow for $36. Brian Thurman, Dwayne Worley, you're out. Cyndi Lauper's a $35 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Bill Evans album, some jazz for you. A 71 US original. Bill Evans, $25 start on that. All right, let's go over here and see what we got. So I've got, let's go through these. There's some old cards in here. Hold on one second. Let me get all these sorted. We're just going to sell them in one big lot. Yeah, I think they're all Reds players. There's some good stuff in here. I mean, there's a lot of 50s. Let's see. These are 55 tops. Wally Post, Art Flower. They're all Reds players. Yeah, Joe Nuxall, Roy McMillan, Gus Bell, Al Silveria. There's 77 tops. There's some 80s Fleer. There's 59 tops. More Reds players. More 50s tops. 54 tops, 56 tops. That's a 60s Fleer card. 80s tops, 59 tops, 57 tops. More 55 tops, more 50s Fleer. There's a lot of 50s baseball cards in here. $53 tops. Some of these have writing on them, just FYI. 56 tops, 59 tops, 77 tops, 53 tops, 53 tops. Mostly a lot of 50s and some early Bowman stuff here. Okay. Let me see what I got here. All right, so 77s, there's some 60s Fleer, 58s. Okay. Make sure. Very nice. I've had them over here next to me for a long time. All right. Okay. $100 start, all the baseball cards there. First thing I have is Rainbow, so we had a bid for $36 and then $37. Rocktober releases. 2 have come in this week, Sex Pistols and Deep Purple. There'll be some more next week and then more after that. Cyndi Lauper is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. She's So Unusual. Could those be reprints or those are in great shape? Just wondering, might be reprints. There are no reprints in that stack. Those are all original 50s baseball cards. 60s and 50s and 80s Fleer. Those are all originals from the 50s. There's no reprints in there. Cyndi Lauper is a $35 buy it now. This is in Shrink Obi, near minus. Rainbow has a new bid for $38, and Bill Evans is a $25 start. I was going to try to get a count on them. I was going to try to sort them by year, but no, there's no reprints in here. No, there's no reprints in here. Let's get a count on. That was my next lot. That was my next decision. These are not reprints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 50s Bowmans, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, Frank Robinson, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. A lot of these have writing on them. 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. There's about 95. There's about 95 there, mostly 50 stuff. 95, mostly 50 stuff, okay? $100 start. Next thing, Rainbow 39, Rainbow 40, and Dan McCauley on Cyndi Lauper. That is sold for $35. That is sold for $35 to Dan McCauley. Bill Evans did not get a bid. This is a buy now for $25. Bill Evans gets that for $25, and Rainbow is at $40 with Brian Thurman. Okay, this was left over in the discount crate for $19.99. The Allman Brothers bands, brothers and sisters. So 50s Commons. 50s Commons, I mean, just about anything now, if it's in decent condition, they're like $5 and $7 and some $10 cards. So should be a really good price there. Almost 100 cards, all 50 stuff except for a handful. And then there's some 80s key stars there from the Reds. $100 start. Bill Evans is with Chris Bachek for $25. Rainbow is about to sell, and it's at $40 of Brian Thurman. Dwayne Worley's out. Allman Brothers, this is the leftovers, I think, of Tuesday or Wednesday's flip crate. The Allman Brothers is $19.99. We have for $14.99 the Roadie soundtrack. It has a big saw mark in the jacket. Look how far the saw mark went on that one, all the way to right there. But it's Alice Cooper, Blondie, Joe Ely Band, Eddie Rabbit, Hank Williams Jr., $14.99 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction I have going up right now is the following, Wasp. And Wasp is a 1985 USOG in EX condition. Last Command, $45 start on Wasp. Next is the John Lennon Collection. No condition notes on that, just a little bit of a sticker residue there. $14.99. Rainbow is sold to Brian Thurman for $40. The cards are about to sell for $100 if anybody wants to bid. If not, then I'll just hang on to them. No buy it now on the auction. If you don't bid on the cards, I'm taking them up front and sleeving them and pricing them tonight. It has to be a live bid on the cards. No buy it now. $100 bid, or I'm taking them back off the table. I'm having second thoughts, so you better bid. Next thing is John Lennon Milk and Honey, $9.99. John Lennon Milk and Honey. That's $9.99. So we had back-to-back Lennons there, $114, $19. These are the discount prices left over from the flip crate. This is Cheap Trick, found all the parts, $9.99 on that. Roy Buchanan, that's what I'm here for. This is $9.99. This has a white promo sticker. It's on a red Polydor label. Wasp is a $45 start. What cards? There's about 90-something 50s with some 80s and 70s, but mostly all 50s, and it's all Cincinnati Reds. It's all Cincinnati Reds, mostly 50s cards there. And everybody's asking me, please not show them again. Everybody's saying, please do not go through those again. Next thing is Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack. This is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. This is a Japanese press, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, it has the cover and obi. Wasp is about to be a bot now for $45. Michael Schenker at $35. Also for $9.99 is 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits, $9.99. And we have Neil Diamond's Classic, the early years, $5 off on that, $9.99 on Neil Diamond Classics, the early years. Now, those were the leftover $9.99 records. So once again, that was Neil Diamond, Hank Williams Jr. 2LP compilation, Roy Buchanan, Cheap Trick, and then John Lennon, Milk and Honey. Those are all left for $9.99. The $6.99 records, Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, also $6.99, was Roy Orbison, the original sound. Also $6.99 is Osmond's The Plan. Also $6.99 is Paul Revere and the Raiders in the beginning. Also $6.99 is James Gang Straight Shooter. Also $6.99 is Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s Volume 20 and Volume 19. I got Volume 19 and Volume 20 there, $6.99 each. Nobody been on Wasp? This is a $45 buy now. That's the first time I've ever said that before. Nobody been on Wasp. And Michael Schenker's a final call for $35, a Japanese pressing, Assault Attack, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl is UK Flag Series number 30. This is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the booklet. This is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. $35 start on that. Okay, no bid, no contest on the cards. I'm putting them right over here. Next thing is Wasp, and Wasp is going to go up to John Kaiser for $45. Thank you on that one. And that is sold to him. And let's grab something else over here from the auction crate. The next auction crate I'm going to put up right now is this Ramones, Halfway to Sanity. The Ramones is a 1987 U.S. Allied OG pressing. And this is going up for bid. The Ramones, an 87 U.S. Allied OG, original on her sleeve, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Wow, can I get anybody to claim anything out of here? The leftovers of the leftover flip crate. I'll try them one more time, and I'll read you what's left for what price point, okay? First, for $6.99 was Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 19, Volume 20. And we have James Gang Straight Shooter for $6.99. We have Paul Revere and the Raiders in the beginning for $6.99. The Osmonds Plan, $6.99. Roy Orbison, $6.99. Chuck Berry, $6.99. And then for $9.99 was Neil Diamond Classics, 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits. Roy Buchanan, that's what I'm here before. Cheap Trick found all the parts, was a 10-inch release EP. And yeah, this has all the original members on it. It is $9.99, and then so was John Lennon's Milk and Honey. For $14.99, we had the John Lennon Collection, we had the Roadie soundtrack, and then the Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, $19.99. No bid on Michael Schenker, you can pick that up for a $35 buy now. No bid on the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, you can pick that up for a $35 buy now. And the Ramones is with Kelly Vlodarchek at $55. That has one bid with Kelly, going once, going twice, and Kelly's about to get it for $55. $55. There's Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack, and that's a bot now. And let's put the Beatles Hollywood Bowl. That is with Obi, UK Flag Series number 30, and that's a $35 bot now on that. There it is. Overkill request. It's getting closer. I promised two things at 7:30. Led Zeppelin 2. And I promised, what else did I promise? Led Zeppelin 2 and Sepultura. Led Zeppelin 2 and Sepultura. What the heck happened to, I'm actually missing, not missing a card, but it was laying over here forever. What happened to, there's this. Brent Robley still has to buy that. I'm waiting for him to say, I'll go ahead and take it, Chad. What happened to, oh, hey, here's the rest of these cards. Hey, I found more. I just found more. I just found more. These are, let me get all these knocked out. Now these are reprints here. Yeah, these two, those are reprints. That's just an 80s card. Hey, there's some 52 tops there. Hey, those are good. Forgot about these. That's a reprint. Okay. That one's white on the edges just because it's an 80s card. Okay. I'm throwing these in the trash. Trash. Okay. Ramon sold one bid, $55. Kelly Vladicek. Nice. So let me stack my no bids over here. We got Beatles at $35. Michael Schenker, $35. Beatles, $55. Toto, $35. And Funko Pen, $11.99. I'm going to go ahead and put that over here in the shelf. James Davidson wants Michael Schenker for $35. That's sold to James Davidson for $35. Thank you on that. I need to get this propped up over here before I lose it. And there's this. $100 for the cards for the ones you just added. First thing is Jeremy Merck on almonds for $19.99. What did I just do with them? Okay, here we go. Should I sell Brent this $800 worth of baseball cards for $100? Should I sell those $800 worth of baseball cards to Brent for $100? First thing I have in here is the leftover $14.99 records. The Roadie soundtrack for $14.99. The John Lennon collection for $14.99. And then these are $9.99. John Lennon Milk and Honey. We have Cheap Trick Found All the Parts. Roy Buchanan, 24th Hank Williams, Neil Diamond, Chuck Berry. We have Osmonds. We have Paul Revere, James Gain, collector's records of the 50s and 60s. Okay, so that's what's left in the bundle, or that's what's left, and they're about to be bundled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, I'll do those for $25, and then 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and then 60, 70. $70 for everything that's left. $70 for everything that's left. Y'all just seen what I did. I just took we just took these right here and marked them down to like 3 something a piece. We made the 9s 5s. We made the 15s 10s. $70 bundle for everything that's left there, okay? And that is the price right now. Sold to Thomas Baumhart. Mike Ospaw, I'm sorry, those that just sold. Wait a minute, did Mike ask earlier about Cheap Trick? He might have asked. Mike Ospaw might have asked earlier on the Cheap Trick. Give me 1 second, Thomas Baumhart. So right here, Thomas Baumhart, he asked this. He wanted to see the label. I thought you just said members, and I thought I answered that for somebody else, but you also wanted to see the label. Let me show him the label for this. Now, Mike Ospaw, if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $9.99, and then we'll reduce the price of the bundle by 5 to Thomas Baumhart. If not, then we'll leave it in there, okay? All right, so the cards are sold to Brent for $100. That was a $9,000 loss on my part. But let me go ahead and set all this in the operations room. I'm going to try to clean off my shelf tonight. I'm going to try my best to clean this shelf off over here tonight. There's cards, there's Funkos, there's autographs, there's gold, there's Michael Jordan rookie cards. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to figure out what the heck I've done with the Michael Jordan rookie card. It's somewhere lost on this shelf. I should not be misplacing stuff like that, right? 100%. I should not be misplacing stuff like that, but I have somewhere over here. Okay, and then over here, we have this. This is sold for to Mike Ospaw for $9.99. So sell Thomas Baumhart the bundle here. This is sold the bundle for $65. $65, and this is sold. Okay, that's sold. Now, Brent, all we got to do is see the President of the United States of America's autograph. That's the last deal me and you's been working on. We've been working on this all week, Brent. All we got to do now is do a deal over there on the Trump autograph. I'll even throw in a book about Andy Griffin and Don Knotts. We're close. We're close on price. Let's knock out another vintage flip crate. Thomas Baumhart is like, keep these auctions rolling. Okay, I promised a couple 9 o'clock auctions. These are kind of big, so let me take time to introduce them, and then Deckelman will get the overkill, okay? Sepultura Roots. Sepultura Roots is a 1996 Euro OG, original under sleeve, EX++, near mint minus, and pristine. EX++ near mint minus. We'll leave out the pristine part. EX++ near mint minus, a tough album to get. Sepultura is a $95 start. And then over here, we have going up for bid, we had a request for Led Zeppelin 2. Now, I have not got a chance to look at this myself, so let me take a quick look at it. Okay, so this is a RL side 1, RL SS on side 2. It is a 69 specialty press. It is a 69 specialty press. Led Zeppelin 2. VG minus. VG minus. Laura says no feelable marks. Okay? We're going to put it up for a fun starting bid. $95. I've sold some of these for $400. I've sold some of them for over $3,000. $95 start. It's a real true OG specialty press. RL, RLSS, VG minus. Jacket, also VG minus. Jacket, also VG minus. $95 start for Led Zeppelin 2. If you don't have one, this might be your chance tonight. What else did I miss over here? I have missed Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's just a new sealed 2 LP, brand new, the most recent imprint version. It's a double LP, $44.99. Okay? Sepultura's at $170 already. Zeppelin's already at $125. All right, we have knocked out already 3 flip crates of vintage, and I'm about to go get another one. My bundlers don't go anywhere. We're going to try to go through all this. We're about to go through the ones that I wasn't here for on, when was I out of town? I guess a week ago exactly. Last Friday and last Friday and last Saturday. And I posted those, and I'm just now doing that. Then we got to do the Hatchet Ed crate. We got last week's Hatchet Ed crate that I've never been through, and then the one that he's got ready for me to do for today. Okay? So, yeah, a lot of $6.99 in here. There was actually only one $9.99 record left, and I'm going to make it $6.99 to keep it easy. Everything in here is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, okay? Zeppelin's at $140 right now. Sepultura's at $170. Deckelman's, you're out. First thing we have is this. The Monkeys, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. This is $6.99. Clean copy, no condition notes. Also $6.99 is Bread. Bread is $6.99, and this is actually just a self-titled album. I love Public's Bread. That's why I was late to start the show tonight. Fats Domino, that's a 2 LP, $6.99 for Fats. You better claim these now. I'm going to read through them twice, and then we're going to bundle them, and Thomas Baumhart's going to buy them. $6.99 for Evita. We have The Searchers Volume 2 for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card. Also $6.99 is Jerry Lee Lewis, the original Golden Hits Volume 2 for Sun. Brian Thurman on Fats Domino, that's sold. Are we done on Sepultura? Stephen Tinley must not be watching. He asked to bid on it, and I told him 7:30. Stephen, are you watching? I want to make sure before I drop the hammer. Deckelman's out. Final call to Alonzo for $170. Zeppelin's at $180. We have Blowfly on tour, 86. Blowfly is $6.99. Joe Delgado on Bread. That's sold to Joe Delgado. The Association Live, that's a 2 LP, $6.99. Great stuff in here for $6.99. This was the leftovers. And if you're thinking, wow, if these are leftovers, what did I miss? Make sure you're watching every morning at 6 a.m., 9 a.m. when I post the 9 a.m. flip video. How about a Beatles Japanese press I don't get as often? The Beatles Rarities. UK Flag Series number 34. The Beatles Rarities. A $35 start. The Beatles Rarities. It does have the insert. There's the cover, insert, and Obi. Really fun record to listen to. $35 start on that. Wow, Zeppelin's at $180 and Carol's out. RL may be one of the cheapest copies we've ever sold. Want to make sure everybody's watching. When I saw the starting bid, I was like, should I go ahead and start it for like $225 or $250? I feel like that'd been fair too, even for a VG minus copy. It is a true OG RLSS and RL. It is from '69, the famous Robert Ludwig, Bob Ludwig Hot Mix. That's the one everybody wants right there. You need cooling. When you put it on a high quality amped up stereo system, it sounds like Led Zeppelin's in the living room with you. And trust me, that's something you want. You want Led Zeppelin to be in the living room with you. I'm going to drink some root beer. Holy moly. That's good root beer. All right, Sepultura, congratulations, Alonzo. I bet Stephen Tinley got mixed up on his time zones. This is sold for $170 to Alonzo. Somebody just asked what it was. It's sold for $170. Led Zeppelin's at $195 with Brent Robley. You have been outbid. Make sure, Karen, you put Beatles 35. Make sure you put Beatles 35, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is as follows. Bob Marley, Burning, The Wailers. This is a 73 U.S. Los Angeles OG pressing. $35 start on Bob Marley. Also $6.99. This is Frank Sinatra, The World We Knew. Frank Sinatra, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Seals and Croft. I'll play for you. This is all a vintage discount crate. Buy them now because they're going to be bundled in just a moment. Tony Bennett's all-time greatest hits. Mr. Tony Bennett, $6.99. Now Kaiser bid first on the Beatles, so Karen, you're second all of a sudden. Chad, I have a question. Should everyone assume the Japanese pressings are the first time they are pressed in Japan? I don't recall you ever specifying. Yeah, we don't take time to look up the exact year and everything from Japan. So if I put out a Japanese pressing, sometimes people ask years, but most of them, there's no new Japanese pressings. Everything I'm selling are all vintage or possibly OG first pressings. Now, this is a series that the Beatles did, and it's a UK flag series. So I think technically this might have been the first time they pressed this, but as you see, there's a whole series. Now, the true OG first pressings of Beatles albums, they will not have this flag up here. Those are extremely, like real OG Japanese Beatles records, just like Zeppelin or The Doors or any big artist, Pink Floyd. Those can get into the hundreds and hundreds of dollars. We have sold some like that. We've had some real OG Japanese red vinyl Beatles records, $400, $500, $600. They can get really expensive. A lot of them's on red vinyl. So the best way to do is ask me if you're not sure, but there's nothing ever here that's like modern. Modern Japanese pressings are even more expensive sometimes just because of the cost and import charges and everything. Zeppelin's a final call. Andrew, you did get outbid. Brent has it for $195. We're about to sell it. Also, $6.99 is another Tony Bennett. Who can I turn to? Tony Bennett is $6.99. Freddie Cannon, 14 booming hits. That is $6.99. And then the Fame soundtrack, that's in VG condition. We got John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. Also VG for $6.99. And we have the Guess Who, Share the Land, $6.99 on that. The Wailers is in EX condition. Kaiser, you've been outbid on the Beatles. It's at $36. Final call on Led Zeppelin. A real RL SS 69 specialty press. It is unfortunately in VG minus condition. It's playable, no feelable marks. You're going to be cranking it loud anyway. $195, we're about to sell it. Robin Glenn wants Fame. These are all $6.99. Here comes the last read-through. $6.99. Here comes the last read-through, and then we're going to offer them for a bundle, okay? We have the Monkeys, and that was originally $9.99, and the original sticker was $19.99. By the way, Rhino Hi-Fi is about to release that one, so you might want to grab them OG. Be fun to compare the OG to the new press, especially just for $6.99. The Evita soundtrack, The Searchers Volume 2, Jerry Lee Lewis Golden Hits. We have Blowfly. We have The Association Live. We have Frank Sinatra. We have Seals and Croft. We have Tony Bennett. We have Tony Bennett. We have Freddie Cannon. We have John Cougar. And we have the Guess Who. There's new bids on Zeppelin, $196, and then also another bidder's at $200. The Beatles flag series is number 34, yes. And right now, John Kaiser's out. Karen has it for 36, final call. Richard Willis wants Cougar for $6.99. Final call to get a bid on Bob Marley for 35. Now the Beatles is at 40. Now the Beatles is at 40. Let me get some oxygen. Let me ask Tanner something right quick. All right. Bundle. I'm going to give it about 5 more seconds. Sometimes people's lags can be critical. As soon as I start counting them, another claim comes in. And I'm like, whoops. But then we usually work it out, though. We can work it out. We can work it out. Try to see it my way. Time will tell you if I'm right or I'm wrong. Try to see it your way. Run the risk of knowing love makes him be gone. We can work it out. Ah, I found it. Oh, man. I hope it's right here. Man. Also, Nolan Ryan rookie. Hey, that's a good one. Nolan Ryan's rookie card. Mike Tyson autograph. There's Jordan. Golly, I was getting worried. Whew. I was like, man, that would be me to misplace a $3,000 card over here like it's nothing. That would be bothering me the rest of the show. I'd not be able to concentrate. I would be losing my mind. Okay, Zeppelin's at $205. Bob Marley has new bids, and so does the Beatles. Bundle price, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let me count those again. That was fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, and 12, and I will do these for... they were $6.99, which is already discounted. I'll do them for $45. That's $3.75 each. $3.75 each on those. It's $3.75 each. Kaiser, this price on Ryan is from a while back. $895. It is a VG4 MC qualifier. They call that a miscut. Right up here, you can see where the border of another card is showing up. $895. $895 on that. And then Dr. J is $475. Julius Irvin's rookie card. That's by HGA. That's a 4. That is $475. And I think those prices, if some of y'all were watching like Craig the other night when we were going through these, and these were like from... Yeah, some of these are back from January, and some of them are back from late 2023. And I was like, holy crap, because I was checking some of them, and I was like, yeah, these are pretty firm, but if you want me to double check it, I will. But that's probably pretty close. Probably pretty close. Probably pretty close there. Okay, next thing is this. So Led Zeppelin, Kathy gets the bundle for $45. Thank you, Kathy. So all these are sold to Kathy, $45. Led Zeppelin's at $215 with Christopher Yoakum. The Beatles, Useless Leader says Auction Gen 02. What exactly does that mean? And then Christopher Dean has this for $45. Doug Reeder was the only bid on Bob Marley, so that's $35. Okay, $35 on that. Let me tell Tanner I found it. I thought maybe he's seen it and put it in the safe or something. Should I bring out the cards I've never shown that I have in the safe? Nah. Let me see here. I'll do some comps right here. Not that one. There, I have another Dr. J. Okay. All right, so Led Zeppelin. Let's go over this one more time. This is Led Zeppelin 2. This is a real 69 OG specialty press. Bob Ludwig, RL, Robert Ludwig Hot Mix. It is in VG minus condition. Christopher Yoakum has it for $215. $215 with Christopher Yoakum. That's a final call. Everybody else is out. No one's really set out, but that's the high bid. Also, I missed a bid. Matthew Sherrick. Matthew Sherrick bid first on this at 45. My bad, Christopher Dean. So yeah, Matthew Sherrick was in first at 45, and Christopher Dean, you're out. So this is $45. We have not sold any Kid Rocks yet. We have just emptied 3 crates of vintage flip crate stuff, and guess what? I think I have another one over here to knock out. Let's see if I do. And then if not, we'll go ahead and go to this Hatchet Ed crate. Let's go ahead and get to the Hatchet Ed crate. Let's do that right now. Hatchet Ed crate is inbound. Hatchet Ed crate is inbound, okay? This has got all kinds of stuff in it. This has got all kinds of stuff in it. Here we go. Kid Rock, none has sold. So Christopher Dean, you're out on that. Christopher Dean, you're out on that. We got some out of print, very desirable Kid Rock albums here. We have one requested, and we have more coming up after this one. Here's the first one. This is Kid Rock, and this is Rebel Soul. Kid Rock is a 2012 only time on vinyl worldwide, original on her sleeve with the CD. That is a $65 start. $65 start on that, okay? $65 start on that. I've got no bids here from Kiss Nights. Oh my gosh. These people. That was all Kiss Miscellaneous stuff. Oh my gosh. All right, I can't wait to get these people's names. I might go get the names right now off Ed's desk. Okay. So, one crate of Hatchet Ed here. First thing I have is the following. I have RL Led Zeppelin. It's got 229. We're not done. Christopher Dean, I got to hear back from you on the Beatles. Matthew Sherrick has it for $45. Kid Rock has one bid for $65 with Nick Bergeron. That was the minimum bid. Overkill is going up next. I'll show that Kiss stuff in just a second. This is all left over. This is all Hatchet Ed stuff here. This is a Hatchet Ed crate, and everything in here is available. Okay, first thing I have is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon on blue vinyl, $29.99. Rob Zombie, the Record Store Day Essential glow-in-the-dark version of Hellbilly Deluxe. That's also $33.99. We also have in here, in the Hatchet Ed crate, Saxon, Dogs of War. That is $38.99 for Saxon, Dogs of War. Saxon Dogs of War, and we also have Nirvana Under the Covers, which I actually just discounted. So if anybody else wants one, I'll go ahead and do that for $29.99. And we have Somebody's Watching Me with Michael Jackson, Rockwell. Always feel like somebody's watching me. $14.99 on that. So let me go back. I will drive Tennessee and go through your cards if I can pet Seth. I'll have to negotiate that with Seth. We'll have to talk to his wife and see if she'll allow that. We'll see what she says. She'll probably say, sure, doesn't matter to me. Right now, Led Zeppelin is at $255 with Brent Robley. $255 with Brent Robley. Unfortunately, I lost Christopher Dean on the Beatles. So this is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $45. That's sold to Matthew Sherrick for $45. That is sold to him. And then now, let's see where we're at on Kid Rock. It's at $75, now $85. Kelly Vlodderchek on Rockwell. And let's go ahead and go back over that and this, okay? So MJ is sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. Kid Rock is at 85. So Led Zeppelin here. Led Zeppelin is at $255 with Brent Robley. Now that's a 69 RL VG minus. Kid Rock is a 2012 only time on vinyl, never reissued, and not in print, of course. It's in shrink with hype with the original CD. It's nice, and it has a high bid of $85. Now, the next thing I have over here is this. Where was another question? All right, so we sold MJ. Rob Zombie sold to Randy Siebert. Now, Randy, I think if you're going to pick up, just always make sure you let Ed know, okay? Always make sure if you're picking up that you let Ed know so he can have it up front, and everything's always ready the following Wednesday, okay? The following Wednesday, everything's always ready for pickup, just FYI. So, thank you on that, okay? That's sold to Randy Siebert. Kid Rock's at 90, another bid for 90. We have Spinal Tap, and I'm going to go ahead and say that's $29.99. And I have Beck Mellow Gold. I'm a loser baby, $36.99 for Beck. Now we have a request for Overkill. Let's go ahead and do this for Justin Deckelman. And he is ready. He has got bids already preloaded. He's ready to roll. An 85 U.S. Hot Pog original pressing on Megaforce Records, super clean, a $75 start. Are we done on Led Zeppelin? The last bid was Brand at $255. I think it's up to Christopher Yoakum. It's at $255. $255. I was checking prices. Yeah. Yeah, see, a PSA 4 on this Nolan Ryan, if it was just a 4 with no qualifiers, John Kaiser, here's what other 4s have sold for: 1,075, 950. That's two that with no qualifiers, of course. So it's unfortunately that qualifier's on there. Otherwise, man, that just a 4, a PSA 4 now on Nolan Ryan is around $1,000 for his rookie card. So that's gotten up there pretty pricey over time. I remember when they used to be a lot less cheaper than that. Holy moly. James Bullock on Ozzy Barking the Moon. I might have missed him earlier. Now that's so to James. Fred Carnell and Beck. We're in a Hatchet Ed crate, by the way. Next thing in here is Pussifer, excuse me. Pussifer is sealed, $49.99 on bronze swirl colored vinyl. Pussifer is $49.99. Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind, $36.99. Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health, $34.99. And over here, we have Acid Bath for $39. We have Acid Bath for $39. And I have Lords of Acid, Voodoo U. Lords of Acid is $44.99. $49.99 for Lords of Acid. That's sold to Kelly Vladarchuk. What's the VG minus grade for on Led Zeppelin? Christopher Yoakum just bid $260. This is a 1969 specialty OG original hot mix Bob Lugwood press of Led Zeppelin 2. It is also got some cover damage on the front and back. And the vinyl is the original hot mix. The grade is VG minus, no fillable marks. Kid Rock is at $110 with Guy Shard. Nick Bargeron and Kaiser, y'all are out. And then Overkill's at $100 with John Mensmoyer. Jim Cooper and Deckelman, y'all are outbid. Also, we have Triumph Never Surrender. Triumph is $19.99. And Morgan Wallen is $54.99. One thing at a time. Morgan Wallen, $54.99. We have Chubby Checker Biggest Hits. That was from the $6.99 crate with the punch-out photos on the back, unpunched. $6.99 on that. And also Focus was $6.99. That was a sealed copy. Focus, $6.99. John Entwistle, also sealed. That was $6.99. And this is going to be our first auction, so don't look at those just yet. First thing we're going to do is say that Led Zeppelin's at $260 with Christopher Yoakum. $260. So Brent, you're out. Kid Rock's at $110. It's up to Kaiser, Nick Bargeron, and Overkill's at $100. I'm going to make sure Deckelman's done, and I'm going to make sure Jim Cooper's done. Jim Cooper's done, but Deckelman's back in at $105. Todd Amick got Triumph. That's sold to Todd Amick. That's sold to him. Miles Davis is on deck. Which Pussifer? The Pussifer here is Existential Reckoning Rewired. Existential Reckoning Rewired. It is a Revolver Icon Series Bronze Swirl Vinyl, $49.99. Richard Willis gets John Entwistle for $6.99. That was sealed. And then we have here, this was a YouTube buyer that never did register that won this Dockin. Dockin Back for the Attack. This was sold for $35. I don't have the details on it, but it's in shrink with a hop sticker. Back for the Attack with the original inner sleeve. And at first glance, it just has a couple scuffs on it. Yeah, I mean, it's got some like marks here, but they're obviously not feelable. So $35 on that. $35 on that. So that is $35. It just had some scuffing on it, and that is sold to Gregory Roberts. Okay, Overkill's at $125. We're not done there. I got to make sure John Kaiser's done on Kid Rock. I think that's the only person that hadn't set out. I'm about to sell it, and never mind, John Kaiser just bid $115. Sorry, I have a... All right. Led Zeppelin is at 260 with Christopher Yoakum, right? Christopher has that for $260. That's going once, going twice. Final call to Christopher Yoakum. We're about to sell it. Sorry that one took so long. I always make sure everybody says out if I don't hear back from them. Also, there was some, of course, an auction like this. I always get questions, what is it and what grade? So 260 Christopher Yoakum, we're about to sell that one. Next thing is Overkill's at 126. John Bensmoyer, you're out. And then Kid Rock has a new bid for 115, and that means that's with John Kaiser. And that means that Guy Shard, you've been outbid on that one. Okay? Next thing we have is Otis Redding, and this was VG Plus, $29.99. This is got a promo sticker on the front, $29.99. Also, the Beatles, 62 to 66. This is on red vinyl, $99.99, and it's a beautiful copy, $99.99 on the Beatles. Also, we have Funkadelic for $70. What happened to all of our informational stickers? These must be older unpaid for auctions because they don't have any stickers on them. I don't have any details on this. I don't have any details on this. It looks like a lower grade copy. That's probably why it only sold for $70. And then we have Kiss Dress to Kill for $38. This is between an 83 and 84 reissue, a Casablanca inner sleeve and shrink wrap, 53 hot pog pressing, VG Plus, and that's $38 on Kiss. And then we have Men at Work. That was $37 on Men at Work. And then we have John Lennon Imagine, a 71 USOG Los Angeles press, inner sleeve and shrink, VG Plus, a $30 buy it now on that. Gregory Roberts wants to put back Dawkins. That is a putback from Gregory Roberts. That is, he now has over $100 billion in restocking fees. Gregory, your restocking fees are through the, you're going to have to like start borrowing money from China. We have Led Zeppelin over here, sold to Christopher Yoakum for $260. That is sold for $260. Nice. Never sold one that cheap before. Of course, it was VG minus condition. Next thing is Kid Rock has a new bid for $120. John Kaiser, you're out. Overkill is at $135 with John Bensmoyer. That's a final call. And then over here, we have this right here. Next thing we have is Adam Bernardi said, I thought I claimed Entwistle. You did, but you were second. Richard Willis claimed Entwistle, and then you were second on John Entwistle. You were second on John Entwistle. Matt Nichols gets the Kiss auction, and this is sold to him for $38. $38. That is sold to Matt Nichols. That is sold to him, okay? Kid Rock and Overkill, we're waiting for Kaiser on that one. Kaiser, are you out there? Next auction is Blondie. This is called Eat to the Beat. It's a Japanese pressing of Obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Blondie is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It has the cover and Obi. Would you ever do a crate with no auctions, just fly through crates? That would be like on a very special night. That would be like on a Sunday or something if we ever tried to do something like that, but probably not, no. That would really kill the flow of the sale. I know you're like, well, auctions kill the flow of the sale, but listen, I've tried going live before a long time ago without auctions, and it was... It was more people asking questions, where's the auctions, and then I have to answer them that we're not doing auctions. There's always something. There's always something. It'd be like, where's the auctions? Is there going to be any auctions? I'd be like, no, we're not doing auctions tonight. And then, of course, 2 new people would join the feed. Why aren't we having any auctions tonight? Okay, Kid Rock is, like I said, $125 with John Kaiser. So, Guy Shard, that goes back to you now. Overkill over here. Overkill is sold to John Bensmoyer for $135. He's out, so this is sold to John Kaiser for $125. And Blondie is a $35 start, a Japanese pressing, going once, going twice. Let's try to go through this bin one more time right now. And let's do another Kid Rock. This is Kid Rock, The History of Rock. This is a 2016. This album was only pressed in the year 2000, and then again in 2016. It's out of print, and this is, Laura says, American Bad ASS is his best song is on this album. Kid Rock is a $75 star. There it is. It's now up for bid. The History of Rock. Kid Rock, that's now up for bid. Our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing, and that's Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA. And this is a Japanese pressing with Obi, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the shrink and Obi. Another Kid Rock. There we have it, okay? Those are now up for bid. Let's go through this again. So auction, no pay, auction, auction, auction. And then this was a pre-owned. And Fred Carnell got Pussifer. I hadn't pulled that yet. And then this was pre-owned. That was pre-owned. Then these are all sealed, okay? Maybe I can get back on track here. I feel like I just went through, I feel like y'all just sent me through the ringer, honestly. The last 20 minutes, I feel like I've just been sent through the ringer. Been sent through the ringer hard. Hard. We have over here Miles Davis. I'm trying to catch my breath, trying to answer everything. I got a few more other KISS items over here that he get paid for. But the first thing I have is this. Miles Davis is over here on deck, I promise. It's literally laying on top of the crate now, so I don't forget. We're about to make Blondie. Billy Johns, if you're going to bid on Kid Rock, you got to put the title and a bid, okay? You got to put a number, otherwise you're not bidding, right? It just looks like it's just looking like a nothing, okay? You got to put a number. Here's what's left in the new stuff. We have Saxon, Dogs of War, $38.99. Nirvana, I said I'd go ahead and discount that to $29. We have Spinal Tap. That's already discounted to $29. The other Spinal Tap is $36. We have Zach Top for $34. Acid Bath is $39. Acid Bath is $39. Morgan Wallen's $54. We'll stop there. Blondie's a no bid. Eat to the Beat is a buy now for $35. Kid Rock, let me look at that one more time, but I'm pretty sure it was near mint minus. Pretty sure it was near mint minus, okay? Here's Blondie, and let's just go ahead and put this up for a buy now for $35. The no bid pile over here is getting pretty tall. Let's put this one right over here. Kid Rock, last bid over here on this was $75, and this is a 2016. It's near mint. Near mint with insert and shrink wrap and the original inner sleeves. There's Kid Rock. Look at that. Folks, I want y'all to look at it. There it is. And if you want to screenshot that and make that your lock screen, he would greatly appreciate it. This is at $75 with Billy Johns. Bruce is a final call on this for $35, okay? Blondie is sold to Robin Glenn for $35. Here's the rest of the crate. First thing we have is Chubby Checker Biggest Hits. This is $6.99. And this has the punch-out photos on the back. Also $6.99 is Focus, In and Out of Focus. That's a sealed copy, too. That was $6.99. Those are discounted records. And then we have Otis Redding, the best of Otis Redding, a 2LP VG Plus, $29.99. Anthony Riddle wants Acid, Pagan, Terrorism Tactics. I got more of those if anybody else wants them. I got more of those if anybody else wants them. The Beatles Red Album is $99.99. And then Funkadelic. What is the grade on Funkadelic? VG minus. I mean, I don't have it officially graded by John Paul or Laura, but in my first glance, just to be safe, it looks like a VG minus copy. I don't have pressing plant. I don't have a year. I don't have information. I barely have a title. That is $70 VG minus. If not, we'll get it retagged and re-researched, and I'll sell it again next week. We have Razman on Focus for $6.99. Saxon and R2D2 pen for Jamie Butler. I like that comment. He did a double dip there. Kid Rock has a new bid for $80. Billy Johns, you're out. Saxon is so to Jamie Butler. This crate is full. Let me start a new crate over here. This one is full. And we got an R2D2 pen over here. Let me show the other Hatchet stuff, the Miscellaneous that was down in here. Last R2D2 pen is sold. What did I do with those? They're over here. So all those are sold. All right, all 4 of those are done. And there's the baseball cards Brent bought. Nice. All right, and then over here, let's grab another empty crate. Okay, and then Bruce is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $35. Born in USA. That is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. Over here, Kid Rock. Guy Shard has it for $80. It looks like he's about to get it. Nobody else has bid. It's a final call. It's a final call. Kid Rock, the history of rock. This has only been pressed twice, and it's not in print. This is the second press from 2016. It is near mint and shrink with insert. And then over here, that is a final call, and that is at $80 of Guy Shard. We sold Focus. We sold Saxon. We sold R2D2. Funkadelic is sold to Wayne Carr. That is sold to him for $70. You said baseball cards. They're already sold. Kid Rock is at $90. And then over here, Jordan, $2,323. Surely you're joking. We have Men at Work for $37. Men at Work is $37. We got John Lennon Imagine for $30. This is a 71 USOG Los Angeles pressing, inner sleeve and shrink wrap, VG++. Imagine you buying that record for $30. Men at Work is near mint minus and pristine for $37. And then Docket. I don't have grade. I don't have details. I can tell you this. It looks like it's a VG Plus copy, just with some scuff marks. It's $35. It's in shrink wrap. Next auction is Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. This is a 1960 USOG, and Laura has no condition notes on the vinyl. That is unbelievable, actually. Wow. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover has some writing. Somebody wrote their name a couple times, but other than that, original price tag. Miles Davis, a US 60 stereo, $35 start on that. Who asked about Dawkin first? Dawkin was first asked about by who? Adam Bernardi. Adam, if you don't want it, Brian Thurman does. Okay, Kid Rock has a new bid for $95. James Davidson and Billy Johns, you're back out. And that's what's left in that hatcheted crate. I'm going to go through the one that Paul went through the last Friday, because I hadn't went through that one yet, okay? And then here is some other hatcheted stuff that didn't sell, okay? Kissology Volume 1, $60. Kissology Volume 3, $45. Kissology Volume 2, $61. Kissology Volume 3, $52. And Kiss Bundle CD, DVD, $70. Now, did Ed tell me who didn't pay for these? Okay. Yeah, I got to figure this out. If no one buys these, I'm going to ask for this guy. Let me go back and see what happened here. I know the person who bought these, I'm going to have him pay for these. I mean, if somebody wants them right now, otherwise, let me see if we cancel this or something. Otherwise, I'm just going to tell Ed he's got to pay for these. He's still buying stuff and he's still paying for stuff. Otherwise, we just got to. Okay, yeah, we're going to rebill him for this. So all this is going to be just be re-invoiced. I'm going to tell Ed right now. Okay. Let's see, Kiss. Yeah, he's got to pay for all this. Or he can't have all the other stuff. Simple as that. You got to pay for all this, but you can't have any of the other stuff. And you can't ever buy from us again. You can't. One thing that some people have trouble with is they want to pick and choose invoices. Okay? If you buy a bunch of stuff and all of a sudden you can't pay an $800 invoice, that doesn't mean you can keep buying because you can afford a $100 invoice and never pay for the $800 invoice. If you can't pay for the $800 invoice, then you can't just keep buying stuff and trying to get little invoices because you can afford those right now. That just means you probably don't need to be buying stuff at all. Okay, if you can't pay that 1.8, but you can buy one, that doesn't make any sense at all. Okay? Doesn't make sense at all. So I'm going to set all this on Ed's desk. It was all on one invoice. He's just going to get rebilled, and he's got to pay for it. Okay? Let me do that right now before it gets all misplaced and out of order. But that's something that happens quite often. Somebody get a $800 invoice, like, holy crap, I can't pay for this. But can I keep buying because I can buy $200 a week? I'm like, no, you can't. You got to pay for this $800 invoice first. And I'm like, why can't you just take 4 weeks and save up $800 and then go ahead and pay that one off? And then I find out some people just can't do that. Some people have to be buying every week, and they have a really hard time putting away money. So they get a big bill, and then they're like, holy crap, I can't pay for this. And I'm like, well, that's unfortunate. That means you never can buy from us again. Okay, so over here we have Miles Davis at $50. This is with Adam Bernardi. So one more time, this is a 1960 USOG. It has writing on back cover, but other than that, the vinyl is unusual to see this at near mint minus. This is highly unusual to see something like this in near mint minus, and that is at $50 of Adam Bernardi. Luke and the Grooves, you did ask about Funkadelic. I didn't hear back from you, so I'm assuming you didn't want it. If you do want it, let me know. You have first dibs. If not, I'll sell it to Wayne Carr. You have first dibs if you want it. Next thing over here is Kid Rock. I'm assuming we were done. I said Guy Shard had it for, I had Guy Shard at $95, and everybody else said out. This sold to Guy Shard for $95. That is sold. There we have it. Now, the first person who wanted Dawkin is... okay, the first person on Dawkin, pass. This is sold to Brian Thurman. Brian Thurman gets that for $35, okay? $35 on that. This is a stereo. This is a stereo 1960 USOG. The vinyl's near mint minus, and the cover's VG, and the high bid on that's $55. I think we're ready to go, right? Okay, and Luke and the Grooves, if you want that, let me know. Miles Davis, Dawkin pass, Dawkin out, Funkadelic, Bandhammer, might as well send me a Black Sabbath Volume 4. This is sold to Anthony Riddle for $33.99. If anybody else wants one, I have more in stock. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Miles Davis, 56. Okay. Luke and the Grooves does want Funkadelic. Wayne Carr, sorry, he asked about it earlier. He asked about it first technically. This is sold to Luke and the Grooves for $70. That is sold to Luke and the Grooves for $70 on that, okay? Miles Davis is at 56 with Adam Bernardi. Okay, let me send a message right quick to Ed so he knows what's up on this. All right. And then George Scher also wants a Black Sabbath 4. Let's get that pulled over here from one of these other crates. I got you. I got you. Plus, I need another wall decoration back there. Okay, moving right along. I'm going to go through the other Hatchet Egg crate. I think that was shown Friday, and try to get all that sold as soon as I can find another Black Sabbath Volume 4 for somebody. Let's see, right now we'll put Black Flag back there, My War, for $29.99. What happened to the rest of the Black Sabbath Volume 4s, please? They're probably right here. There's this. There's this. There's all the new stuff. They're not in there. Okay. Got it. Who was that? George Scher, right? Let me write that down. I didn't get the Funkadelic. No. Luke was, he asked the grade, and then he just now said he wanted it. Okay? He just now told me he wanted it. So it technically has to go back to him. All right. George, I'll find that for you, okay? I know I have them. There's that. Next auction. Lords of Acid. Lords of Acid, expand your head. A 1999 USOG VG Plus condition, $35 start for Lords of Acid. $35 start for Lords of Acid. That's now for bid. Miles Davis is at $75. Next auction, coming from the Japanese crate, is as follows. I have an Obi-less Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. No Obi, but it is a very nice Japanese pressing, a $35 start. $35 start. Japanese press with insert, gatefold jacket, $35 start. Or is it a jacket? It came from Japan. Is this a, this might be a US. Hold on a second. Hold the phone. I think this might be a really nice, beautiful US Apple pressing. I think it is. Yeah, I think this is US. It is. It came from Japan, but this is a US press. This is an early 70s Apple pressing that's just absolutely pristine. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. That's a U.S. edition, though. $35 start on that, okay? Okay, these no bids actually... Okay, I'll just leave this over here. We might can combine that with the other one and do a video. I hadn't gone through these. I've been waiting to do it all week. They've been right here next to me. Pestilence, Testimony of the Ancients. Pestilence is $33.99. Also, we have Hailstorm, Everest. Hailstorm is $29.99, opaque, hot pink colored vinyl. Miles Davis, the high bid right now is $90 with Andrew Isaacsmith. Lords of Acid has a new bid with Shannon Mashaka for $45, and the Beatles at $35. Rat will be shown in just a second. No jump aheads. The Pretenders, the singles. The Pretenders is a 2LP, $39.99. Jack Johnson, On and On. Jack Johnson is $36.99. Van Halen live, Tokyo Dome, 1989. It does have a little bit of a crease right here. That's a new and sealed Van Halen bootleg, $29.99. Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Get Happy. That's VG condition, $12.99. Lords of Acid, $47. Lords of Acid, $50. Holy moly, Jim B's bidding. That must be a $400 or $500 Lords of Acid album. Oh my gosh. The Beatles, the final call for $35. Miles Davis is at $95. Megadeth, Rust in Peace, EX condition, $32.99. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. It is a reissue, 180 gram. Nice clean copy. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida, EX condition, $17.99. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. Also, the Romantics is $24.99. What I Like About You, the Romantics is $24.99. Megadeth is sold to Nick Bargeron. We have Red Rose Speedway, Paul McCartney. VG condition, $12.99 for Paul McCartney. Also, Hard Rope and Silk and Twine, Incredible String Band, VG $9.99. Lord of Acid is at $60 with Shannon Mashaka. Miles Davis is at $95 with Adam Bernardi. I've said that 3 times. I was making sure Andrew Isaacsmith was done bidding. Also, I've said the Beatles at $35 about 5 times, so I'm hoping everybody's done bidding on that. Ryan Eaton on Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. That is sold to Ryan Eaton. Now the Miles Davis is at $100. Adam Bernardi, you're out. Delaney and Bonnie Genesis is $19.99. And Bluntz, folks, that's spelled B-L-O-O-N-T-Z. Bluntz is $24.99. Buddy Cordova on Van Halen Live. That's sold to Buddy Cordova. Incredible String Band is sold right here to the Use of Cedars. Miles Davis, $105. Beatles is at $37. Lords of Acid, final call, Shannon Mashaka, $60. Now we're just waiting for one straggler. He goes by the name of Jim B. He's either going to bid again or say out. Did we sell? I got a bad habit. Did somebody buy that Blondie earlier, Eat to the Beat? I'm trying to, because I know somebody didn't buy Bruce Springsteen, but I'm trying to figure out what I did with it. I have a really bad habit about putting these no bids in the sold crate. Did I do that again for Bruce Springsteen? I did. Nobody bought Bruce. Did anybody buy Blondie earlier? What did somebody buy Blondie earlier? I think somebody bought Blondie earlier, though, didn't they? Or did I once again screw up and put that in the sold crate? Last week we had a stack of stuff, and they was like, nobody's buying these Japanese pressings, and you're putting them, we're putting them over here in this, in the sold crate over here. Okay, next thing is Lords of Acid out. Lords of Acid's out. Incredible String Band. Miles Davis, $105. Beatles at $37. And then Beatles out. Beatles, $38. Jim said out. Rob and Glenn bought it. Okay, good. All right, so there's that. So nobody bought Bruce, though. I knew that one was a mess up. All right, so I got Bruce out over here, and then Miles Davis is at $115. Lords of Acid is sold then to Shannon Mashaka for $60. And then the Beatles over here, Razman has this for $38. George Sherry, you're back out. All right, so Miles Davis, Beatles, that's our current 2 auctions right now. Next thing going up right now is Pretty Maids. Pretty Maids is called Spooked. Pretty Maids Spooked is a 2009 Italian reissue, top seam split. It does have a top seam split. Where's that at? Right there. Oh, yeah, very common with these modern pressings. They can't figure that out. $45 start, Pretty Maids. Next in here is Sun Bomb. Sun Bomb, Evil and Divine, sealed, $24.99. Sun Bomb, Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, and SRC pressing. Looks pretty clean to me. Very nice. $44.99 for Zeppelin. Also, Disco To Go, all original hits, $12.99. And the Red Clay Strays, gold vinyl 2024, $39.99. And Rat is $36. A 1985 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve. VG condition Rat, VG OG. Rat is $36, okay? Next thing we have over here, we have the Beatles at $40, Pretty Maids at $45. We got Miles Davis at $120, Pretty Maids $45. Miles Davis at $125 is Jack Johnson OG. Jack Johnson is new and sealed. This is originally out in 2003, so this is not an OG. It's new and sealed, $36. Pretty Maids has a bid for $50. Holy moly, Jim B's bidding. That must be a $2,000 or $3,000 record. Rad is sold to Jerry Torrey's for $36. Pretty Maids is at $55. Next thing is the Beatles. Razman is out. This is sold to George Scherer for $40. A beautiful copy there of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Oh, 20 years ago today. Next thing, Pretty Maids, $55. Tracks on Disco, we can do that. Right after I say that Miles Davis is a going to once, a going to twice to Adam Bernardi for $125. Now it's at $130. Robin Blondie. Yeah, I'd already pulled that. I was just confused earlier. I have, like I said, a really bad habit of putting stuff in the sold bin when it's not sold. And I almost did that with Bruce, but I called it with Blondie before I made a mistake. So I called it with Blondie before I made a mistake. Here's Volume 4. I have one extra copy of Volume 4. This one's sold to George Scherer. George Scherer, thank you. I have one more for $33.99 if anybody else wants one. All right, so that was the Hatchet Ed crate from last Friday, and that leaves Jack Johnson, new and sealed, $36.99. Red Clay Strays is pre-owned, but it's sealed, gold vinyl, $39.99. Disco To Go. This has Amy Stewart, Knock on Wood, Chanson, Don't Hold Back, A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie, Tavares, More Than a Woman, We All Need Love, Toriano, The 3 Degrees, Giving Up, Giving In, I Can't Stand the Rain, Eruption, Peebo Bryson, Crosswinds, Gonzalez, Haven't Stopped Dancing Yet, and Minnie Riperton, Minnie Lane. Pretty Maids at $60, Miles Davis is at $135. Zeppelin's a 70s press, so this album OG would be $73. This is like a 75 or a 77. $44.99. James Davidson gets Sunbomb. Bloons. Derek Clark says, Bloons has a strong Kiss connection. Members would join Paul Kossoff and Backstreet Crawler. There we go. That's a note from Derek Clark. Delaney and Bonnie Genesis, The Romantics, self-titled. What I Like About You, $24.99. Delaney and Bonnie was $19.99. Iron Butterfly and Agata Davida was EX $17.99. Costello was VG $12.99. The Pretenders, this has been out of print. This was new, sealed, $39.99 on that. The newest album from Hailstorm, Everest, pink vinyl for $29. And we have Pestilence, and that's $33.99. Pestilence, okay? That is new and sealed as well. Next auction coming from the Japanese crate is Rat, and this is out of the cellar. It is definitely a Japanese pressing. It is definitely near mint minus and pristine. It is definitely a $35 star. Round and round. Awesome. $35 star. Rad. No Obi on that one. Richard Willis does want Hailstorm. This is a book we found last night going through books. This is Andy and Dawn, The Making of a Friendship in a Classic American TV Show. That's from Fred's collection. $9.99 if you want that one. And I also have these two items right over here. I have a Donald Trump autograph, and I got a Michael Jordan rookie card. That's two, we'll call those blue chip investments right there. We have Miles Davis. The last bid on Miles Davis is Adam Bernardi at $135. Andrew Eisensmith is out. Ryan Eaton wants the Andy Griffin book for $9.99. Thank you on that. That is sold to Ryan Eaton, and George Jones was second on that one. If y'all can stay late for the Collectibles Book Club every night, we have the Collectibles Book Club, which starts about 11 or midnight every night for a couple hours. We go through hundreds of books, straight off Fred Goodwin's walls into, straight off Fred Goodwin's bookshelves into y'all's bookshelves. All right, Hatchet Ed strikes again, and then Hatchet Chad struck. Some of these, I'm doing the opposite almost. I'm like, I'm taking them back to Hatchet Ed. I'm saying, no, these people have to pay for these or they can't buy from. There's some people in here still trying to buy stuff from us without paying some of these. And I'm like, no. You got to pay for these, and you can't buy anything else ever. You can't be picking and choosing invoices. You can't buy 7 or 8 things and be like, man, I don't want these because I've already bought some other stuff and I can't pay for those. Too bad. Miles Davis is at 150, Rats at 35, and Pretty Maids is at 80. Okay? First thing we're going to do is we're going to go through another crate. We're going to go through another crate. We're going to go through a crate. And this is going to be new stuff from today that has never been shown before. And we're going to go through it, buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. This is brand new stuff from today, never shown before, and we're going to go through them. Buy it now or best offer. Wow, there's some great titles in here. Let's do it. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Wow, there's some clean, nice looking stuff in here. Let's go through it. Oh, and there was one more no bid over here. One more no bid over here. This is, or no, one more Hatchet Ed. A Stephen King book, Revival, for $14.99. Another book, $14.99. $14.99, okay? Let's run down Miles Davis. They already know the deal on Miles Davis. Over here, we have Pretty Maids, Spooked. Pretty Maids is a 2019 Italian reissue. The vinyl is super clean, near mint minus. Rat has one bid for $35, and that is a $35 bid with Brian Campbell, and he's about to get it for $35. And then Miles Davis is at $155 with Adam Bernardi. Andrew Eisensmith is up to you, okay? Sorry, I just had like some breathing exercises there to get my oxygen level back up to normal. We have Weather Report, Heavy Weather with Hop Sticker featuring the single Birdland. This is a 1977 Terre Haute Weather Report, Heavy Weather, $26.99. Zawinul's on here. Wayne Shorter, Jaco Pastorius, $26.99. Also, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Alice Cooper is $29.99. Goes to Hell. Alice Cooper has the original on her sleeve, $29.99. And we have the Kinks 20th Anniversary Edition, $29.99. Michael Jordan is unfortunately not autographed. No. Instead of $3,000, that would make it about $85,000. That would be insane. His signed rookie cards it's huge money. You're talking like brand new Mercedes-Benz money. Cruising people, Village. How about Village people cruising? It was a state of the YMCA, $14.99. Just know it's best acceptable offer, not highest offer. That's true. Just because you make an offer doesn't mean I'm going to accept it. Todd Saw got confused by that one night. It's not make an offer and I'll take it. It's make an offer and I'll either accept it or counter it or decline it. Unfortunately, we don't have name your own price crates. We have a 78 Jacksonville. This is the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's on the purple capital label. Those are always desirable pressings. $39.99 on the Beatles. So right off the bat, clean Beatles, clean Village people, King, clean Kinks, Alice Cooper, and Weather Report. Jim B's offer $25.50 for Michael Jordan. You must be joking. Hopefully you're joking. John Fogerty center field is $19.99. This is Put Me in Coach. I'm ready to play today, center field. The Duke Ellington Orchestra is $14.99. And Frank Sinatra, the night we called it a day, Frank Sinatra is $14.99. Over here, Pretty Maids has a final call. Pretty Maids has a final call. Ken Crooker, $85. Jim B's out. Miles Davis, the most recent bid was Adam Bernardi at $165. Andrew Eisensmith, you're out. Nice auction going on here. Near mint minus and pristine. 1960 US OG stereo. It is near mint minus. Rat just got one bid out of the cellar for a nice, pristine Japanese pressing. Crazy. $35 to Brian Campbell. That is sold. And I think we're done on Pretty Maids, but because that did have several bidders, we'll make sure that just gets one more chance, and then I'm going to go ahead and sell it. All right, so let's put this away over here. And then we have a couple things going on with AC, Alice Cooper. So the first thing on Alice Cooper over here, we have Grant offer 22, George offer 23, Grant offer 24. So here's how this works, Grant. You get it, but it would be for $23. And since you've already offered 24, I guarantee he's okay paying 23. That's so to Grant Toyton for $23. Miles Davis has a new bid for 170. Ryan Eaton offer 32 for the Beatles, sold. Great vintage crate here. We have Elvis Love Songs. This is $9.99. Also, we have John Denver's greatest hits. Take Me Home, Country Roads, To a Place, I'm Only $14.99. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, $34.99. You got to have that one. If I went and looked at your record collection, I'm going to say, do you have a copy of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu? And you're going to be like, no. And I'm going to be like, what? You don't have that in your collection? We have REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, $19.99. These all are buy it now or best offer. Roy Buchanan, My Babe. There's Roy Buchanan having a date with his Fender Telecaster, $19.99. And new auctions as soon as I show you Jay Giles Band. You're getting even while I'm getting odd. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $19.99. Pretty Maids is officially sold to Ken Crooker for $85. There's that. Was Stephen King a hardback? Any writing in it? Sold if it's in nice condition. Stephen King Revival. Nice. No, this came from the guy we bought off from local. Yeah, this is like new condition. I got about 7 more left. I thought we sold them all, but evidently there were some that got put out before they got shown here on Facebook up front. So that's sold to Natasha for $14.99. Boy, we have sold... You should see the table. I'm amazed every night over here in the Operations Center. Some weeks it's CDs, some weeks it's posters, some weeks it's cassettes. Y'all should see the books that's stacked up over here we've sold. I mean, it looks like an Amazon sorting facility. There are books stacked up everywhere that they're going to have to ship out next week. Stray Cats. This is $29.99. Stray Cats is a 1986 Allied pressing. We don't get that one as often. That one's called Rock Therapy. It does have a saw mark. And Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, a classic, $34.99. And it's OG with Bob Lugwood mastering. Nice. Miles Davis at $180. Boy, they're still battling over that one. We got Nashville Cats going up for auction. Some people call it Pussy. And this is a nasty, raunchy album here. This is a 2000 USOG, the only time this album has ever been on vinyl worldwide. And we're going to give you a Nashville Cats bumper sticker. Holy moly. This is super clean, near mint minus, and this is going to go up for a $65 start. This is as raunchy as it gets, folks. Some good old Nashville, $65 start. Miles Davis at $180. And we have Sammy Davis Jr., Buddy Rich, The Sounds of 66, $9.99. What was the no bid price on the baseball cards they get claimed? The $800 worth of baseball cards, I sold those earlier to Brent Robley for $100. The $1,000 worth of baseball cards, yeah, Brent Robley bought those for $100. And now Jim B is pounding on his keyboard because he just knows that he missed out on about $1,000 worth of baseball cards that Brent Robley's already bought for $100. We got Nashville at $75. We got Dire Straits. That's going to be sold to the first offer, which was George Sherritt at $28. Jeremy Burke, you were a close second. Fred Cardinal on Stray Cats, that sold Nashville $65. And Sammy Davis Jr. is called Sammy Davis Jr. Buddy Rich, The Sounds of 66. A tricolor Steamboat Mono, $9.99. Also, George Thorogood, moving on over. George Thorogood, $19.99. Move it on over. And then we got Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, $19.99 for Mick Jagger. Roy Gallagher, calling card. Roy Gallagher is $19.99. And sounds like Herb Alpert, the Tijuana Brass, Casino Royale, and that is $19.99. Boy, Miles Davis, Adam Bernardi's out. This is sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $180. That is sold. Nashville is called High as Hell, and the high bid right now is $125. We got Sammy Davis Jr. sold for $7 to Adam Bernardi. Folks, this is a clean, nice crate here. Oh my gosh, I can't believe more people hadn't asked for this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe more people hadn't asked for this. Oh no, holy moly. I guess some people thought it was the reissue. OG Mad Season. A 1995 real OG Mad Season, super clean, HD side, folks. Some of these sealed have sold for almost $1,000 on Discogs. This is a real 1995 US OG pressing, scarce, highly desirable. We're talking about Lane Staley Mad Season. This is real. I think I've only ever had this twice. The last one I had like 5 years ago was sealed. I remember it. It was sealed. And this one is beautiful. Near mint minus. It is going to go up for a starting bid right on the button. So there's no questions. No, is it going to get an air horn? Could it get an air horn? It's going to be an instant air horn. $500 start. $500 start. The fourth side is etched. The fourth side is etched. This is a real 1995 Mad Season. It's up for bid. A $500 start. There it is. Good luck bidding. Rare. Nashville is at $175. Fred needs to put back Stray Cats. That's okay. It's only a $3,000 restocking fee. That's a one-time deal, and that deal's over. We have Weather Report. Domino Theory. Weather Report is $19.99. We have Basie picks the winners. Count Basie picking the winners. $9.99. And Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road. Johnny Cash is a 2 LP. Look at the promo strips on those. Golly, it takes up the whole cover. It's got promo time and strips, $26.99. Nashville's at $200. The Mad Season's a $500 starting bid. Y&T open fire. Y&T, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. A $35 start. It has the insert. It has the cover. This is a Japanese pressing with no obi. How about a $25 start? $25 start. Who's on the Weather Report? This one. I don't know if I can tell you fast enough. It doesn't say on the back of the jacket. That one's called Domino Theory. Next is Joe Walsh. There Goes the Neighborhood. Clean copy, $19.99. This is Pink. That must be the artist. John wrote Pink. Yeah, Pink. Let's get the party started. Oh my gosh. 2001 white label promo, $19.99. You've got to be kidding me. Nashville's at $225. Mad Season is a $500 start. $500 start. Laura says a G Plus jacket and VG copy sold for $210. A VG Plus copy sold for $347, and a sealed copy sold for $941. That tells me that Mad Season is a great price at $500, just saying. Next thing over here, we have Weather Report, $14. This is pending, though, to Ryan Mustaine. He says he's going to go check on it right quick. Brian Thurman got Pink. That's already sold. Grant, you were second. Nashville's at $250. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. $34.99. Y&T's a Japanese pressing. Excuse me. A Japanese pressing. A $25 start on open fire. We have Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John is $24.99. Grateful Dead Shakedown Street. This is a 78 Terre Haute, $49.99. And we have Bose, Salutes the Sounds of Mercury Records, and an Adventure in Spectacular Stereophonic Sound. This is $19.99. I actually have a set of those speakers in the back. We got to replace them. John has the kit. But I have a set of speakers that look just like that in the bag. They're pretty desirable. All right, Nashville's at $250. Melanie's out. Next thing in here is Snow White. Walt Disney Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That's $19.99. Yellow Disney label. Charles Lloyd Nirvana. $19.99 on Charles Lloyd. 10 Years After and Alvin Lee. 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company. I'm Going Home. Durham label, $19.99. James has Y&T for $25. And we have Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Kelly Vladarchuk on Disney Snow White. That is sold. We have Uriah Heep Abominog for $19.99. And Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, $24.99. Nobody bid on Mad Season. You can pick this up for a $500 price tag. And I'm going to say, I think that's, we get asked about this all the time. But this is a record we get asked about all the time. Oh no, what just happened? I lost my chat. Oh no. Okay, what's on my screen? All my chats just got deleted. Adam Bernardi. gets, what was your offer on Weather Report, Adam? And then nice Rob Fordham sold to Rob Fordham for $500. He's probably like, yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Rob Fordham, as always. That was a schnapp. He got it. Wow. This is sold to Gregory Roberts for $250. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $14. And this is sold to James Bullock for $25. The table is clear. We're ready for all new stuff. We're also going through a great buy now best offer vintage bin. Let's keep the party started. Next thing I have is this, Fight. This is a 2019 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 1,500 on white vinyl with black splatter. Rob Halford is the vocalist. 2019 Record Store Day. I get asked about this one a lot. And this one is a $50 start. $50 start. Jeff Malwitz on Uriah Heep, $15. That's sold to Jeff Malwitz. Thank you on that. Next auction is the Ramones. This is the Ramones Pleasant Dreams. The Ramones is an 81 US Allied original sleeve EX, $35 start. Bob Seger, Mongrel. Bob Seger is $29.99. Don't get that one too often. Also over here, we have Styx Crystal Ball. What a nice clean copy. Look at the jacket. Very nice copy of Styx Crystal Ball, $19.99, $5.50, $5.55, $5.75. Charles Lloyd, $16, use of Cedars. Charles Lloyd, $16, use of Cedars. Sell that to use of Cedars for $16. Steppenwolf Rest in Peace is $19.99. Nice Van Halen OG Fair Warning and Shrink Wrap, $44.99. Scott Yoakumstaller on Styx Crystal Ball. That was, what happened to it? Right here, that's sold to Scott Yoakumstaller. And Thin Lizzy Chinatown. Thin Lizzy Chinatown. A nice, clean copy. $34.99. Whoa! That probably should have went up for auction. Oh, Thin Lizzy there. Next auction. Everybody, have you heard? That's the opening lyrics to The Stroke by Billy Squier. Unfortunately, not on this album. But we got Billy Squier here. Emotions in Motion. $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Billy Squier is a $35 start. Top cam view. Top cam view. There we are. Wow, what a great crate there. Auctions are up. Ramones, fantastic night. Thanks for joining us on a Friday night. Thanks for joining us on a Friday night. We have 5 more crates just like this one that John's marked for today. We're going to be doing discount. We're going to be doing auctions. And we're going to be doing, oh, I mean, there's going to be so much stuff. You're going to be going, gosh, Chad, please make it stop. Save some for the rest of us. Come on, dude. What are you doing to us? Golly, holy moly, I need a monster. I'm going to do something that I don't do too often. I bought it, and if I don't drink it now, I never will. I've got a monster I bought at Publix out of the old thingy over there. You know, the thingy they have over there. So I've got something here. And if I drink, I haven't had one of these in a long time. If I drink this, there's no telling what might happen. We could cause chaos. I could open this up and start drinking it, and you'll get a notification from whatever news app you use, and it'll say, World War III has commenced. So I better be careful. I have a black and green can. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is like drinking pure gasoline. No sugar, though. Okay. And I'm going to go home and play Call of Duty Black Ops 7 all night. I wish. Every time I've played video games, I'm like, I should be selling. Whew. Oh my gosh. Whew. Holy moly. Whoa. Don't worry, I brought a chocolate chip cookie back here too. I brought a chocolate chip cookie back here too, don't worry. I'm on a quick snack break. I'm getting the sugar mixed in with the no sugar so it balances out. Whew. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'll be wired. This is it. I'm gonna have to go get that. That's one of those weird cookies where they put salt on it. Y'all know those chocolate chip cookies and they put salt on them? You're kind of like, why is this kind of salty, but then it's sweet? Okay. Back to business. So I introduced Fight. Let's go over all three of these right quick. Fight is up for bid right now. This is a 2019 Record Store Day, limited to 1,500 on white vinyl with black splatter. Rob Halford band. Rob Halford from Priest. That has a high bid right now for $100, okay? And then over here, we have Ramones, Pleasant Dreams. The Ramones is an 81 U.S. Allied. The Ramones is an 81 U.S. Allied. And the Ramones is a high bid right now. And this is at 30, I think that just came in, $36 with use of cedars. It's an 81 OG EX. And then Billy Squire just got a bid. Billy Squire just got a bid. And Billy Squire just got a bid for $36 to Javi Soto. Okay, and that's at $36 right now. Now, there was also a claim for Thin Lizzy. I noticed when I went up to the back, yeah, Jamie Butler, good pull there for Thin Lizzy. And we sold Christopher Yoakum, Cristobal. Okay, let me go through these one more time without drinking the Monster too fast. Now I've got the hiccups. Cookies, Monsters, and we're going to go ahead and read through another crate, but let me just read you these in case you missed some of these. I'm going to go ahead and tell you what you missed right quick, okay? And if you need a price, let me know, because there's some really clean, nice records in here, like Weather Report, Heavy Weather. Now, this one has Wayne Shorter, Pastorius is on here, Joseph Zawinul. That one's $26.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Like, we price these. If you buy them, fantastic. If you want to make an offer, if I think it's reasonable based on the title, the grade, how often we get it, and how good of a mood I'm in, I could take any kind of offer you throw at me. So don't ever hesitate. Our vintage OG stuff, I'm here to sell it, okay? We have 100,000 plus LPs, 100,000 plus LPs in this building, easily. I don't have enough time in the day, hardly, to get through 12 crates. We got to sell these things, okay? I'd rather sell them now than put them in a discount crate or any other time. So always, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'll either counter or say yes, okay? So keep that in mind anytime I'm going through a crate, because we got like 6 like this to go through tonight. And Timothy Horn offered 22 for Seeger. Mongrel, that was 22, sold. Fair price, I'm taking it. That is sold, and that was $22 to Timothy Horn. Thank you. Okay, the Kinks 20th Anniversary Edition, which is a compilation. It has some of their great songs on it, like Well Respected Man and Sunday Afternoon. That is $29.99. And then we have Village People Cruising, $14.99. Village People Cruising, $14.99. What was Fight? The last bid on Fight was Patrick C. Smith at $115. Final call on that, Ramones at $43. And then Billy Squire. That wasn't a bid, that was with Javi at $36. $36 on that one, okay? Next thing over here is this, and we have John Fogerty Center Field, $19.99 on this. And we also have, okay, so I'm not make sure I don't want to mess up my Billy Squire and Bob Seegers. Billy Squire's at $36 with Javi Soto, $36. Baloney, I made an offer the other night and you gave me a real hard time about it. You're such a liar. The other night you said people offer a couple dollars less than what I asked for and I already gave it a discount on it. Man, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I apologize. The Duke Ellington Orchestra, $14.99. No hard feelings, I hope. I have no clue what you're referring to, though. Duke Ellington, $14.99. We have Frank Sinatra, The Night We Called It a Day. Sinatra was $14.99. Also, Elvis Love Songs. K-Tel Alert. K-Tel Alert. Where's Stacy Metternich at? $9.99. Elvis Love Songs, $9.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits and Shrink Wrap, $14.99. Country. Where's the John Denver people at? Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, $34.99. REO Speedwagons, $19.99. Roy Buchanan, My Babe, Roy Buchanan, $19.99. All right, so Fi is officially sold to Patrick C. Smith for $115. That's sold. Brian G. Owens on Elvis. This is sold to Brian G. Owens. K-Tel Alert, K-Tel Alert. The Ramones is still getting bids. It's at $44. And Javi, you've been bumped. Javi, you've been bumped on this at $37. Ramones is at $45. And Jay Giles, you're getting even while I'm getting odd. That's in Shrink with Hype, $19.99. Over here, and we have Frank at $20. What was Frank over here? Frank Sinatra. This was actually $14.99. That was actually $14.99. Whatever, I think you're a jerk now. Well, I think you're getting me confused with Seth, but sorry you feel that way. I apologize if I upset you. I don't even remember what record was that. And I like to think of myself as the opposite of a jerk. So, sorry. We have Pink Floyd. This is the Division Bell, a real 1994 OG pressing. This is a real 1994 OG pressing, the Division Bell. This is a 1994 USOG limited edition translucent blue vinyl. It does have the original on her sleeve, a $195 start. A $195 start. This has the original on her sleeve. Now, I've had a lot of bootlegs. I've had a lot of reissues. The new remasters, of course. This is a real 94 OG blue vinyl, $195 start. It's a gatefold jacket, and it is a beaut. It is fantastic. $195 start for Pink Floyd. Haven't had one of those in a while. Okay. Now, next thing we have is this. The Ramones was at $45 to Thomas Hujar. Javi got outbid on the Billy Squier at $37. And then next thing over here, Todd Saw is going to go see if he has the EO. And then next thing over here is what was bod before the 44. The bid on the Useless Eaters, you $44. Thomas bid $43. You bid $44. Thomas has bid $45. So you have it 45 on that. Okay, and then Joe Ives says he'll take Frank Sinatra. That's sold to him for $14.99. And then over here is this. And next thing, George Thorogood moving on over, $19.99. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, $19.99. Roy Gallagher, or as some people say, Roy Gallagher, calling card, $19.99. That is on the green crystal label. Herb Albert's, $19.99, Casino Royale. Stray Cats was $29.99. And then Basie picks the winners. Basie picks the winners, $9.99. Basie picks the winners, $9.99. Count Basie again. Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, 2 LP, $26.99. Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood, $19.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. I know exactly what he's talking about now. It was on this album. It was on a Pink Floyd Division Bell. Hey, don't question my memory. I had a Pink Floyd Division Bell, BK over on YouTube. I had it $49.99. I had it marked down to $39.99, and he offered $37. And I said, the new vinyl is on sale already. There's no further discount. I usually don't discount it anyways. It's $39.99, no more, no less. I know exactly what happened now. Because this right here jogged my memory. It was a Division Bell, and it was $49.99. It was 20% off for $39.99. He offered $37, and I said no further discount on new vinyl when it's on sale, which is I've always done that. I've always done that. So that's what he's talking about. That he was getting new vinyl confused with pre-owned. New vinyl is rarely on sale. When it is on sale, there's no further discount. No further discount on that. Next thing over here is Cats, Stray Cats. We have an offer for $20 and $23. Stray Cats, $23. Mike Ospaw. was the high offer, but Gregory's first. So Gregory, if you want that, is $23. And then over here, the Ramones is at $48. Todd Saw got Joe Walsh for $15. Mark Riley got Roy Gallagher for $14. I'm going to go ahead and take that to Mark Riley. And then Samuel Kopech on the Kinks. Samuel Kopech on the Kinks for $15. Samuel Kopech on the Kinks for $15. This one back here, sell that to Samuel Kopech for $15, okay? And then over here, we have Stray Cats. Joe Ives, you did get Frank Sinatra, and so this is sold to Mike Ospaw for $23, okay? And then this is Elton John Blue Moves. This is $24.99. Grateful Dead Shakedowns, a 78 Terre Haute, that's $49.99. The Bose Sound Demonstration Record, $19.99. 10 Years After is $19.99. We have Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues, $19 on that. Rod Stewart was $24. And then Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, was $19. And this very nice copy of Van Halen, Fair Warning, $44.99. Okay, so over here, I want to make sure this has been up for a while, but I think we are done on it. And that was that bid of James Davidson, $37, okay? That's sold to James Davidson for $37. That is sold. James Davidson, $37. That is sold, okay? Now, that is that. And then the Ramones over here. This is an 81 U.S. Allied OG. Does have the original on her sleeve. It's in EX condition. The Ramones. The Ramones is at $48 with Thomas Ujar, use of Cedars. It goes back to you, okay? And then over here, Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is the Division Bell. It is a 94 US OG, blue vinyl, limited edition, translucent blue vinyl with the original on her sleeve. It's $195 starting bid, final call if you want to lock that in, okay? And then Bose over here, Chris Frazier, Bose, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $10. Okay, let's go through another crate like that. I actually wasn't going to go through that in detail. I was just going to read titles, but I started reading titles and prices, and offers started coming in because I think the later we go on Friday nights, more people join the feed because they're getting home from all their riffraff and everything, all their riffity-raffities. So two things to distinguish on Collectco: pre-owned and vintage stuff, and new vinyl. New vinyl is something that I stock, and I'm glad we do stock it. We sell a lot of it, but it's not really anything that we can negotiate on. It's always like sticker price. We rarely put it on sale. And then some people may hop on and think that they're, you know, it's a best offer crate. But whenever we put on new vinyl on sale, obviously I'm not going to discount it anymore. So that's just always something to remember. Let's do another Kid Rock. This is Kid Rock, Rock and Roll Jesus. Over here, Kid Rock, Rock and Roll Jesus. We have Kid Rock is a 2016. This album was only pressed, the OG pressing of 2007, and then this pressing of 2006. Kid Rock has nothing in print except the greatest hits album. I have one in stock right now up front on the store racks. It's $44.99. Other than that, all of his solo albums, especially all of his early stuff when he was trying to be a rapper, or was a rapper, those are out of print for sure. $75 start on that one, okay? Ramones Miscondition Phone Glitch. The Ramones is in EX condition. The Ramones is in EX condition, okay? Next thing over here, Pink Floyd's at $195 of John Kaiser. It's OG near mint. That is that. Plan for the night. Mostly vintage pre-owned on sale. Or these are actually new arrivals, but they're best offer. So pretty much tonight is going to be vintage for the rest of the night. All discount and best offer, okay? Discount or best offer. Van Halen was OG. Van Halen was OG. Yes, that is OG, okay? Kid Rock 75. I didn't mean any disrespect to Kid Rock when I said he was trying to be a rapper. I've listened to that album before. I have it on CD, and it was autographed. We still have it autographed. And I was like, I got to listen to this because I've never known him. I forgot that's how he started out up in Detroit, you know. And I'm not going to say anything. I like the song with Sheryl Crow. I like that one. Go ahead and judge me. I like that one. Hatchet Ed Crate. Laura's not here today. No Laura. She took today off. I think she's at a concert. She got all the auctions ready for us last night. She was here to almost 1 a.m. And there's no more Hatchet Ed. We've went through those twice already. No, it's just going to be stuff like this. All new stuff, best offer. Michael Wood does want Van Halen. Let's pull that for him. Thank you on that. And let's keep rolling over here, okay? Here we go. Yeah, that's right. Those new vinyl is usually at cost. That's right. If I'm putting it on sale, 100%. Okay, so the Ramones get another bid. It's up to the Useless Eaters. I've got to sell this though. Or if you're out there, I've got to sell this, Noah. It is on the clock. I mean, he's had it for. I'm going to count down from like 10 maybe. It is way up here. He's had it for 10 minutes at $45. So $45, $46, $48, my bad, $48 for 7 minutes. $48 for 7 minutes. Okay, so 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer. The Ramones is sold $48, and this is sold for $48. And this is sold for $48 to Thomas Hujar. Useless Eaters just bid $48. He already had it for $48, so that's sold to him for $48, okay? John Kaiser gets Pink Floyd for $195. $149. This is sold to John Kaiser. $195. $195 on Pink Floyd. What did I just say? This is sold to John Kaiser for $195. Yeah, $195 on this, okay? That is sold $195. Okay, and now Kid Rock is at $80 of D-Kong 52. D-Kong 52. All right, new vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Don Williams portrait, $9.99. Don Williams is $9.99. Thomas Hujar got the Ramon for $48. Sorry I had to sell that one like that, but it was a long time in between bids. Nice pickup on that, John Kaiser and Thomas Hujar on the Ramones. That's a double LP. Elvis, $29.99. Walter Trout Band, Telling Stories. Walter Trout Band is a 94 Euro press. That looks interesting, $44.99, and Donna Summers, $9.99. Next auction from the Japanese bin is going to go up right now. The Police, Synchronicity. Nice, The Police, Synchronicity. Classic album, $35 start. The vinyl is actually black. $35 start. The U.S. pressings, of course, can be a variety of colors. $35 start on that. That's now up for bid. The inserts here, but man, it's got some serious... It almost looks like it was in a fire or something. I don't think that's humidity damage. I think that's like, I don't know. That's interesting. But there's the cover. $35 start on that. Next thing is this. We have Kid Rock out. Kid Rock at 85, Kid Rock 90. George Jones on WT for Walter Trout. Thank you on that. Moving right along. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits. $9.99 for C&T. We have Charlie Parker, One Night in Birdland. Charlie Parker's a 1977 white label promo. Charlie Parker is $24.99. It's a Columbia white label promo. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. These are new. I've got new arrivals probably for the next hour. Just like this. Southbound Blues Band. Southbound Blues Band is an 82 German press, $39.99. And we have Ernie K. Doe, Volume 2, the New Orleans series, $19.99. Adam Bernardi on Charlie Parker. That's sold to him for $17. Also, we have Ace Moreland, Sizzling Hot. Ace Moreland is $19.90, $14.99. And Rick Sings Nelson. Rick Nelson Sings, or Rick Sings Nelson. This is a 1970 German press. Rick Nelson and the Stone Canyon Band, $14.99 on that one. All right, next thing we have is Kid Rock, which is now at $90. James Davidson, you are outbid, just FYI. And then the Police is a $35 start. Stacey Metternich on CT. And CT was Captain and Tennille, so to Stacey Metternich. And now we have CP, Charlie Parker. I've already sold that to Adam for $17. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Ernie Price, Ernie K. Doe Volume 2 was $19.99. It's on a label called Bandy, B-A-N-D-Y. Volume 2 is what it's called here. Nice. Everything in this crate has already been pre-checked, and it's all EX Plus or better. Golly. I got a gnat that I'm ready to assassinate. Okay, stuff y'all can't see going on behind the camera. Next auction. Man, we still got talking heads. I don't know what that says. I don't know what that is. Kingdom Come. Let's do that one. Kingdom Come is an 88 USOG in shrink with high vinyls VG Plus. A $25 start for Kingdom Come. That's now up for bid. Okay. Hank is still got Hank still going too. Unbought gets Ernie for $15. We have not sold Hatebreed. We have not sold Hank the Third. I'll get those on deck. Kid Rock is Rock and Roll Jesus. It is a 2016. This was only pressed 2 times, the OG in 2007 and the 2016. This is the 2016. It is near mint and shrink, and the high bid on Kid Rock right now is $90 of Dekong. It is up to James Davidson. Kingdom Come is a $25 start. Rock and Roll Graffiti, $19.99. And this is called The Bobcats, $19.99 on that. Mel Stevens and the Strollers, A Rockin' Good Way, 2001 UK. That's another Rockabilly record, $19.99. Or Sleepy LaBeef on the Sun label, Rockabilly 1977. That's $19.99. Andy Gibb, folks, it's Andy Gibb, Shadow Dancing, $9.99. Checking Out Beach Sounds. That's a compilation from the Tramps, Mel and Tim, Fontella Bass, Billy Stewart, The Dales, $14.99. Kingdom Comes $25 start. No bid on the Police Synchronicity, so you can pick up this Japanese pressing for a $35 buy it now. That's the Police Synchronicity, $35 buy it now on that. We already sold Sepultura. Yes, Kingdom Come now has 2 $25 bids. 25, 25, 25, 25. I gotcha. I got the gnat. I got it. Hope that was the only one back here. Yes, Stacy, you got Captain and Tennille. Somebody was second making an offer, but you got it first. We have a $25 offer on this. Let's do 28. 28, and I'll sell it to you. That's a nicer, you know, that's a little bit more desirable title there. The Synchronicity album. Sleepy LaBeef is sold to Fred Cardinal for $15. Adam Bernardi gets the Police for $28. And let's go ahead and roll Kid Rock so we can put up some other stuff. And Kid Rock is sold. Kid Rock is sold over here. Kid Rock is sold over here, and that was to, I know it's Dekong. What's the price, Mr. Kong? $90, Rock and Roll Jesus. That was the 3rd Kid Rock album of the night. The other 2 already sold. If anybody does want that greatest hits, I've got it in stock, new for $44.99. And folks, if that ever goes out of print, golly, it will be just as expensive as these, if not more. Paul Cruz, you're out on Kingdom Come. Somebody just got ahead of you. Let's see here. What was those that were just asked about? I know they're in here. Hatebreed. Okay, here's Hatebreed. The Rise of Brutality. A 2006 German reissue, sealed. Now, the shrink on this thing, man, the shrink on this is really tight. I mean, it's almost causing, I don't know if Laura called it. It's really tight shrink wrap. It's almost causing a bow in the cover. Can you see that? Well, no, it looks pretty flat there. You can kind of feel it, though. It's the shrink on it's really tight. So I'll put it to you this way. If you open this record and there's a problem with it, you can send it back, of course, if it's like slightly warped or something. But I can just tell you the shrink on this it needs to be taken off. It's way too tight. So even after you open it, otherwise it's going to cause the cover, I think, to bow even more. $55 start. Kid Rock is $44.99. Kid Rock is $44.99. One second, please. Silver Connection. Golden Girls. Silver Connection is $9.99. Fire Beats Inc. A 2006 Norway Garage, $29.99. I'll also say, Ryan, if you want to keep this sealed for collectability, or whoever wins this auction, or if you want us to open it and make sure it doesn't have a warp before we ship it, that might save some trouble. Also, if it's slightly warped, we can put it in our machine and try to fix it before we ship it. So either way, or if you want to keep it sealed because it's a sealed record, You might want to do that. You might be buying it not to open it. Totally up to you. Kingdom Come, we had a tie, but no one else would ever bid again. That was sold for $25 to Thomas Sujar. Next is Elvis, the 56 Sessions, Volume 2. Speaking of Elvis and speaking of flattening, that just happened. We found an Elvis Sun record in a stash of 45s in the back. John said it was warped, though, and he's trying to fix it. But we found an Elvis Sun record somewhere in the back. We didn't even know we had it. And which is, y'all know, super highly desirable, collectible, the original Elvis Sun recordings. This is the 56 Sessions Volume 2, $24.99 on that. We have Art Garfunkel Breakaway. Art Garfunkel is $9.99. Also, we have Divinyls, What a Life. Divinyls is $19.99. Hatebreed has a new bid for $55. Now Hatebreed has a new bid for $60. Let's also go ahead and put up this Black Sabbath Paranoid. This is an OG with Iomi spelled correctly. Iomi is spelled correctly, so it's a repress. The true OG pressings of this, Iomi is misspelled. They put 2 O's and 2 M's, but it's not bad. Laura's conservatively graded it a VG copy. Nice jacket, too. Y'all know this jacket is known. This is a well-known jacket for having a lot of ring wear. There's Paranoid, a $25 start. Our next Japanese pressing, and I got that other one on deck, whoever asked about it. I think it was Gregory. What was that other one that was asked about? I have it right here. It was Hank 3. Hank 3 is definitely next for us, these two over here. Okay, Rat Dancing Undercover. This is a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing. It does have the insert, and that's a nice copy from Japan. $35 start on that one. Next thing over here is Hatebreeds at $60. Patrick Lear on Male S for $12. Male S for $12. Male S. Mel Stevens, sell that to Patrick Lear for $12. You got it. James Davidson got Elvis. You got it. Hatebreed at $65. Paranoid $25. Also, we have Don Williams. K-Tail alert. K-Tail alert. Don Williams images $9.99. And we have Chikanga, the Walter Wanderley Trio. Chikanga, $19.99. Also, What Divinyls and Price and Condition. What a Life Divinyls. It's called What a Life. Fred Cardinale, original on her sleeve. Nice. $19.99. Next is Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. Three Dog Night is $19.99. And Chicago Transit Authority. Nice. Also a record that usually has a ton of ring wear. This is a repress, though, with that Columbia 70s label. $29.99. I was thinking today, because I was listening to some Chicago on the way here after I left Publix. And I was like, you know, Chicago's one of those bands that have like 2 different eras. The Chicago I like is like a rock, jazz, fusion, like really cool early great vocals, and then there's a whole nother Chicago, which I don't have a problem with, but that's more of like the 80s love ballads, like I Am Alive Again and Love Me Tomorrow. I like about those first 5 Chicago albums, especially this one, the second one, everything through that Greatest Hits album they did. That's the Chicago I liked. Fred, if you don't want the Divinyls, then it's sold to Patrick C. Smith. It's $19.99. Paranoid just has 1 bid for $25. I unfortunately don't have any jackets. No, unfortunately not. Mark Stanley, you're out on Hatebreed. Ryan's back in at $65. No bid on Rat. Japanese looking for a $35 start. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Unfortunately, Tony M. That might be Tony Murphy from the shipping department here. Shout out to Tony in the shipping department. Elton John, Yellow Brick Road, a double LP, $34.99. Not bad whatsoever. Not bad whatsoever. 14. Fred, this already has actually been claimed, so it's yours, but it will be sticker price. It will be sticker price. Yeah, Terry Cass. Yeah, I mean, some people, Chicago's one of those bands like Yes that a lot of maybe, I don't know, maybe what generation, I'm thinking like Gen Z people may not listen to, that I've got into bands. Like I've gotten a lot of people listening to Zeppelin and Beatles and Yes. Well, when I say Chicago, they may be going and listening to the wrong stuff. You know, they might listen to some of the late 70s, early 80s stuff, which you might not like if you're not in the same kind of realm of likes of me. The early Chicago stuff's great. You know, it's like rock, fusion. I don't know if fusion is the right word. It's just unique. It's Chicago. They have their own sound almost. Rat has a bid for $35. Ryan Mustaine on Elton John. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $28. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $28. Adam, that's already been sold. Divinals is sold to Fred Cardinal. And Hatebreed, did Mark Stanley go out? He did. This is sold to Ryan Eaton for $65. And let's do this. Let's do this here. Let's do a note, write a note on this for somebody to open it and make sure it's not warped, okay? And then put it in a new anti-static for him, because I'm worried about that one being too tight. But we'll check it before we ship it so we don't have to ship it back, blah, 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 blah. Paranoid's at 30. This is a 71, but it's a repress. So if you looked at this at first glance, you would think it's OG, which it is, sort of. It's from the first year. But the way that you know it's like a first pressing is the way Iommi is misspelled. All compositions by Iommi Osborne, Butler and Ward, Tony Iommi, John Michael Osborne, Ozzy, Geezer Butler, and Bill Ward. So that label there, they misspelled Iommi originally. Right there, it's spelled with 2 I's. So that's the true first label. It's probably the same stampings and everything. Boy, I've got somebody that has one of these signed inside of the gatefold. I wish it was signed on the front cover, but it's sweet. He's got one signed all right here. Like, I think there's 3 over here, and then Ozzy signed over here. Oh, man. I think I can buy it where maybe I can make some money on it. If not, just keep it. But I could do a deal on it before the end of the year. I hope I can. That would be, it's an expensive item, but man, it's so sweet. The inside of that gatefold signed. Okay. Next thing is Rat's about to sell, and moving on, we have ELO 2, $19.99. Electrolyte Orchestra 2, $19.99. Genesis in the beginning. Genesis is $19.99. Same thing with Genesis. Almost 2 completely different bands. You got early prog rock Genesis with Gabriel and then Phil Collins, and then they almost turned into an 80s pop band, but they still had great music like Abacab and everything from that era. $19.99 for Genesis in the beginning. Eddie Harris, Mighty Like a Rose. Eddie Harris is a 61 mono, $24.99. So this is a compilation of more of the prog rock type Genesis. $19.99. More of the prog rock type Genesis. Peter Gabriel, yeah. So Phil Collins doesn't even appear on this album. It's Peter Gabriel, Anthony Phillips, Anthony Banks, which is Tony Banks, Michael Rutherford, and John Silver. There's that one. And we have Gullah, Breath of Carolina Low Country by Dick Reeves. This is $14.99. So Black Sabbath at $37. Let's go ahead and sell Rat. That way I can put up 2 new auctions. And Rat is sold to Gregory Roberts for $35. Thank you, Gregory Roberts. That's sold to you for $35. Time for new auctions. Let's do Black Crows and let's do Hank the Third. Black Crows and Hank the Third. Let's do that right now. First thing I have over here is Hank Williams III. You got Hank Williams Sr., the country western honky-tonkin' legend. You have his son, another huge successful career, and then he had a son, Hank III, and this one's called Straight to Hell. It's a 2011 U.S. Record Store Day. They only did 700 on smoke-colored vinyl. It's on smoke-colored vinyl. Kind of hard to tell unless you get it right up to you. And it's in VG Plus condition. Lord says, let's get it rolling for $150. These are kind of all over the place. Some VG Plus copies have sold for $130. Some VG Plus copies have sold for $300. So we're going to kind of start that one at $150 and see where it goes. Black Sabbath is at $40, and then we have a soundtrack here, Banjo Man. Earl Scruggs, The Byrds, Joan Baez, $19.99 for Banjo Man. Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. The first label should be a Columbia 6i. It could also be on a 2i. This is a 2i label, so not a first press, but still an earlier 60s record. $9.99 on that, and The Best of Cream. This is what got me started in Cream. I mean, it's an amazing track listing. Should be on a yellow Atco label. $34.99. That should be an OG. I mean, I don't like saying unless we have it 100%, but that's got all the right markings. Address, matrix, $34.99. Sunshine of Your Love badge, Crossroads Right Room Swallow Bar, Born Under a Bass Sign Spoonful, and then these right here, Tales of Brave Ulysses, Strange Brew, and I Feel Free. That's a great comp. That's on heavy 180 gram Atco vinyl, or not 180 gram, heavyweight vinyl. right the transition into the early mid-70s, vinyl got lighter just due to everything going on in oil and gas shortages, petroleum. Vinyl started getting lighter, so I see a lot of people, they'll say it's on, you go through eBay sometimes, it'll be like it's on heavy vinyl, meaning it's like definitely like a 60s record. Some of those early 50s records, they feel like they're almost on 200-gram vinyl. It's pretty crazy. We have Deep Purple live in London, an 82 UK, $29.99. Hank is at 150. Details on Hank. Hank is a 2011 US Record Store Day exclusive on smoke-colored vinyl. So it's the 2011. Now, that might have been one of the first times this was on vinyl. I know it came out in 2009. This is 2006, 2009. And so it's, I don't know if it says reissue, but that might have been one of the first times that was on vinyl. So that's always been tough to get. We have bids for $150 and now $155. Over here, Black Sabbath Paranoids at $40 with Joe Ives. Josh Jones is out. We're about to sell that for $40. It's a VG71 repress. Okay, so I think that was made in 2009 on vinyl. Gregory says it was. Okay, so there is an OG pressing of that, and I think those are really difficult to find. Jeremy Burke said 25 on Cream. I'm going to sell it to you. Hope you enjoy that one as much as I have. I still got the copy I've had. Probably one of the first 20 records I ever bought. I think I bought it at a garage sale when I first got I remember it took us forever to track down a working record player. That was before the record boom, and I was kind of a kid still buying records, I guess, in like 2007, 9. How old was I? I was pretty young. I was like junior high, and I was like interested in vinyl. It took us forever to find a Crosley record player, and then it was hard enough finding vinyl, and then all of a sudden the boom started hitting. And then I've been buying and selling them ever since. Deep Purple here, would this get an offer? It didn't. David Jennings wants the Genesis album. That's so to David Jennings. Hank's at 155, Hank's at 175, and Hank's out and recycling the vinyl. Yeah, that is true. That's why those Pink Floyd records from the mid-70s, like Animals and Wish You Were Here, even if you have a mint OG copy, they're still kind of noisy, because even if you open up an OG copy, because they're not made of the best quality. So on that, let's go this right here. All right, this is sold over here. I think we finally found a Crosley record player one time in like it was like a place like Ross or something like that. I can't remember. Joe Ives gets the Black Sabbath. We finally got a Crosley. That was my very first record. It's one of those that looked like an old radio. You know, they started making them. Cassette player on the side, CD tray in the front, and then a turntable that lifted up. I think I ended up giving it to somebody. I wish I kind of still had it for just nostalgia, but let's see over here. Okay. Next thing is the Black Crows. This is called Wiser for the Time. Okay, no telling what's going to happen on this. It's a 2013 USOG black and white marble vinyl, 4 LPs of live recordings. Never had this before, never seen it. It is official. It's from the Black Crows. It's a $95 start. $95 start, 2007 junior high. I think so. I graduated high school in 2014. So yeah, that'd be about right, I think. Yeah. Should be. Moving on, we have Ricky Nelson, $19.99. We have Cheap Trick self-titled, a UK copy, $24.99. Cheap Trick is $24.99. The Who's Quadrophenia, double LP. It is a reissue on MCA. I knew that right off the bat because there's a barcode on the back. When this album came out in '73, barcodes were really non-existent. $39.99 on that. Shy Lights, Happy Being Lonely. The Shy Lights is $14.99. Smokey Robinson, Oh Smokey Here and the Miracles. It does have some writing on the cover, $14.99. Also Elvis. Now that is his second studio album. This is a 92 Japanese pressing. Whoa, a 92 Japanese pressing. Never seen such. Never seen such a thing. A 92 Japanese pressing. $49.99. Eric Clapton at his best. Wow, these are always kind of worn and torn. This one's beautiful. That's probably why John's marked it what he has at $36.99. I mean, it's wide, it's crisp, it's clean, there's no creases. And that is Eric Clapton at his best, $36.99. Don't forget, this is a best offer crate. And we have Delaney and Bonnie, $19.99. And, hey, I was just talking about this album. It is a early 80s Carrollton press of Wish You Were Here. Now, look at that. It looks like it's beautiful. $64.99 for Pink Floyd. 64. So I don't have an exact year. It just shows up as a Carrollton press. It probably doesn't have the postcard. John would have marked it. Nope, just has the inner sleeve. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. All right, so where are we on Hank? Hank is a final call to Gregory Roberts for $175. He has it, and we're about to sell it. The Black Crows is at $130 with John Kaiser, now $135 of Eddie Passir, and then Rich Krulak gets the Cheap Trick for $20 sold. And let's go ahead and just read. I'm just going to read the titles now. The last time I went through it in detail. Let's not do that because we have more we can get to. And if y'all want a price on something, just be sure to let me know. Let me take another sip over here of Monster. And does it look like a Carrollton press? Yeah, let me FaceTime Seth right quick and find out. We got a little bit of a battle going on for the Black Crows. No surprise there. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. This is a Simon & Garfunkel deal I've never seen before. Or excuse me, the Paul Simon songbook. I've never recalled seeing this one before. The Paul Simon song, I've seen it, but not as a Japanese pressing. I'm a Rock, Leaves That Are Green. Written by Paul Simon, Paul Simon, Paul Simon, Paul Simon. Sound of, wow. $25 start. We'll do this one for a $25 start. Insert, inner sleeve, shrink, and the Obi cap with a hop sticker or a Sony sticker of some sort. $25 start on that one. And then let's go ahead and sell, let's sell Hank over here. Hank is sold to Gregory Roberts for $175. Thank you on that. Black Crows is at $138. Eddie and Thomas are in a steel cage death match at the moment. That's at $138 with Thomas. Let's move this over here. Paul Simon. Ow, what did I just catch my finger on? We probably need to put something on top of this. These crates, they're kind of unfinished. What I need to do is, we need to redesign our whole table back here. The people have spoken tonight. The people are ready for an auction table change. I just redecorated it with the artwork back here, but I think the people are ready for a change. That's going to be Jake and Tanner's department. If y'all got a concern about the auction table, you got to take that up with Tanner and Jake, especially Jake. He does all this for us. I wish y'all could see everything around me. There is a lot here. There's a lot there. There's a halo light over here. There's a lot over here. There's lots above me. There's a camera above me. There's 2 spotlights up here. There's 3 spotlights over here. And, of course, I got the store lights on. Jake set up all that. So I am surrounded by lights. And if I cut them off, it's really dark in here, even though there may be glare. But we got to get that fixed where it looks a bit better. Here's what's left in here. We have Don Williams' portrait, Elvis Gold Records Parts 1 and 2, Donna Summer, I Remember Yesterday. I don't think that's supposed to go. It says UK something. Donna Summer. We have Southern Bound Blues Sound. We have Ace Moreland. What did I just say? Southbound Blues Band. Ace Moreland Sizzling Hot. We have Rick Sings Nelson. Rock and Roll Graffiti. Andy Gibbs Shadow Dancing. Checking Out Beach Sounds. Silver Connection Golden Girls. Fireballs Inc. Don Williams Images K-Tel. Art Garfunkel. Chikanga. The Walter Wanderley Trio. We have Three Dog Night. We have the Chicago Transit Authority, ELO2, Eddie Harris, Gula, A Breath of the Carolina Lowcountry by Dick Reeves. What exactly is going on here? Not for sure. Next thing is Banjo Man soundtrack. Tony Bennett, Deep Purple Live in London. Ricky Nelson, The Who Quadrophenia, The Shy Lights, Smokey Robinson. By the way, Black Crow. Okay, so Black Crows, 142 Thomas, 145 John Kaiser, 145 Eddie Passir. John, right here where my finger is, John Kaiser's came in first. So Thomas, you're out. Eddie, you're out. Final call on Paul Simon for 25. Eric Clapton at his best. Pink Floyd, and Delaney and Bonnie and Friends. Somebody said that's Bob Dylan in the car. Very possible. $19. Does this one got only you know? Yeah, this one has only you know and I know. If you've never heard a Delaney and Bonnie song, go listen to that one. That's probably their best. And Eric Clapton, you can hear Eric Clapton in background vocals, and you can definitely pick out his guitar. That is a beautiful Delaney and Bonnie and Friends. It's a textured cover, one of those Atco textured covers. Let's see if it has an original inner sleeve. Just a generic inner sleeve, Atco 3D, and it is a reissue. So this is a mid-70s press. This is a mid-70s press. And then over here is this. We have 4650. Yeah, that's what I kind of read on the back here, Ryan. At a quick glance here, it looks like it is... it looks pretty interesting. Yeah, it's dialect. It's essentially here. I won't use the exact language this does. It's pretty politically incorrect the way this is written, but yeah, it's dialect, African American dialect used in this area. This guy basically went down there, studied it, and documented it. So that's what's going on here. $14.99. Next thing is Black Crows at $155. Joe Delgado Smoky, $9. This is... Actually, Adam just asked about it. $14.99. It's called Smokey Robinson the Miracles 4 in blue. And then, Adam, if you want it, it's $9 because Joe Delgado just made an offer after you did. Okay, and then Paul Simon's a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. Paul Simon, if Songbook is a Japanese pressing, $25. And Pretty Maids is already sold. Yep, you just missed that one, Dwayne. Dwayne, that one sold. I was figuring you would ask for that one at some point because you buy a lot of their stuff. There's that. Okay, and this is $25. Buy it now if anybody wants it. So Adam Bernardi, Joe, he just beat you out on that one. That is sold to you for $9. So that's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Paul Simon sold to Adam Bernardi for $17. We have over here Gula. Adam, I'll do that for $10. That'll be $5 off. That'll be $10 on that one. Okay, and then next thing we have is Christopher Nagy on Banjo Man for $10. Let's go ahead and sell that to Christopher Nagy for $10. Don't hesitate to make offers in here. You're going to be surprised. Hey, it's Friday night, and we're going to have another vintage party tomorrow night. That's sold for $10 for Christopher Nagy. Gula is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. And then what was... there was one more offer. Richard Willis on Andy Gibb for $6. Sold. And that was right back here. Now my crate's really full. Let me swap out crates. This is going to be heavy because it's full of vintage. Oh my gosh. Pre-owned records take up more, pre-owned records take up less space so you can fit more in a crate. So when I have a full crate of like vintage LPs, they weigh so much more than like a whole crate of new vinyl. It's crazy. Okay, now the Black Crows is called Wiser for the Time. The Black Crows is called Wiser for the Time. That is a box set. It's a 4 LP from 2013. It's OG colored vinyl. The high bid is $156. $156 on that. $156. I'm going to lay these pads back here so we don't get these, the unfinished edges of these crates don't scrape anything that's not in a sleeve. Okay, we've read through this crate thoroughly twice, and I think I didn't miss anything, right? Oh, and then Trent asked about Eric Clapton. Trent Peasley. Yeah, this is called Eric Clapton at his best. So it's a comp. It's a compilation. I see stuff from Derek and the Dominoes like Layla, Let It Rain from a solo career, After Midnight, Little Wing, more Blind Faith there. And Why Does Love Have to Be So Bad? That's another one from Derek and the Dominoes. And this one is nicer than most. I'd say this is in the upper 10% of the way I know. They're usually kind of stained and worn out because they're white covers. They also make a Jack Bruce at his best and a Ginger Baker at his best. $36.99. They make them for the other two members of Cream. There's a blue one that says Ginger Baker at his best, and I think there's a, what color is, there's a blue one for Ginger Baker, and Jack Bruce has one too. And they're all compilations. Okay. Let's go through another crate. These have been great so far. Sell that to Trent for $30. You got it. All right. Opeth and Horacle. I got Horacle, and I have Opeth going up right now. Yep. Horacle's from the new stuff. Probably most people watching didn't get to see the new vinyl from tonight because I showed it early and there was very few people watching. But let's go ahead and put up Opeth. I say Opeth. I hear other people say it online, Opeth. Opeth Ghost Reveries is a 2005 OG. A 2005 OG. This is Steel and Shrink with Hype. It's an OG pressing of Ghost Reveries from 2005. $50 start on that one. Black Flag, I don't have, it's new from SST. Probably whatever the most recent in-press version is. $29.99. Okay, and then let me go grab those if you want one. And who are you? I don't recognize your Twitch handle. C-Buck? C-Buck. Let me see if I can figure that out. C-Buck. C-Buck, C-Buck. C-Buck. I don't know a C-Buck, but let's go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. All vintage stuff here, pre-owned, and this is all going to be B-I-N-B-O. One crate after another here, okay? Charlie Buck, okay? Charlie Buck. 1 second, please. One second. Did y'all hear all those knuckles pop? That means we're about to go through an amazing crate of new stuff right now. Sting, a 4-track 12-inch from his Dream of the Blue Turtles album era. $14.99. All these are Buy It Now or Best Offer. Weather Report, Mr. Gone. Weather Report is $19.99. Another really clean bin, so everything in here is going to be EX Plus or better. The Black Crows is still getting bids at $166. Opeth is at $50. One bid with Charlie Buck. One bid with Charlie Buck. We have Herb Albert and Tijuana Brass. What Now, My Love? $19.99. And then the Black Crows is at $166 with Thomas. That's between two people now, John Kaiser and Thomas Hujar. Also, Rob Fordham joining the bidding. So we got 3 active bidders. One's dropped out. Eddie says he's done, but there's still 3 active bidders. Wow, Nina Simone coming out of nowhere. A 71 Hollywood press, $54.99. This one's called Here Comes the Sun. Here Comes the Sun, as in, I'm assuming that's got to be the George Harrison song. Is it? It's got to be, yeah, Harrison. Just Like a Woman, Dylan. Ooh Child, Vincent, Mr. Bojangles, Walker. She's doing some cool covers on there. $54.99 for Nina. We have Ronnie Wood. Now look, Ronnie Wood has a promo sticker on the label, and it's a promo copy, promotion copy, not for sale. That's $19.99. And we have Janie C. Riley, Harper Valley, PTA, $9.99. Nina Simone already has an offer, $40 with Donna. Let's do right out of the chute. I'll say $45 on that one. I don't think I've had that one before. I don't think I've ever had that one before. Opeth is about to sell for $50. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And from the Japanese bin, we got a Bee Gees here. Living Eyes. Living Eyes is going to go up for a $25 start. Beautiful vinyl, Japanese press with insert and Obi gatefold jacket, $25 start. This is Opeth Ghost Reveries. Opeth Ghost Reveries is a 2005 OG. It's a 2005 OG, and that's a $25 start. Or excuse me, that already has a bid for $50. BG's is a $25 start. This has one bid for $50, and we're about to sell it, okay? We're about to sell it. Black Crows is still getting bids. I'm going to let that just simmer over there. So Donna does get this for $45. Carol Carol Puckett, not Puckett. How about Carol Puckett gets Ron Wood for $15? Nice. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, just $19.99. That is, let me make sure the label's not misprint. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Okay, sometimes the label says the labels are misprinted. That's a great price on that, $19.99. Eno Morricone, that does have the Ecstasy of Gold, which if you're a Metallica fan, you know what they come out to before their shows, right? So good. That is so to Brian Thurman. Matt Nichols was second. To A Good to Be Alive, John Baldry, $14.99 on John Baldry. Simon and Garfunkel, again, this time the concert in Central Park, a 2 LP with booklet, $24.99. La Belle, Nightbirds, and this one has the song Lady Marmalade on it. La Belle is $14.99. Opeth has a new bid for $55. We're not done on Opeth. Now it has a new bid for $60. And we have, Chad, can you please check the pressing on Nina? Question has come up. Nina, the Nina Simone over here is a 1971 Hollywood press. 71 Hollywood press. The vinyl is spectacular, and it does have just a little bit of a ding over here on the corner, but the vinyl's really nice. So it was pressed at Hollywood Record Pressing Plant in 1971. Okay, next thing over here is this. We have Patti LaBelle. We have 2 offers. We have a 10 and a 9. And Steve Mason was first, so that's so to Steve for 10. First and highest offer. Black Crows is at $175. Kaiser and Hoojar are still battling that out. Opeth is still getting bids. And BG's has 1 bid for $25 to Steve Mason. He's about to get it. Rocket 88s, full auto. Rocket 88s is a 1988 press, $16.99. We have Roy Gallagher Against the Grain. Roy Gallagher is $19.99. That's a green chrysalis label. Also, Johnny Guitar Watson, ain't that a BITCH? Johnny Guitar Watson, gold stamp promo, VG cover, DJM label, $29.99. Mick Jagger, Primitive Cool, Shrink and Hop. Jagger's $19.99. I've never seen one with hop sticker. Promo? It's a white label, but it doesn't say promo. No, I guess this is how it's made. I think that's just how it's made. Jagger's $19.99. It does have the original on her sleeve, though. Nice, okay. Also, we have Yardbirds Favorites. Yardbirds is $24.99. And Ted Nugent, Call of the Wild. That's Ted Nugent and Ambroy Dukes. $24.99. Does have a saw mark here. Opus 75. BG's is so to Steve Mason. 1 bid. Oh, sorry, got something in my eye. Steve Mason gets BG's for $25. The price on Nina, it is already sold. It was $55. I took an offer for $45, or I had an offer for $40, I sold it for $45. It's already sold. Okay. Not a promo on Jagger, didn't look like it. Jay Giles, that white label threw me a curveball at first. Jay Giles, Monkey Island, $19.99 for that. Everything in here so far is really clean looking. Nice. Jackson Brown's first album, a 72 Presswell with the textured cover, $49.99. So the first pressing of this will be on that Asylum label, 1841 Broadway. It has a inner sleeve with it, and the cover, it kind of looks textured. It's supposed to look like what it's supposed to look like here, which looks like a burlap sack kind of deal. That has Doctor My Eyes on it, $49.99. Black Crows, $175 with Thomas Hoojar. You was at $174, Kaiser. Thomas has it for $175. Let's add a third auction. Nice. Metallica. Live at the House of Vans, London, England. This is Metallica. This is an official release, too. This is from the Metallica fan club. This isn't a bootleg. This is one of the few Metallica official live deals they've put out other than their big releases like S&M. You know, they don't put out really a lot of live albums except for their fan club stuff here. Very cool. They played in a small little venue here, and this is a 3 LP, $95 start. $95 start. Opeth is a 2005 USOG Shrink and Hop EX. Shrink, Hop, and original price tag. High bid's $80. Charlie Buck's out. Rob Fordham has it. Black Crows is still getting bids. It's at $177. Now Metallica's up. We're also in a buy it now best offer pre-owned vintage bin with wonderful, wonderful titles. Okay. First thing I'm going to do, give me 1 second over here. Human Switchboard. Human Switchboard is a 1980 New Wave, $34.99. Interesting. 1980 New Wave, Human Switchboard. Paul Butterfield, Put It in Your Ear. Paul Butterfield is $19.99. Also, Roy Buchanan Hot Wires. Roy Buchanan, $19.99. Rocket 88, $10. Rocket 88, that was right here, full auto. That is sold to Patrick Lear for $10. Black Crows is still getting bids now, $179. Looks like we're done on Opeth. Hammers Up, Rob Fordham, $80. And then Metallica is at $85 with Revving It Up 03. Also, we have Chet Baker, Once Upon a Summertime. Chet Baker is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live. Harry Chapin is $14.99. And Jamming with Edward, Nicky Hopkins, Ry Cooder, Jagger, Bill Wyman, and Charlie Watts, $34.99. $34.99. I've never seen one with this special, very low list price. It's like an official sticker, too, because it has the catalog number on it. It's not like a store sticker. It's like a real catalog sticker. See, it says COC 39100, which is the catalog number. $34.99 on that one, so that's actually a hype sticker, I guess. Dr. Feelgood, Sneaking Suspicion, that was a white label promo. Dr. Feelgood, $14.99, not the album by Motley Crue, that's the name of the band. And then this is an REO Speedwagon compilation, $34.99, A Decade of Rock and Roll. All right, the Black Crows, I think we're done. Kaiser has it for $180. Opeth is sold to Rob Fordham for $80. And Metallica's moving to a final call. Revving It Up over on Twitch has it for $95, and we are about to sell it. Patrick C. Smith gets the Harry Chapin, Cats in the Cradle and the Silver. That is sold. REO is sold for $25 to Steve Mason. And David Bowie, Love You Till Tuesday. Interesting. A 1984 pressing. Bowie is $39.99. Those are early David Bowie recordings. Yeah. That's his earlier part of his career there. $39.99 for Bowie. Still don't get that one too often. Leif Garrett, Feel the Need. Wow. Didn't expect to see a Leif Garrett album here on a Friday night. $9.99. And Reverend Gary Davis in concert, Children of Zion. Reverend Gary Davis, 1974, $24.99. And Crack the Sky, Live Sky, Crack the Sky, $19.99. The Black Crows is sold to John Kaiser for $180. I expected more activity on Metallica, but it didn't happen. And that's sold to Revving It Up 03 for $95. Guess what? We still got all kinds of other stuff. We still got the advertised stuff tonight, and I got to bring up my surprise crate. I love my surprise crate. But first, let's put up REM. Rapid Eye Movement, Murmur. This is an 83 U.S. Indianapolis OG with the original on her sleeve. REM is a $50 start. So that is an 83 OG with the original on her sleeve, $50 start. I will sell you Leif Garrett for $6.99. That's my counter price, $6.99. My next auction is going to be John Coltrane, featuring Pharoah Sanders live in Seattle. This is a 2 LP from ABC Impulse. It's a 71 US OG with the original company Impulse Center sleeves. A $20 start on John Coltrane. He says no on Leaf. You're missing out on an opportunity of a lifetime. Fred Cardinal on Crack the Sky for $15. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. What about Graham Nash, Wild Tales? That's the same Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Atlantic, that's his solo album. When they kind of split up there for a while, they all put out solo albums. Stephen Stills did, David Crosby did, Graham Nash. They all put out solo albums like the exact same year they split up, kind of like a Beatles thing they did. And then Carole King Music, that's a good one. That's almost up there with Tapestry, in my opinion. $14.99. Sweet Seasons is on there. Coltrane 20. Thomas, you were second. Gusto compilation, 1965 original artist super hits, $9.99. Quickly, here's tonight's no bids. A Japanese pressing of Bruce Springsteen in shrink Obi mint, $35. Toto EX with Obi, a little bit of edge wear damage over here, but also nice with Africa and Hold the Line, $35. Or not Hold the Line, Rosanna. Hold the Lines on their first album. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35. And a Beatles UK pressing of Revolver, a 77 UK near mint minus, super nice, Taxman, $55. So 35, 35, 35, and 55. That's our only 4 no bids tonight. 3 Japanese pressings, Bruce, Toto, and Beatles UK Flag Series number 30. That's the Beatles, the Hollywood Bowl, and Revolver, a 77 pressing. He'll drive a car, he'll tax your seat. Get too cold, he'll tax the heat. So I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. Next, original artist super hits of the 50s, $9.99, and super oldies of the 60s volume 2. Lots of compilations right here, $9.99. Paul Desmond, Bossa Antigua. Paul Desmond, a 65 German press, $49.99. Bossa Antigua, interesting label there, $49.99. Nobody's been on REM. It's OG. It's about to be a $50 buy now. Not before I put up another Japanese pressing. It's time for our weekly Wham. Wake me up before you go. $35. This is Wham, Make It Big. It does have the book. There's George Michael, Shrink, Hype, Obi. $35 start on that. Next is this. We have Top 40 Gold. This is $19.99. Top 40 Gold, $19.99. It's a double LP. Knock on Wood. I love that song. Gypsy Woman, Brian Holland. What's on the 50s comp? You'll have to give me 1 second, but let me go ahead and read out REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. $19.99. And Rock Revival. All kinds of comps right here. $9.99 on Rock Revival. And Simple Minds, Sanctify Yourself. Nice. It's a 12-inch single, Simple Minds, $14.99. The 50s comp. The 50s, super hits of the 50s. I'll give you some of them quickly. Jimmy Clanton, Just a Dream, The Coaster, Searching, Jack Scott, My True Love, Rockin' Robin, Bobby Day, The Fool, Sanford Clark, then Paula, Sorry, Western Movies, Olympics. That's some of the tracks on that. And we got an offer, $6.99 for the 3 compilations. Let me see what the has asked for. Who is what the 420 over on Twitch? Robert Plant, Pictures at 11, $19.99. McPatriot on REO Speedwagon, that is sold. And Reflections, Rick James. That's a Rick James greatest hits, as in Super Freak. She's a super freak. And it has a poster. That's what I'm trying to get to in here. Nice. Look at this Rick James poster that comes with it. My goodness. You know, if I just had that, I would say, someone's like, Chad, how much is that Rick James poster? I'd say $24.99. You get that and the album. Give it to me, baby. Rick James. $24.99. We got Robert Plant, Fred Carnell on Simple Minds for $12. It's Scarred Arnold. It's my gamer tag. Okay. That's hard for me to say. What the? It's actually something I can't say. I'd get arrested. The FCC would be cracking down on me. Next thing over here is the Paul Desmond mono. Paul Desmond is in stereo. All right, so if you don't want that one, if you don't want those, Scott, I'm going to go ahead and sell the... Actually, here you go. Michael, I got a deal for you. Okay, Michael, you offered $6.99 for these 3, right? How about the other 2, including the double LP, including Rock Revival and Top 40 Gold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 here. 5 here for $30. 5 here for 30, $6 a piece. And I'll see those compilations right now, and boom, they're gone. Also, Robert Plant, I've already shown this, but that's his first solo album, 1999. And then Rick James was claimed by Greg Smith. Yep, that's sold to Craig Smith. There's Paul Desmond again. And then nice, David Bowie, Changes. That's the first label too, $34.99. And the Babysitters, an 85 UK, that's a glam rock, the Babysitters, $29.99. Michael Rudolph said sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All these are sold to Michael Rudolph for $30. REM, $6 a piece. REM is a $50 buy now for Murmur. Radio Free Europe, $50 if anybody wants that. That was a no bid. And then John Coltrane still getting bids. It's at $33 with Thomas Hujar. And then Wham is a buy now for $35. It's a no bid. Wham, Careless Whisper, $35. It's actually called Make It Big, but $35 if anybody wants that. Let's put that right over here in a new sleeve. All right, a couple no bids there. I don't like those, but that's okay. We'll keep the show rolling. The show must go on. First thing we have right now is this. We have Jimi Hendrix, and it's $34.99. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99, and this is All American Hits, another compilation. This has Monster Mash on it. Jimmy Soul, if you want to be happy. G Clefs, I understand. Bill Black's Combo, $14.99. Wham is sold to Michael Snared for $35. Steve Mason was second. Matt Nichols gets Hendrix. That was his last album he put out while he was still alive. It was a live album. That was the last album to be released, Band of Gypsies, before he unfortunately left Earth. Spin Out. Look at that cover with that Hot Wheel on the cover. It looks like a Hot Wheel red line there. A 91 Garage album. Spin Out, $29.99. Boston, their second album. Don't Look Back. Boston is $29.99. And then Alice Cooper is in Shrink. The Alice Cooper Show, $29.99. $29.99. 1 second, please. Send a message out. Okay. New auctions. First thing we got was Hendrix 30. Matt, you got it for 30. And Paul Desmond sold to Ryan Mustaine. You got it. Okay, so let's just read the titles in there, folks. Still got plenty of stuff to put up for auction, and I've got 3 more crates like this to go through. That's the agenda for the next 3 crates. Great pre-owned new vintage stuff here. I'm liking it. I hope y'all are too. You never know what might pop up. As you can see, jazz, soundtracks, glam, obscurities, blues, jazz. It's had a little bit of everything in here. We have next going up the Ramones Animal Boy. The Ramones Animal Boy is an 86 US Special, the OG with the original sleeve EX, and that's a $35 start on that one. Greg Smith gets Boston for $22. You got it, okay? Don't hesitate to make offers. We're going through vintage tonight. It's going to be a vintage party the next couple of days, okay? Tonight, tomorrow, I'm going to probably be doing even more. Well, tomorrow, we got everybody back. On Saturdays, Paul's here. On Saturdays, Laura's here. On Saturdays, John's here. So, I mean, we'll have a ton of new stuff tomorrow. But as soon as we get to that, we'll try to do a bunch more other stuff, okay? First thing, if I'm going to read through titles, and John Coltrane is a final call. Thomas Hujar, $35. I've lost to Useless Cedars. Useless Cedars, if you want back in, let me know. Also, Donna, you're out. So Thomas has it for $35. 2 other people was at $34. If you need a price, let me know. That's a Sting 4-track EP. Weather Report, Mr. Gone, Herb Albert, What Now My Love, Janie C., Harper Valley, John Baldry, Simon & Garfunkel, Roy Gallagher, Against the Grain, nice copy. $19.99. You can buy these now. You might catch them later in a discount crate. Next thing I have is Johnny Guitar Watson. We have Mick Jagger Primitive Cool. We have Yardbirds Favorites, Ted Nugent. Also, we have Jay Giles. We got Jackson Brown. And we have Human Switchboard here. So we have JCR for $6. JCR for $6. JCR. Janie C. Riley. Sell that to Scott Arnold for $6. And then over here, we have Leif Garrett sold to Steve Mason for $6. Okay, and then we have John Coltrane at $36. John Coltrane featuring Pharoah Sanders live in Seattle, ABC Impulse, a 71 USOG with the original company inner sleeves. VG condition, now it's at $37. Final call on Ramones, an 86 US Specialty OG, EX condition, and that is a $35 start. No one's been on the Ramones. Final call. Also, Paul Butterfield, Put It in Your Ear. We have Roy Buchanan, Hot Wires. Chet Baker, Once Upon a Summertime. Jamming with Edward. Dr. Feelgood, Sneaking Suspicion. David Bowie, Love You Till Tuesday. Reverend Gary Davis. Graham Nash, Wild Tales. Carole King, Music. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. David Bowie, Changes. The Babysitters, All American Hits. Spin Out. And Alice Cooper, The Alice Cooper Story. Okay, next thing we have is Human, $10. Human Switchboard, 1980 New Wave. I got that marked $34.99. I'll take $30 for it. $30 for it if you want that one. Ramones info. The Ramones is an 86 US Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, EX edition. Final call to get a bid in for $35. Coltrane is about to sell for $37 to Thomas Hujar. It's up to one person, the Useless Eaters. Next auction's going up right now. Candlemass. This is coming out of nowhere. Candlemass, Tales of Creation. Candlemass is a 1990 US OG VG Plus condition, Metal Blade Records. Wow. A 1990 OG Candlemass. VG Plus, $25 start on that. The American Comp, $7. All American Comp sold to Scott Arnold for $7. We have over here Roy Gallagher for $13. Roy Gallagher for $13. That was Against the Grain. Sell that to Mike Ospaw for $13. Coltrane featuring Pharoah Sanders live in Seattle, a 1971 USOG. It's in VG condition. It's at $39. Human, $25. Sold to Steve Mason. Coltrane's at $39 of Thomas Hujar. We have Useless Eaters bid $38. Useless Eaters bid $38 again. Thomas Hujar bid $39. The early Bowie, if you want this one right now, Matt, without further ado, I'll sell it to you for $30. Now, the Vladiceks aren't watching, I don't think. If they are, they already have it. Or Kelly Vladicek would have immediately already bought David Bowie. I can promise you that. Sold to Matt Nichols for $30. I can tell when I show some artists, I can say, well, they've already signed off, because I'm like, well, they would have bought that immediately. All right, here we go. I'm going to condense this with this other crate if anybody changed their mind. The Ramones is called Animal Boy. The Ramones is called Animal Boy. Sorry, let me go to the top cam here. So John Coltrane still getting bids. It's now at 40. This is a no bid, $35 start. There's been several people ask. I mean, about every time I'm getting ready to sell it, I think somebody's like, whoa, wait a minute, Ramones is up for bid. It is. And then Candlemass already has a bid with John Kaiser for $25. So we're about to sell that. These are going to be condensed over here in the last crate, and let's go through another one. Let's go through another one. Only you know and I know. Ooh. Oh, I see some good titles in here. Man, John's been hitting some good stashes in the back. Yeah, y'all gonna like these. I mean, nice titles. Everything, once again, is nice and clean. And I don't think I've been through tonight's check condition crate either. So let's do this. The Ramones right now it's still, John, I still hadn't made it a buy it now yet. It's a $35 start, okay? So it's an 86 US Specialty OG. It does have the original on her sleeve, so of course it's still available for bid. It would have to have a minimum of a $35 start right now. Candlemass has a new bid for $31, and Coltrane is still getting bids too. Those are all still getting bids. Let me move these books in here. We've sold books, pens. We've sold baseball cards, books, pens, and we got to sell something else to keep the miscellaneous going. What do I have tonight to eat? Do I have anything tonight to eat? I got a meal at my house I need to eat before it expires. I got Edward's chocolate cream pie at my house too I need to eat. Oh, I got half of a sub still left. Okay, good. I got half of a sub still left. That's going to be delicious here later. And then I got to clean this place up so we can have an awesome Saturday. I hadn't been here on a Saturday night in what, 2 months, a month? Okay. Last metal auction. No, I'm about to get into the surprises, which is like the stuff that we have over here for reserve. I'm going to start reading off some titles so nobody leaves the chat. I don't want anybody to think that the show's anywhere close to over. Matt, the Bowie album you got was called Love You Till Tuesday. Okay? Love You Till Tuesday. So Ramones does have a bid for 35. Chad, you cook, buddy. No, not unless they're pre-prepared. I don't have time. So Publix has like these pre-made meals like salmon you can pop in the oven with like asparagus. But I'll cook sometimes. I'll cook. I like cooking breakfast, but I don't have time. It's just like me trying to go to Publix today. I don't even have time to pick up food. That's why I DoorDash everything. I went to Publix today, and that 45 minutes probably cost me, no telling, if you break it down, no telling how much money was lost there. So, no, I don't cook, and I rarely pick up food. I just, I either have it ready to cook or ready to pop in an oven. I don't mind popping something in the oven because I can like be working. Like I'll go home and I'll start ordering y'all's waiting list and y'all's pre-orders and all that. And then I can get it out of the oven. I can eat and go to bed at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm also eating really crazy stuff at 10 o'clock or 8, 9 in the morning. I'll send pictures. I'll be like grilling a steak at 8 a.m. And my friends are like, dude, what is wrong with you? I'm like, y'all don't understand. I'm like a vampire. So I've been known to cook like steak and Bratwurst sausages at like 7 a.m. in the morning, or shish kebabs. I love buying those shish kebabs at Publix. You put them in the oven, and it's like 4 a.m. and I'm eating steak and peppers and onions. That's just the way I am. That's my routine. All right, Ramones is sold for $35. And this is sold to John Kaiser. Thank you. We finally got there. We finally got there on it. Coltrane's at 46 with useless cedars. We're about to sell that. And then Candlemass, I think we're done on Candlemass. And Candlemass was 35. And with John Kaiser, he also gets that for 35. And then John Coltrane, $46 with the useless cedars. Yep. All right, and that's about to sell. All right, buy it now, best offer. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. In shrink wrap, a nice copy, $14.99. Rod Stewart, we have Chuck Troy, Trois, and the National Bank. 69 white label promo, A&M Records, $19.99 for that. Also, Foggy Mountain Rockers, a 2001 German rockabilly, $24.99. We Like Rock and Roll, Rock and JoJo and the Red Angels, 97 rockabilly, that's $9.99. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, $19.99, okay? Now, over here, we have John Coltrane, Use of Cedars, gets that for $46. What's left in the Japanese bin? The Beatles, which is going up right now. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Hey, here we go. There were some people back up. I've got another Wham. A quick buy now. Same thing, in shrink, book, near mint minus. We've already sold one for $35. There's another Wham for $35. We've already sold one. There's another Wham for $35. One of these Publix, they're good. I stood in line today. Listen, the subs they make there, people, there was a couple in front of me, right? There was 2 people standing on this side so they can make subs here and they can make subs over here. It's like one substation, but 2 people can stand in line. The people in front of me, when I walked up and I had plenty of time, they had 3 subs they were making, and this lady over here had 2 subs. They fixed those 3, which took forever. It's not a fast process. They end up ordering 4 more subs And then the woman over here in front of me, she ordered 3 more after those 2, and I was basically stuck in line. And I was looking at the clock. I was like, dude, I'm going to be very late. But I was there already so long. I was like, oh, my gosh. I was about to say, hey, there should be a limit on how many subs you can order, people. They were ordering for like an entire family. They got like 7 subs. And then over here, she was ordering for her entire family, like 2 kids, her husband. And I was like, oh, my gosh. And it was taking forever because they cut everything fresh. They're fixing it. It's not like a Subway where it's like... I mean, it's like they shave all the meats. I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to take forever. And it did. I stood there for 35 minutes. So it was crazy. Okay, so that's a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. I was like, boy, I'm going to have some angry customers. That's what I was thinking. Fred Cardinal gets that for $15. Yeah, they were buying for their whole family. I was like, great. Of course, y'all got to be buying for your entire family. Can I just jump ahead? I need 1 sub. I got people waiting on me, folks. We have the Beatles, and this is Please Please Me. This is a Japanese pressing. Don't get this one too often. $35 start. It has the original sleeve and Obi. The Beatles. This is a $35 start. Jacket over here. $35 start. Chad's Life in Publix. I'm never there that time of day, as y'all know, so I never go. I'm usually driving here. I go at 7 a.m. when they open. There's nobody there except the extreme elderly that get out at the crack of dawn. So it's like me and a bunch of old ladies. And I talk to them all. I'm like, hi, how are y'all? We have Minutemen, Buzz or How Under the Influence of Heat. Minutemen is a 1989 U.S. reissue. Minutemen is a 1989 U.S. reissue. That is a $25 start. Minutemen. And then we got Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire is right here, a Japanese pressing. This is called Raise. The vinyl is pristine. It has a solicitation card, an inner sleeve, and a Japanese booklet. Earth, Wind, and Fire Raise is a $35 start. Subs they're $10.49, I think. Yeah, $10.49 for, a big one, a big old foot long. We have Jailbreak Thin Lizzy. Nice, $34.99. Guess who just got back today? $34.99 for Thin Lizzy. UFO Strangers of the Night. A double LP with hop sticker. UFO $39.99. Great titles in here. Everything's buy it now, best offer. Beatles $35. Minutemen already has bid for $20, $30, $33. And we have Earth, Wind, Fire in shrink with Obi, $35 start. Rolling Stones Love You Live. Andy Warhol artwork, $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And Most Tender, Solenoid, a 1977 prog album, $29.99 on that. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer, Shrinking Hop, What's Love Got to Do With It? Minutemen's at $39 with Scott Fellows. We have Uriah Heep Live, a Gatefold 2 LP, Uriah Heep, $29.99. Boy, what a beautiful copy. I mean, virtually no signs of ring wear. Gatefold jacket with the booklet, of course. A beautiful copy, Uriah Heep Live, $29.99. So everything right now in here is buy it now or best offer. We got the Rolling Stones sold to Nick Bergeron for $24.99. Truck Troy is sold to Denise for $15. Minutemen's at $15. Final Call on the 2 in-cap Japanese, Utopia with Todd Rundgren. That's a 2 LP, $26.99. Van Halen, Women and Children First, with the David Lee Roth poster. OG and clean, and it has the David Lee Roth poster. Should we take a look at it? $54.99. $54. Now, we had a Japanese pressing of the night with the Roth poster, but the U.S. pressing's much bigger. This is like twice the size. Twice the size here. On that one right there, look at that. David Lee Roth, Chained to a Fence. $54.99, a U.S. original, complete, near mint minus, and with inner sleeve. Okay. And let's put that away. I'm going to put that behind the jacket. So what happened over here? What happened? Okay. I think somebody made an offer on that one. Did they make an offer on that one? No problem. No, Jason asked about it. This is called Solenoid, Almost Tender. Solenoid, Solenoid, OID. It's Prague, $29.99. Uriah Heep. So we got two offers. We got an offer for 22 and 26. Kaiser, you're first. If you want it for 26, it's yours. If not, then it's sold to Todd Coe. Okay, Earth, Wind, and Fire did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $35. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. I'll give you the details on Minutemen right now. I wonder if MT Matt's watching. MT Matt, are you watching? I just saw something over here I got to send you because I think Ed asked me about it a week ago and I just found it. All right, so Earth, Wind, Fire is a buy it now for $35. Jason Widener put $25, and Jason, $25 is for... You just asked about what? Solenoid? Yeah. So sell that to Jason Widener for $25. Sell Ryan Mustaine, Van Halen. And then Uriah Heep is sold to John Kaiser for $26. Earth, Wind, Fire is sold to David for $30. Minutemen Details, a 1989 U.S. reissue. I don't think they have anything in print. I listened to them the other day the Minutemen, because I saw, we sold a bunch, and even Craig Sweden bought one that we shipped to him. And I had to go pull up their music, and I recognized that song. And I was like, man, I know I've heard the Minutemen before. At least I've listened to one of those albums. And it took all of 1 second. 1 second. It took all of 1 second for me to hear this song and know who the Minutemen was. This song right here. I'll play 3 seconds of it. And all it took was that riff right there. I was like, oh, that's the Minutemen. I know who they are now. The Beatles is a $35 buy it now. The Beatles is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that one. They don't get that one as often on the Apple label. Still got a few more things to do over here. Let's put that away. And if y'all know, that's from a very popular TV show. That's that little lick. It made me think, oh, it's from that TV show. That's where I've heard it all this time. Please Please Me is sold to Mitchell Axelrod for $35. And then over here we have Thin Lizzy. I'll do this for $28 if you want it, Matt. Usually those get grabbed right away. And so Minutemen's moving to a final call. And Minutemen is with JK at $41. JK has that for $41. If anybody else wants in, now's the time. Couple more records and then two new auctions. The Tubes now, $24.99, and Steppenwolf Gold, their greatest hits. Man, another nice copy of this. That is super clean, $24.99. And then Matt Nichols had sold on Thin Lizzy for $28, okay? There's that. And then that was it in the Oh, I didn't read them all off, did I? Okay, there's only 3 left. We have Kiss Destroyer, which I'll go ahead and put this up right now. It's a Japanese pressing, Kiss Destroyer, no Obi, Detroit, Rock City, $35 start. There's the Japanese insert, and it's a gatefold jacket, which is unique to Japan. Of course, the U.S. does not have a thick gatefold jacket. Awesome inking. They do a great job with these Japanese jackets back in the day. $35 on that. The only 2 left, David, is Billy Joel and Beach Boys. That's the only 2. That's the only 2 left after we knock those out. And then, of course, I got other stuff, but it's not Japanese. Okay. And my trash can just overfilled. Let me try to fix this right quick. 1 second, please. Might have to become the trash man here in just a second. All right, what happened? Minutemen. Looks like it's about to be sold. Kiss is a $35 start. And then Sleep for $20. Was that supposed to be for Steppenwolf? Okay, so Patrick, if you want it, it will be $23. Next is Styx Paradise Theater. Too much time on my hand. Looks like a nice copy. It is with the Styx laser etching, $19.99 for Styx, and Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior with poster, $19.99. Shrink, Hop, and with the poster that one of the stickers advertise. And then Bob Seger, Live Bullet. Beautiful Loser. Nice. $24.99. Okay. Oh, last minute claim on Minutemen. An 89 U.S. reissue. The high bid is over here with JK at $41. He's actually had it for 6 minutes, $41. I've got to go ahead and say this over here at $41 is sold to JK unless Gregory Roberts wants to bid. We'll have to do one of those deals on it because it was on the tail end. Patrick Smith gets Steppenwolf for $23. Kiss is near mint minus. Kiss is near mint minus. 89 pressing of Minutemen. Kiss is a 35. Steve Mason gets Sticks for $14. Great titles in here. George Thorogood Maverick. This is I Drink Alone, $19.99. And Triumph Rock and Roll Machine, $19.99. Minutemen is sold. JK, sorry that one took so long, but there were several questions. I think between his last $41 bid, there was 1, 2, 3, 4 different people asked what it was because that's something we don't get too often. But that is sold to JK for $41. Kiss is nice, $35 start. Well, also, I have been avoiding this one because I can't figure out what it says. So let's figure it out together. Hour of Penance. It's obviously one of these metal albums where they bring out their dictionary and thesauruses and they come up with these words that nobody else would use. Here we go. Thank you, Laura. I could just relied on Laura, and she bailed me out. Hour of Penance, Regicide. A 2014 USOG, limited 150 on red and black marble vinyl with insert. A $25 start. $25 start. Triumph, $15, sold to Matt Nichols. Yeah, there's a very good chance this is mastered by Bob Ludwig. Super clean copy. RCA Victor. You know, he does master stuff without his initials in the dead wax. Not on everything. This looks like to be an Indianapolis press. That is sold to $15 to Matt Nichols. Kiss does have a bid for $35. And we have that metal album, $25 start on that. And we have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. Now, this is a unique label here, Castle Classics. Some kind of early 80s pressing. Never seen that before. $19.99. Johnny Winter, Saints and Sinners. $19.99 for Johnny Winter. And Cleopatra is $19.99. This is the Cleopatra soundtrack. Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton. $19.99. Kiss is a OG. Well, it's a Japanese pressing. I can't confirm year. There's probably a good chance it is OG. $35 bid. And this is Hour of Penance. Hour of Penance is definitely some kind of metal album. It is a $25 start, limited to 150. It's about to be a buy now if no one bids. Now we need another auction. And let's go ahead and do one of those last of the 2 Japanese. This is called the Beach Boys Rock and Roll Best 20. A Japanese pressing. Great track listing. 20 tracks. I Can Hear Music. Good vibrations. A $25 start. $25 start. The Beach Boys Rock and Roll Best 20. Uriah Heep is $17. That's sold to Todd Coe. That is, we do get Cleopatra. This is actually the, this isn't the same one. This is the, probably about the 10th copy we've put out. But you know what? I don't think I have any left. They've either sold in the discount crates or they've sold live. That was one of the biggest selling soundtracks back in the 60s, so it comes in a lot through collections. $19.99 Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. $19.99 Alvin Lee, Detroit Diesel. Alvin Lee is $19.99. Joe Walsh, recorded live. You can't argue with a sick mind. This has the original inner sleeve. That's Joe Walsh live, $19.99. And Shh, by 10 Years After. Shh. By 10 Years After, $19.99. And another Traffic, early 80s pressing here of their self-titled album, $29.99. Fred Carnell gets Kiss Destroyer for $35. Thank you, Fred. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve over here for Fred Carnell. And guess what? After this crate, I got 2 more crates of new vintage stuff to go through. Let's go over here and do this. Let's put this over here. Hour of Penance is a buy now for $25. Hour of Penance is a buy now for $25. And guess what? If anybody decides right now, if you decide you want to bid on the Beach Boys, now is the time, okay? Let me get this right here. Let me get this right here. I'm going to move that right there. And our no bid pile is getting kind of hefty here. let's do ahead and do this. I have the following. I have the Best of Joe Walsh, $19.99. I have Slade, Alive Volume 2. Slade is $19.99. Roy Buchanan, When a Guitar Plays the Blues, $19.99. Our next auction is the following. This is a copy of Circle Jerks. Wonderful. Circle Jerks is a 1985 USOG with the original sleeve and insert. VG Plus condition. Circle Jerks is a $25 start. Slade is sold to John Kaiser for $15. Steve Mason gets Joe Walsh for $14. And we have When the Feeling Hits You. Sammy Davis meets Sam Buttra and the Witnesses live in Las Vegas. Sammy Davis, $9.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits, or as I call it, Old Faithful. Nice, original custom label, $34.99. Elton John, Your Song, Danielle, Honky Cat, Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, Rocket Man, Beanie, and the Jets, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, Border Song, and Crocodile Rock. Wow. How much was Traffic? This one here was $29.99, and then the one over here, Low Spark, was $19.99. Also, we have Donovan's Greatest Hits. Nice, $12.99. Mellow Yellow, Sunshine Superman, $12.99 on that. Circle Jerks doesn't have a bid. Final call to get a bid in for $25 on that. VG Plus copy. Also, the Rare Sinatra, a 78 UK. Never seen that before. The Rare Sinatra, $14.99. We have the Fireballs Come On React, $9.99. And we have Triumph Stages, $34.99 for Triumph. The Beach Boys is a buy it now for $25. It was on that Ozzy album. I think I owe you a sealed Diary of a Madman, right? And I was going to make sure that gets tagged and shipped to you this week for free. I think I owe you a disc because you bought an autographed copy, and because it's the same version, and you needed a disc, right? If so, I was going to send you one for free. But, well, not for free. I owe it to you. I was going to make sure Ed hadn't already sent you one. This is a buy it now for $25. $25. The Beach Boys Rock and Roll Best 20. Great track listing on that. 20 tracks, all what you would want. Japanese quality, available for a $25 buy it now on that, okay? And then first thing, I got to seal one. Ed made sure. Okay, you already got one. Great. Okay, so this is available if anybody wants it. I've had this set aside to remind myself. $29.99 for Diary of a Madman. Flying High again, $29.99. By the way, I might have another signed Ozzy next week. Next week, I might have another signed Ozzy, a signed Black Sabbath album. I'm doing some big deals on some autograph purchases. Over here is this. Okay, Circle Jerks, 25, Circle Jerks, 25, 25, 27. Matt Nichols, nice on Donovan. Thank you on that one. Matt Nichols, 24 on Traffic, sold. Get some great stuff here. Also, we have John Hyatt, Slow Turning. This is $19.99 shrink wrap. John Hyatt for $19.99. Also, we have Charles Tyler, 60-Minute Man, a 1980 free jazz album. Charles Tyler, $29.99. And Mr. Dynamite, James Brown, a German press. James Brown, $26.99. Polydor Red Label, $26.99 for James Brown. And this is Mr. Dynamite, a beautiful German press. Nice. All right, Circle Jerks right now has a high bid of what? $30. First is JH Tracks, looking for Drive South. First track on the album, $19.99. James Taylor, Donna, $26.99 for a nice German James. Did you say JT? Or do you mean JB? JT or JB, Donna? I'm assuming Gregory wants John Hyatt. I'm assuming you meant James Brown. I was going to counter, but actually somebody else has already claimed it. If you want this, it will be $26.99. Circle Jerks is a final call to John Kaiser. Tanner is advising me we might need to go through comic books tonight. He's telling me about some cool stuff he found today. I'm sure y'all like that. JT. There's a JT in here. JT. There was a JH for John Hyatt. There's a James JB for James Brown. JT. I don't think there's a JT in here. There's a Charles Tyler. There's a CT. Oh, Charles Tyler. CT. Charles Tyler. Okay, Charles Tyler, $29.99. And Donna, I will sell that to you for $22. $22. That means James Brown is sold to Chad Smith at Sticker. Okay, and then I'll do 22. That's $8 off on that one. And then Dennis, you were second on John Hyatt. And then we have Triumph Price and Info. And are these buy it now best offer? Yes, these are buy it now best offer. This is a 2LP. It's a double live album from Triumph. They have nothing in print. $34.99. Now, also Matt Nichols wants to know my best price. We'll see what she says first. Circle Jerks is sold to John Kaiser for $30. Okay, new auctions coming up right now. Jackie, if you don't want Triumph, then Matt Nichols says he'll take it. We'll see if Donna wants Charles Tyler for $22. It was marked 29. She offered 18. I said 22. Okay, and next auction is Hickoids. Hickoids are going up for bid right now. Hickoids. I don't know a lot about the Hickoids, but it's cowpunk. Anybody listen to some old-fashioned cowpunk? It's an 85 USOG. Appears to be signed by the guitarist Davy Jones. Not that Davy Jones. On the back cover, VG Plus, $20 start on Hickoids. That sounds interesting. And I know y'all are going to be interested in this one. Parliament. Parliament is called Parliament Live P-Funk Tour. Parliament is a 77 US Pitman OG with the original company sleeve. And it has the poster and the t-shirt transfer. Nice. You can still transfer this over to a white t-shirt. That would look pretty sweet. VG Plus condition, and it has the poster in here as well. VG Plus, a $30 start. Dang it. I've messed up and reset my chat again. That's okay. And Matt Nichols gets Triumph, okay? All right, let's read what's left in here one more time. Hickoids has a bid. Parliament has a bid. Did somebody buy that Beach Boys? Did I put the Beach Boys again in the sold crate and somebody didn't buy it? I think I did. I don't worry. Did somebody buy the Beach Boys? I think once again I put that in the sold crate and somebody didn't buy it. I don't think so. I've lost my chat too. I can't scroll back up and see. Did somebody buy this? I don't think they did. I've bad habit about that. Man, that's like it's like, okay. So next auction is going to be Talking Heads, and this is called Little Creatures. This is an 85 US Allied OG with the original under sleeve. Talking Heads is a $25 start. Okay. Hickoids has bids for $20, $25, and Parliament has one bid for $30. All right, new crate. Well, let me read what's left. If you want a price, let me know. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. Rock and JoJo, We Like Rock and Roll. George Thorogood and the Destroyers. UFO, Strangers in the Night. Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do with It? Utopia, The Tubes. Rod Stewart, Foolish. Bob Seger, one of the greatest live albums ever. Amazing stuff here. $24.99. Dennis gets UFO for $25. That's Dennis80 over on Twitch. Hickoids has a new bid for $26. Talking Heads has a new bid for $25. Let's look at that signature on the back, signed by evidently who was one of the lead guitarists there, Cowpunk. Talking Heads has a bid for $25, and Gregory's about to get Parliament. VG Plus, not bad for a Parliament album, and with poster and with the t-shirt transfer. So Parliament is complete, and Gregory has it for $30. We're about to sell it to him. And then we have George Thorogood, Maverick, I Drink Alone, Johnny Winter, Saints and Sinners, Cleopatra, Traffic. And then we have Alvin Lee, Detroit Diesel, Joe Walsh, Recorded Live, Shh, by 10 Years After, Roy Buchanan, When a Guitar Plays the Blues, Sammy Davis Jr., When the Feeling Hits You, Elton John's Greatest Hits, The Real Sinatra, The rare Sinatra, excuse me, the rare Sinatra, the Fireballs, Come On React, and Charles Tyler. Charles Tyler. Charles Tyler. How much for George Thorogood? I think there was 2 in here, wasn't there? There's 2. So we have Maverick for $19.99 and Self-Titled for $19.99. Okay, everything in here is best offer. Parliament has a new bid. Gregory's like, dang it. Chad pimped that one out, and now it has a new bid. And now Talking Heads is at 26, and now the Hickoids is at 36. Regina worked both her jobs today. Regina, hard-working woman up there in Crossville, Tennessee, working 2 jobs. Got to get those Elvis records, right, Regina? All right. All right, Todd Coe gets George Thorogood for $16.16 sold. Parliament has got a new bid. He's out, so that's a final call to Anthony Goodley for $35. The Hickoids is at $55. And then Talking Heads is at $27 with Jared Inc. So that means, Isaac, you're out. They're still bidding on that one. And, yeah, Friday Night Football. That's what I was over here. I was trying to get scores for Friday Night Football. Let me text in the group chat. All right, new crate coming right now. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. I shouldn't be on my phone. I'm usually not, but I'm trying to. I got to buy some stuff tonight after the sale that people have either mailed to me or dropped off. One guy is always very patient with me. The other guy, I'm letting them know, and then I got reminded that another package came in the mail, and I'm letting everybody know, hey, I'm probably going to wrap up the show like at midnight tonight if possible, maybe a little bit later, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later. But if I can wrap up the show, I can get some stuff done so we can have a crazy Saturday night. So now we can have a crazy Saturday night, and hopefully we can keep selling some great stuff tonight. We're still in New Arrivals Best Offer, and this is check condition stuff. Check condition stuff. How much was 10 Years After? Shh. 10 Years After, shh, was a price of $19.99, and it was an OG Durham press, okay? All right, I've gave Parliament plenty of time, so that's sold to Anthony Godley for $35. The Hickoids over here is sold to Matt Nichols for $55, and it looks like we're done on Talking Heads. I'm kind of excited to get over here to our bonus crate because there's no telling what's about to pop up out of that. And then over here, Talking Heads. Talking Heads is sold to Jared Inc. for $27. All righty. And I don't know a lot about this record, but it was actually in our bonus crate. I'll go ahead and pull it right now. Stranger. Stranger is an 82 USOG EX condition, $15 start on that. And we got Billy Joel, a Japanese pressing of An Innocent Man. And we're going to let that one roll for just a $25 start. $25 start. There is the LP. There's the insert. There's the other insert. In Shrink and Obi, a $25 start on that. Chad's going to take a drink of Monster green can or black can. And Javi gets 10 Years After shh for $14. Thank you. Now I don't have to say that title again. That was always hard for me to read. I'd be like, this is called shh. And then I was like, well, the best way to do that is go really loud and emphasize it. Oh my gosh. All right, 4 full crates already full tonight. Amazing. Thanks, everybody. And we're about to get started on our 5th because I'm grabbing one right now. And let's do it. Okay? The rhythm. Here we go. Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder is VG. This is a check condition crate, and it's best offer, never shown before. VG Plus, $17.99. Nice. Elvis, VG, $24.99. LPM in mono. This is what I call the NBC record, $24.99. Aretha Franklin, Lady Soul. First track is Chain, Chain, Chain. Chain of Fools, first label. Not a bad jacket. VG $14.99. I don't know a lot about Stranger other than it's called Stranger. It's a self-titled album on Epic Records from 1982. It's an EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start. And Billy Joel is a $25 start, Japanese pressing. Donna gets Aretha Franklin for $10. Sold. Also, we have Queen 2, VG Plus, $24.99. Queen 2 on the Butterfly Electra label, VG Plus, $24.99. Pink Floyd Animals, VG, a Pittman press, OG, $29.99. VG, $29.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. It's on there. $12.99. Styx Cornerstone, VG, $9.99. And Paul McCartney, 1970 Scranton, OG press. Not bad, $19.99. This has Maybe I'm Amazed on it. Somebody was asking for that the other night. Not the live version, but the studio version. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you really love me. Next auction. I have a Motorhead record laying over here I'm going to reduce the price of. This is Motorhead live in Norwich. It's sealed, a Record Store Day blue vinyl, $20 start on that. Chris Gardner gets Pink Floyd for $24. Down in the pig pen saying, keep on kidding. Close Encounters of the Third Kind, John Williams with the single. Epic soundtrack, $19. Iconic soundtrack, might be the better word. $19.99 for Close Encounters. Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin. VG Plus, $9.99. And this is Led Zeppelin's House of the Holy. VG Plus, $29.99. Let's look at the matrices. So it is a Bob Ludwig mix, or it is mastered by Bob Ludwig. R.L. Sterling in the Dead Wax. It's not a 73, though. This is about a, well, it's going to be one or two things, a 75 or a 77. But it is R.L. Dead Wax. VG Plus, $29.99. And Faces, a nod is as good as a wink. This has the great song, Stay With Me. Of course, that's Rod Stewart. VG, first label, too. Green label, $14.99. And we have, I've already showed that. I've already showed that. The Best of Merle Haggard. VG cover, it looks like, and VG vinyl. The Best of Merle Haggard, $9.99. Okay, now we have Stranger. This is a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants this. $15 buy it now for Stranger, no bids. Billy Joel's a no bid. It's a $25 buy it now. A Japanese pressing too, near mint minus and pristine. Let's go ahead and get that in a new sleeve. And now what I'm going to do is make sure everybody's aware of the no bid so we can kind of clean up a little bit over here. I want to clean up a little bit over here and make sure we know what's going on, okay? So let's put these over here. And there's so many in the no bid pile they don't want to stand up. So yeah, let's get some of these sold immediately, okay? I don't need these. I had these back here for that Black Crowes box set because it wasn't in a sleeve. And I don't like anything on these rough edges that's not protected. So there's that. Motorhead over here. Motorhead is the Lost Tapes live in Norwich, 1998, blue vinyl sealed. I'm looking for a $20 start. Okay, first thing we have is Jim B offered 10 for Stranger, and then Javi claimed it at full price. Jim B passes. Sold to Javi for $15. Bill Samus gets Billy Joe for $25. And then House of the Holy price. It is VG Plus, $29.99. Okay, here are no bids. The Beach Boys, Japanese pressing, Rock and Roll Best 20, a 20-track Japanese pressing, $25. House, Hour of Penance, Regicide, heavy metal, 150, red and black marbled, $25. That's obviously not Japanese. Wham is $35. We've already sold one tonight. There's another one. REM, Murmur, an OG 83 Hot Pot, or 83 US Indianapolis, $50. $50. Revolver is a 77 UK. Super nice, near mint minus, $55. The other Japanese pressings, the Beatles at Hollywood Bowl, $35. Toto 4, EX, and a little bit of Edgeware, also $35. Africa, and the classic Bruce Springsteen. How many singles was on this thing? Born in USA, Cover Me, I'm on Fire, Glory Days, Dancing in the Dark, My Hometown. Big album, $35. So Bruce, $35, Beatles, $35, Toto, $35, Wham, $35, Beach Boys, $25, okay? So the first thing is this. The first thing was Motorhead got a bid with Fred for $25. Richard Yeager gets the Beach Boys for $25. Okay, $25 with Richard Yeager, that's sold. Larry, I can't do Wham for $20. I've already sold one tonight for $35, but if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $30. Ivan R, a $3 bump on Bruce will get that one. If you want that for $28, a $3 bump will do it. And then Bill, do you want Hollywood Bowl Beatles or do you want Revolver Beatles? Or maybe you might want both. UK Flag Series 30, 77 UK near mint. Okay. And then an OG REM for $50. And then this random metal album for $25. Okay. REM, let's go ahead and sell that to Kaiser for $43. And Ivan gets Bruce for $28. Dancing in the Dark. And he wants Hollywood for $35. All right, thank y'all. That took a big chunk out of my no bids over here. Probably won't have many more tonight based on the other stuff I know that's coming up. But if anybody wants to make an offer, I just reduced that one to $30. Beatles 55, Our Penis 25, and Toto. Okay? Don't hesitate to make offers. As you just see, I'm here to make deals. Motorhead's at 26. Fred Cardell's out. 2 more records, then 2 more auctions. Boots, Nancy Sinatra. We're in a new check condition being never sold best offer. $14.99. And the Eagles Live, their epic double live LP with poster. VG Plus, $29.99. April Wine, Harder, Faster. VG Plus, $14.99 for April Wine. Okay? There's that. And then I'm officially getting over here. Don't forget, we've already shown new vinyl tonight, and probably after this crate, before I do the last pre-owned crate of best offer, I'm going to try to run through our newest new stuff. It will take me about 60 seconds flat. Make sure everybody's seen all the newest cool stuff that came in tonight. I'm going to go ahead and condense it all over here into one crate because I'm running out of space. I'm definitely not running out of crates. I'm running out of space over here, so let me do some maneuvering. Let me move all that over here. And I'm trying to get over here to my other auction crate where I have a buttload of Kiss, but I also have stuff like Black Sabbath and David Bowie. A buttload of Kiss. I mean, I don't even want to read it off. It's going to be annoying if I did. More Black Sabbath. There's Beatles and Doors and Judas Priest. I'm trying to pull out everything that's not Kiss over here. We're going to save those for Mondays. There's another Hollywood Bowl, a U.S. edition. More Priest, lots of Kiss, lots of Judas Priest. That kind of stuff can go up at any moment tonight. None of it's advertised. It's just over here as extra copies. Billy Idol. Hey, there's an Iron Maiden power metal compilation. Yeah, so here we go. Let me move all these over here to my auction crate. And let's start trying to sell some of these. I mean, here is like a whole stack of auctions for the rest of the night. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. Books, I'm going to try to. Hey, here's my nightly plug for air fresheners. Got to make sure everybody has their air fresheners. Megadeth, Grateful Dead, Ghost, and I'm down to just a couple Aussies. Just down to 2 Aussies again, and just a few Pink Floyds, actually about 5. These are air fresheners. If you hadn't got one yet this week, something you can throw in on your order. It's all unlimited shipping. Those are $7.99, officially licensed. Megadeth, Grateful Dead, Ghost, Ozzy, and Pink Floyd air fresheners. Look at all these great LPs. And let's put up some stuff right now. Let's do this compilation. Power Chords, Volume 1. Anthrax, Ace Frehley, Kicks, Malice, Manowar, Overkill, Raven, Savatage, Testament, White Lion, an 87 USOG compilation. It is a check condition record, though. It is VG minus with a couple fillable marks right here. Right here. It's got these little hairline fillable marks. So right there, it's going to click. That's why we're going to start it for just $5. That's why we're going to start it for just $5, okay? $5 for Power Chords. Motorhead's at 30. Jim B, you've been outbid. And Dennis wants April Wine. That's sold. And then over here, Pam Murray wants a Pink Floyd air freshener. You got it. And we're down to a few of those. And next is C Buck has power cords for 5. This is Michael Jordan's rookie card, 86-87 Fleer, SGC 4. That is $3,000. That's what I need for it. $3,000. Maggot Brain. Maggot Brain sold, yes. $3,000 on Jordan. Okay, we have Fleetwood Mac. Heroes are hard to find. VG Plus $17.99. Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue. VG Condition $9.99. Alan Parsons Project. We have Bacana Gabor Zabo. VG $24.99. This is Bacchanal Gabor Zabo, VG Condition, $24.99. So right now, we're in a new check condition crate, best offer. I got plenty of stuff over here ready to go. Jim B, it's up to you on the Motorhead. Andy McLean has power cords for 10. Presenting the Tams, VG Plus $19.99. And Don McLean, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove the Chevy to the levee. VG cover, VG vinyl, just $9.99. Next auction, let's mix in a sealed record here. This is a sealed 87 USOG Fleetwood Mac Tangle in the Night. Sealed with hop sticker. It was definitely a promo from a radio station. It does have a punch hole, probably because it's a promo. Now, that doesn't mean the label's going to be marked a promo. It just means it was a promo label or a promo giveaway from a radio station. Syracuse, New York, $45 start on that. Power cords is at 10. Power cords is at 12. Van Morrison Into the Music, that's VG $14.99. Aretha Franklin's Gold. I never loved a man the way I love you. VG Plus $19.99. Paul McCartney, one of my favorites here, Ramon, VG Plus $19.99. And we have Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. VG Condition, $16.99. VG, $16.99. Lydia, Cold Blood, VG Plus, $14.99. And the Hourglass. This is early Allman Brothers recordings. EX Condition, $29.99. Lost Jim B on the auction. That's weird. Fred Carnell got Motorhead for $30. Power Cords is at $15 with Andy McLean. C Buck, you're out. Fleetwood Mac's a $45 start. Going once, going twice. Who said it? Here it is. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden. An 85 UK 12-inch single. It's on the purple EMI label. VG minus with the original on her sleeve. A $10 start on Iron Maiden. Lone Justice. Maria McKee. EX Edition, $12.99. We have the Grey Society with Grace Slick. VG Plus, $24.99. The Grey Society with Grace Slick. The Who, Who's Next? Baba O'Reilly, Bargain. We Won't Get Fooled Again. Original label, too. Decca, VG, $14.99. And Todd Rundgren's Utopia, Another Live. VG, $9.99 on Todd Rundgren. And the James Gang Your album, VG Condition, $9.99. Power Cords is at $20 with Charlie Buck. Andy McLean's out. Iron Maiden has one bid for 10. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. Running high. VG Plus, $9.99. James Gang is sold to Jay Nutra. Anything over here, we have Grateful Dead, Steal Your Face. 76 Santa Maria, VG, $26.99. How much did Pink Floyd sell for? A bargain for $195 earlier. I was like, man, is nobody else going to bid on this? It sold earlier for a bargain, $195. It was OG blue translucent vinyl, pristine. It was beautiful. Next thing over here, Iron Maiden's at 13 with MT Matt. We have Sgt. Pepper's, VG $9.99. Is there any kind of reissue for Conan the Barbarian that can be ordered? I can check for you, but to my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, no. Also, we have Cinderella. This is VG Plus $14.99. And Kansas, 2 for the show. EX $29.99 on Kansas. Man. Got to make sure everybody's good and awake all of a sudden. There are some titles in here. I'm used to seeing offers going boom, bang, pow. Next thing, Charlie Buck gets power cords for $20. Nobody been on Fleetwood Mac. This is a buy it now. Sealed 87 OG copy. A promo radio station giveaway, $45. Iron Maiden 10, 13, and now Iron Maiden 15. Just want to make sure everybody's awake. Just want to make sure everybody's here. Just want to make sure everybody is with us. Okay? Going through some stuff. I'm like, tick tock, are you here? Hello, hello. LP's just being passed over, making sure everybody's good and awake. Got to get some monster in you. Chad needs a monster. I need a monster. Somebody asked if I'm going to do books. I'm going to be doing something whenever we get a lot of these auctions done and go through all these new arrival crates and we do a couple of discount crates. I'm going to be trying to sell something, posters, this, that, something. First thing we have is Pam Murray on Lydia for $10. Pam Murray, I love it when the chat's just rolling. Something's coming in, offers, bids, this, that. Lydia, that's sold for $10 to Pam Murray. Grateful Dead, this is a best offer crate. Grateful Dead is sold to you, Useless Eaters, for $20. Iron Maiden, $17. Thomas gets Fleetwood Mac for $45. And Alan Parsons Project, EX, $17.99. Everything in here is best offer. And the Jimi Hendrix, The Cry of Love, VG, $14.99. Kansas is sold to Ryan Mustaine, Iron Maiden, $18. Any more chance Robin Trout, $50. Which album are you looking for? Thomas Clark on Lone Justice for $8. Let's go ahead and sell that to him for $8. Sold. Iron Maiden's at $18. Are you talking about Bridge of Size? I probably can. Next thing I have over here is Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Judas Priest is a 1979 USOG Terre Haute. It is in VG++ condition, and Judas Priest is a $20 start. VG Plus is a $20 start. Next thing over here is Crocus Hardware, and Crocus Hardware is an 81 USOG. It is a Terre Haute press with a random inner sleeve Do You Wonder by Sean Phillips. EX Plus condition. Crocus is a $10 start. Iron Maiden's at $20. We have Styx 2. Styx 2 is EX condition, $12.99. That's on the original wood nickel label. Also over here, we have Carole King Tapestry. VG Plus, $14.99. Carole King Tapestry. VG Plus, $14.99. Wings in shrink with the hop sticker. Nice. Wildlife. VG on that, $14.99. And we have ZZ Top Tejas. VG, $14.99. Also the Queen, or Queen News of the World, We Will Rock You, VG $14.99, and April Wine Power Play, April Wine $19.99. Put down Richard Yeager on a waiting list for Robin Trower Bridge of Size. Make a note to look up Conan the Barbarian for Brian Thurman. I will just do that. I will check on it for you. I'll order it if it's available. Iron Maiden 22. Empty Matt's done. Judas Priest has a bid for 20. Patrick C. Smith said Alan Parsons 15. Sold. And then Judas Priest 31. Anthony Goodwin on Sticks. Sold. ZZ Top $10 with Jay Nutra. Sold. And also Iron Maiden's at 23. And nice, The Clash, an 81 Carrollton press. London Calling, just $34.99. A VG copy. The Clash, London Calling. Look at that cover. Amazing. That's on a James Bond movie, Die Another Day. London Calling. That is a scene where he's flying over to England, posing as that reporter to interview the guy who never wants to sleep, the Dream Machine. They start playing London Calling. That's when he has the sword fight in Buckingham Palace. And Madonna's in that movie too, Die Another Day. She's in the movie and she does the song. All right. Grinch. Yep, I got to order Grinch. Holiday stuff. I've actually been ordering a lot of holiday stuff. I've been ordering for a while, especially Halloween right now, and then other stuff is coming soon, especially Christmas. This upcoming week will probably be one of the big pushes for Halloween stuff. Make sure everybody got what they want, because by the time next Monday gets invoiced and then you ship, you're running out of time to buy Halloween records. I still have a few in stock right now, like Charlie Brown and that Spooky Rock comp, and then yeah, and then Christmas stuff. This has just generic inner sleeves, here. Actually, they need to be taken out of the jacket. Dun, 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 London. All right. Iron Maiden is 23. Iron Maiden 24. Crocus 10. What is the Wings title on the crate? Wildlife. It is in shrink with the really cool sticker I don't see too often. $14.99. And then Judas Priest 33. That's a new bid with Ryan Mustaine. And then we have an offer on the Clash for 25. Then somebody asked the pressing. I will go ahead and sell it to you right now for $30. Somebody else wants to know the information. It's an 81 Carrollton press, but Matt, you have dibs if you want it for 30. So Iron Maiden, John Cassidy has this for 24. Chris Gardner, you're out. Judas Priest is at 33 of Ron Mustaine. MT Matt, you're out. And Crocus got one bid with Mike Ospaw for $10, and we're about to sell that. Yeah, the Guns N' Roses, I will post that as soon as it becomes available. Right now, it's not in our databases. I don't know why, but it's not. Megadeth just came available today. I will get that one out tomorrow for sure. Those are two big pre-orders. Megadeth and Guns N' Roses. I got to get those. Those are like top of my list right now. I mean, a new album by Megadeth, that's going to be huge for us. And then the new album, the new Guns N' Roses, yeah. I'm going to work on that 100%. But you know what? The biggest media index in the country right now that we use, they're pretty much the big, especially for the Southeast and the country. They don't have Guns N' Roses in their system yet. And I know I've seen it but I've got to figure out like who's making it, because I've seen it like as an exclusive a couple places, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? But hopefully we can find out more about that soon. All right, Matt Nichols gets the Clash for $30. Pam Murray gets Wings for $10. He says out, and he was bidding on what? Iron Maiden. So John Cassidy, you get that for $24. Nice. Priest, MT Matt's out. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine for $33, and Mike Ospaw gets Crocus for $10. Those are all done. Now let's put up new stuff, and I'm just going to read these titles one more time. Oh, man, what about this right here? This could get some activity late here. This is NIMS, Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. NIMS is a UK pressing, and this is made in France. It is really clean for a 70s Black Sabbath record. It is nice. Sweet Leaf. We're talking about Lord of this world. We're talking about Children of the Grave. That's such a great song. Black Sabbath is a $35 start. $35 start. That is a nice copy. A little bit different cover than what we see here on the US edition, right? A little bit different cover. Black Sabbath, $35 start. I love that. Then the drums. I can't do what Bill Ward did, but I'll try. That's up for bid. Really cool vintage copy of that, a French copy. And then let's put up, let's do a Beatles. Make sure Seth didn't mess up here. Seth, if you let a butcher cover slip through, I will legitimately fire you. No, this is not a butcher cover. This is an early one, though. I can tell you why. It's just... Don't ask me, but I can just tell you. It's an early, you know, non-butcher cover. So this is the Beatles Yesterday and Today, which y'all know about the butcher cover, right? It was a cover they used. It's called the butcher cover. I can show you one. I have it right. I have actually got a few right over here. It was recalled. It never was supposed to really go out for sale. Here's what they look like, and then they paste over it. So some of them were pasted over like this. Give you an idea what's going on here. And the ones I have over here are peeled, most of them poorly. That's a decent one there. So this is just the, I guess, the last state that went out, you know, the ones that don't have the butcher underneath it. So, you know, not a first state. A second state would be the trunk cover pasted over. Third state would be peeled. This is a fourth state, which a fourth state is just a sleek, pasted over a regular jacket, no butcher cover underneath it. It's still really good because it's a compilation with some songs that never was on some of their albums, some of their singles, like We Can Work It Out and Day Tripper, and Dr. Robert was on the... I don't think that was on the US edition of Revolver, just the UK. So this is a 66 mono Scranton press. It's around VG minus, no fillable marks. It's about like what you would expect. And it is in mono. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. The Beatles, Yesterday and Today. No $1,000 butcher cover. $15 start on that one, okay? There's that. And then MT Matt wants a Megadeth when they come out. I'll make sure you get one. Black Sabbath 4045. Okay, this was a great check condition bin. I can't read through everything again in detail, but what I can do is tell you what's left in here, the titles, and if you want a price or more information, here it is. We have Stevie Wonder fulfilling his first finale, Elvis, we have Queen 2, we have Charlie Daniels' Million Mile Reflections, Styx Cornerstone, Paul McCartney, Close Encounters, Faces, Not As Good As a Wink. Did somebody ask about this earlier? Somebody might have asked about that earlier. Cold Blood, we have The Best of Merle Haggard, Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, Nancy Sinatra Booth, and Eagles Live. Okay, Eagles Live. Now, Grant, I'll make sure you get, the reason I'm taking down MT Matt's name is because he's on YouTube only. You're in our private group. I think I accepted you yesterday. You'll want to make sure you're on the lookout for that when it's posted, because what I do is whoever comments first gets first in line on the pre-order. And that should be up tomorrow, okay? That should be up tomorrow. Eagles does have the poster. Yes, it does have the poster. VG Plus, $29.99. Black Sabbath, $48. The Beatles is a $15. Faces is not a live album. No. It looks like it is, but no, it's a studio album. That has that great Rod Stewart, Ron Wood song, Stay With Me. That's a good one. VG, $14.99. And then Amoeba's Megadeth. Yeah, I've seen Barnes & Noble. They're doing one of these multicolored, they're really going to capitalize on variants. They're doing all kinds of color variants, this Megadeth. It's going to be one of those headaches. It's going to be one of those headache of releases. We're going to try to do the red indie exclusive. Obviously, that's what I would do. We're an indie record store. We're going to do red indie exclusive. That's the only one I'm going to Otherwise, it could get crazy. There could be... It's going to be about $45, I think. It's a double LP. It'll be about between $40 and $40, probably $44.99, my guess. Most double LPs like that are about $45 now. Fleetwood Mac is still available. We have Alan Parsons, Ammonia Avenue. Gabor Szabo got overlooked. Classical guitarist here, jazz guitarist, Gabor Szabo, VG $24.99 on that. Also, we have Presenting the Tams, Don McLean, American Pie, Van Morrison, Into the Music, Aretha Franklin's Gold, McCartney, Ram, Neil Young After the Gold Rush, Hourglass, Grace Slick, The Who, Who's Next, Utopia, Another Live, Jackson Brown, Sgt. Pepper's, Cinderella, Jimi Hendrix, Carole King, Queen, and April Wine. Let's go through another crate. Black Sabbath right now is at 50 with Mark Stanley, a nice 70s French pressing of Master of Reality. The Beatles is at 25 with Tim Graham, and I'm adding a third auction. And that third auction is going to be AC/DC Powerage, an OG 78 US. It is in VG minus condition. No feelers, just it's got some scuffing on it. It's going to go up for a $10 start. That's still going to play very well. $10 start on that. Robin Glenn on Tams. Cinderella was VG Plus, $14.99. Robin Glenn on the Tams. That was that blue cover right here, $14. Sell that to Robin Glenn. And let me check on that Allman Brothers pre-album. Okay, Hourglass. Yeah, these are pre-Allman Brothers recordings with Hourglass. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $51. And now the Beatles is at $25 with Tim Graham. Preston's out. Now Black Sabbath $55. Now AC/DC's a $10 start, okay? Grant Michael Toynton gets Cinderella for $10. All right, I have another crate. We've been doing vintage new arrivals for what, about 4 hours? And I have more. There's one more crate of brand new stuff that's never been shown before. Wow. And is it check condition? No, it's not check condition. So the vinyl on everything in here is going to be EX or better. Let me do a quick flip, see what's in here. Nice. I see some pretty desirable stuff in here. Excuse me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I'm going to stand up in 3, 2, 1, and up. Black Sabbath, Chris Gardner, you're out. It's at 55. The Beatles is sold. Be my friend, I say to you, Dr. Robert. That's sold to Tim Graham for $25. AC/DC, an OG VG minus, just one bid for $10. This is Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, a 1976 UK 76, manufactured in France, really clean, EX or better. Not a bad copy whatsoever for a 70s Black Sabbath, and it's at $55. And then AC/DC is also OG, a 78 USOG VG minus, $10 start. And we have a bid with Greg Smith, and I'm about to sell it. Another new crate hitting the block righty now. Let's go ahead and put up a, well, I have another yesterday and today. That's crazy. It's definitely a reissue, but let's go ahead and put up Billy Idol. Nice. In shrink with hop sticker, Rebel Yale. Rebel Yale's an 83 USOG Pittman press. It has the inner sleeve shrink and hop. It's in VG condition. Billy Idol's a $15 start, Rebel Yale. All right, Jefferson Starship, Dragonfly, $14.99. Folks, everything in here is buy it now or best offer, and the vinyl is all EX Plus or better. Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits, $9.99. It has the original inner sleeve. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready. Jeff Beck Group is $19.99. Rough and Ready. Yes, Fragile, $19.99. I'll be the Roundabout. Nice. Also, Got Live If You Want It, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. You know what I forgot to do? Answer his question about Hourglass. So let me find that right quick. The Hourglass, we had that marked as EX condition, $29.99, Jay Nutra. EX condition, $29.99. Okay? It's available if you want it. First thing we have is this, and that is Got Live If You Want It, $34.99. Okay, and then Tom McEwen on KR, and KR was for Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits. I'm assuming everybody's done on Sabbath. I didn't hear back from Chris Gardner, but I've got to sell it really soon. Mark's had it for 4 minutes now for $55. I'm about to sell it. And then AC/DC got a new bid for 12. Now it's at 13. So now we got 3 different bidders on AC/DC, 10, 12, and 13. Billy Idol doesn't have a bid, looking for a $15 start. Jay Nutra offered 25 for Hourglass. We are selling it. Hourglass is sold for $25 to Jay Nutra. The Rolling Stones is sold to Richard Yeager. I'll be the Roundabout. Bruce Springsteen's debut, Greetings from Asbury Park, $19.99. Carly Simon, Anticipation. Carly Simon, $9.99. Billy Idol has a bid for $15. Billy Idol has another bid for $15. The Best of the Bonzos, a 69 UK, $29.99. Little Deuce Coupe, the Beach Boys, in shrink wrap, $19.99 for Little Deuce Coupe. We also have Chad Atkins, Stay Tuned. Chad Atkins is $9.99. Chad Atkins, Stay Tuned. And April Wine, Harder, Faster. April Wine, $14.99. Now, this cover has a piece of tape across the top and a little bit of wear. So the vinyl's nice, though, $14.99. All right, well, Black Sabbath is sold. I lost Chris Gardner on that one. Mark Stanley gets that one for $55. Nice pickup. Let's put that away. And I think I got another Master of Reality over here. I think it's a US OG, but I don't think it's nowhere near far as condition as nice as this. We'll see, though. AC/DC's at 16. Billy Idol's at the out. So, Matt, you're looking pretty good on that for 20, but it's up to Charlie Buck. Simple Man, Sons and Fascinations. That's a full album, one we would never see there from Simple Minds. $29.99, Sons and Fascinations. Interesting. Also, Buffalo Springfield, that is $34.99. That's a double LP. And Madonna, Angel, that's a 12-inch maxi. How about a maxi single? $19.99. Sometimes I get to talking and I don't even know what I'm saying. I think y'all know that about me already, though. Judas Priest, Point of Entry. Judas Priest is an 81 USOG. It's a strong VG with cover wear, a $15 start. Next is Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. Hey, we had one of these earlier. Another nice, clean copy. $34.99. I Want My MTV. Eddie Murphy, comedian. Eddie Murphy's $14.99. And Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, Hard Traveling. The Ballad Ballad of Jed Clampett, a Columbia 2i, $19.99 on that. And We Shall Overcome, The March on Washington. Cool. Joan Baez, Dr. Martin Luther King. That's really cool. So it has the I Have a Dream speech, $19.99 on that. And we have Supertramp Paris, a double LP, $34.99. Eddie Murphy, comedian, sold to Brian Thurman for $10. Billy Idol is sold for $20 to Matt Nichols. AC/DC's at 18, Judas Priest 10, 14, and now 15 with Paul Cruz. The Marvelettes Greatest Hits from Motown, $19.99. The Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits on Earth, $14.99. Also, we have Gregory on Dr. King. I don't know if that's a claim or a statement. It also might be a claim. We have Steve Winwood, a double LP, $29.99. Steve Winwood, that is an epic compilation. $29.99. So you get stuff from Spencer Davis, you get stuff from Traffic, you get stuff from Blind Faith. That is a great compilation, $29.99. And we have not a claim. Okay, you almost bought a Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. record there. Next auction is going to go up right now. How about another Black Sabbath? A 71 repress, green label, embossed, not bad though, at VG, Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, green Warner Brothers, $35 start. So that's a 71 repress, but that is the first label and the first year that came out. Next is Jeff Beck Flash, $19.99. Highly consider this Steve Winwood here. Great comp there. Everything in here is best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. Don't hesitate to make offers. I mean, it's Friday night. Y'all should be like, Chad, it's Friday night, and I am ready to, what you got for me? Throw it at me, brother. We are ready. I am here. Let's buy some vinyl. I'm like, all right, just relax. I'll get it to you. Just chill for a second. Chill for a second. Down. Black Sabbath, $35. America Live, $9.99 on America. And Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth. Dixie Dregs, 99. Winwood, Matt Nichols. There we go, $25. Black Sabbath does have a bid. AC/DC's at 22 and Judas Priest at 18. So Paul Cruz, you're out on Judas Priest. Let me know if you want back in. AC/DC's at 22. Chris Waller, you're out. And Black Sabbath has the opening bid for 35. That's a final call. The Best of the Doobies, $14.99. Bad Company, Fame and Fortune, Gold Stamp promo. Don't get that one too often. Bad Company is $19.99. Fame and Fortune. Also, Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. Ooh, what a wild world. There it is. And this has the poster with it too. Nice. $14.99. Nice. Come on the peace train. Oh, very young. All right, nice stuff there. Next is Bad Company. That's sold to Jay Nutra for $15. And we have Poco Legend, $9.99. Also, retrospective, the best of Buffalo Springfield. And this is $29.99. Retrospective, the best of Buffalo Springfield, $29.99. So Bad Company, I sold that right for $15. Grant was second. Now Black Sabbath and I get another bid. Ken Granger, that's sold you for $35. Nice late night pickup there for a 71 Master of Reality. I'm sure you're going to be rocking that. James Lavender on Cat Stevens. Matt, you were second. Priest, lost Paul Cruz, unfortunately. Grant gets that for $18. Always make sure if you're done bidding, you let me know. That way we can expedite auctions. AC/DC still getting bids. Spyro Gyra Breakout, that's $9.99. And then Little Feat, that's their self-titled debut, $26.99. The vinyl's nice. It does have some chipping over here. By the way, Buffalo Springfield, for those that are hit searchers, you know, one of their most iconic songs ever is Something's Happening Here. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? That's on that one, of course. Next auction's going up right now. We got old Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Johnny Blades. This is an Ozzy album. This is Black Sabbath's Never Say Die. It is going up for bid right now. and it's a 78 US OG pressing. It is a Jacksonville press with the inner sleeve, a VG Plus copy, strong VG, Black Sabbath, a $25 start. Also over here is Lone Justice Shelter, $14.99 for Lone Justice Shelter. This is, we had their other album earlier, and we have Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive, $14.99. Chris Waller, let me know if you want back in on AC/DC. Also, The Love and Spoonful, Everything Playing, $12.99 on that. And Sammy Hagar, Gold Stamp Promo, $24.99. Black Sabbath's a $25 start. AC/DC's at $27. Final Call, he's out. And you have Back in Black. Are you talking about like an OG copy to bid on? No, I don't. We did last night. We had I think we had a repress. But no, I don't actually. I don't think I even have a new one in stock. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer in concert, $14.99 on that. Nice, Billy Squier, there it is. The Stroke, $19.99, $19.99, and here's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Now, a lot of people want this one. It's also $14.99. It has the only way you can get this originally on vinyl. If you want to sing out, sing out. If you want to be free, be free. That's on the Harold and Maude soundtrack, and it was never on any Cats albums except this right here. $14.99 on that one. Black Sabbath is at $30. AC/DC's at $30, and Tom McEwen, Billy Squier, $15. We have The Best of Steppenwolf for $14.99. Sell that to Tom McEwen for $15. I should be putting that up for a starting bid of $15, because the only other way this is in print is from Intervention Records, and it's pricey. It's very pricey. Next is The Who Hooligans. That's a double LP, $29.99. We have Best of Alan Sherman. That's $14.99. Pat Travers Live, Go For What You Know, and $19.99. One second. Cat Stevens is sold for $9 to Adam Bernardi. Nice deal on that. Also, Joe Walsh recorded live, $19.99. Across the Field, this is the Ohio State University Marching Band, $16.99. The Ohio State Marching... Hold on a second, let me say that again. Across the Field, the Ohio State University Marching Band. Wow. What do we have here? $16.99. The evil Ohio State. There they are dotting the I. $16.99. Also, we have In the Eyes of the Storm Outlaws, $19.99. And Pink Floyd, A Nice Pair. Excuse the nudity there. Double LP, $14.99. AC/DC, last bid was Ryan Mustaine at $32. Wow, they're still bidding on that. Also still bidding on Black Sabbath. And The Life and Times of Haight Ashbury to Woodstock, Country Joe and the Fish, $27.99. Richard Pryor, is it something I said? Richard Pryor is $19.99. The Kinks, State of Confusion. The Kinks is $14.99. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. Little Feat is $24.99. Also, Pat Benatar, $14.99. And ZZ Top de Guelo. ZZ Top de Guelo is $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. AC/DC is at $32 with Ryan Mustaine. And that means Joe Ives, you've been outbid. And then Black Sabbath at $33 of Ryan Mustaine. That means Grant Michael Toyton, you are outbid on Black Sabbath. Now, Shannon Mashaka put PF for $12. PF for $12. Now, Shannon, Pink Floyd was $44.99. If you don't want it, then Samuel Kopich does. Then Grant Michael Toyton. And then the Use of Cedars on PD. PD for Use of Cedars was probably Pink Floyd. He got autocorrect. Matt Nichols got ZZ Top. Make sure this one goes in for $34.99, please. That's so to Matt Nichols. And then Black Sabbath 35, AC/DC 35. Wow, those are still getting bids. Those are still getting bids over here. And then what is next? Pink Floyd. Unless her PF was for something else. And then if not, then it's sold to Samuel Kopich, okay? Okay, Pink Floyd. So that is sold to Miss Shannon for $44.99 sticker price. Okay, there's that. And then AC/DC, still getting bids. Now Joe Ives has it for $35. Now Black Sabbath has it. And now Black Sabbath's at $35. Let's go ahead and put up a third auction. And let's put up the Doors. Strange days have found us. It's a mid-70s U.S. reissue of Strange Days have found us. A mid-70s U.S. reissue on the Butterfly Electra label, VG++, a $20 start on Doors. Strange days have found us. AC/DC still getting bids. Ron Mustaine has that for $37. All right. What else are we going to do here? Okay. All right, first question is price on both Little Feet. Time Loves a Hero, no condition notes, $24.99, and the self-titled one was $26.99. So $24.26. $24.26. Tennessee does not play LSU this year. Tennessee does not play LSU this year, unless we meet somehow, somewhere. No LSU this year. We got Arkansas at home next week. We got 2 to Alabama. We still got Vanderbilt. We got Kentucky. We got Oklahoma. We got New Mexico State. We got, that's about it. Only threats really left are Alabama, Oklahoma, but their quarterback just got hurt, and Vanderbilt. I can't believe I'm saying it, but Vanderbilt. They're going to be a threat. They're believing right now. They're believing. These are sold to George Burleson for $40. AC/DC still getting bids. Ryan Mustaine's out. Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is at 42 of Ron Mustaine. Grant Toynton, you got outbid on Black Sabbath. Final call on the Doors. It's no bid, VG++, a $20 start. Okay? And who else do we play? We lost to Georgia's our only loss, double overtime. If a field goal would have went in, we would be, oh yeah, I've been to every game. I'm going to try this year for the first time ever. I'm going to go to every game, home and away. I got to start planning for Tuscaloosa. Yeah, Florida. Oh my gosh, yeah, Florida. If a field goal would have went in, we would be 5-0 and probably ranked number 4 right now in the country. But we missed a field goal, so now we're 4-1 and we're ranked 15. But all we had to do was make a field goal. If we would have made a field goal, we would be 5-0 and ranked probably 4th, 5th in the nation, maybe. Probably 4th right now. Probably 4th or 5th. All we had to do was make a field goal. I think analytically, the Georgia game is going to be ruled as, when they're, really thinking about it, if it ever comes to playoffs. Gosh, that was almost, it's like a tie. Mississippi State was almost a tie, too. Those overtime games, it's like, who really wins, But that Georgia game, it was pretty much a freaking, I was like, man, we could play another 5 quarters and I think it would still be tied. It would just, nobody wanted to lose, you know. They wanted to beat us at home. We've been trying to beat them for years. The last time we played Arkansas, they pulled off an upset unlike any other. It was enough for them to storm the field because they were so excited. So I was there. I watched it. We were getting yelled at leaving the stadium. They started playing Rocky Top. People were yelling at us, cussing us, telling us to go back to our shanties. And I was like, wow, that's coming a lot from people from Arkansas. I mean, we're both like all hillbillies. People telling us to go back to our shanties. People from Arkansas. I was like, dude, we're in Arkansas. There's not that much difference in us. Shanties. We had to walk by the frat. We had to walk by the frat houses on our way out. Of course, we had to walk by. We had to walk by the frat houses leaving. And I've always told people this: if you've never been to an SEC game, you don't take kids to SEC football games on the road. If you're the traveling team, so you don't. I'm thinking about taking my brother to Tuscaloosa. And I'm going to tell them, like, you can't take your kids. Like, if you lose a game like that, especially if you're the top dog. So, you know, we were supposed to be a super elite Tennessee team, supposed to beat Arkansas by 2 or 3 touchdowns, and we go in there and lose. You're going to pay for it leaving that stadium. You're going to get yelled at. You're going to get cussed at. You're going to get stuff thrown at you. They're going to be yelling at you, telling you to leave. So it's no place to take children, especially if you have to walk in front of the frat houses. It's a night game. They've been drinking all day long. They're drinking. They're drunk. They're college kids. They're ready to absolutely just get wild because they just beat the superior Tennessee Vols. All right, here's tonight's. If you missed it, I've always go through this a second time. This is all the new stuff that came in tonight, so you may have missed this. You may have missed this, so let's go up and update these bids. The first thing was this. We had AC/DC is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $42. There's that. And then over here, Black Sabbath. Grant Michael Toynton, $51. Grant Michael Toynton, $51. Ryan Mustaine, you got outbid. He has that for $51. Over here, the Doors. This has 3 $20 bids. The first person was the Useless Eaters. The second person was the Useless Eaters. And the third person was the Useless Eaters. All 3 bids for $20. Sold to him for $20. Over here, we have the following. Black Sabbath is a final call. We're going to make sure Ryan Mustaine doesn't want to bid again. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments. Sorry, I was cleaning up. We were talking about football because I was cleaning up. Is Los Lobos still available to purchase? It is. I'll have to go find it now because I just restacked and condensed everything. And then the next thing I have is this. Thomas Clark offered $40 with revolver. Thomas Clark offered $40 with revolver. That is sold. Somebody said they had bid $21 on the Doors. Who bid $21 on the Doors? McEwen Photo. Wow. So McEwen Photo bid $21, and then the Useless Eaters bid $20 3 times. Okay, so this is going back up for bid. Useless Eaters, you're out. This is at $21 with McEwen Photo. The only 3 no bids tonight are Hour of Penance for $25, Wham for $35, and Toto for $35. That's the only 3 no bids all of a sudden tonight. That's it. Trying to condense up and clean a little bit. Let me go find Los Lobos for George or whoever asked. Trying to get us to our next crate. Very quickly, Tool Opiate. This is some of the newest stuff that came in tonight. Tool Opiate is $24.99. This is that new Motley Crue compilation from the beginning. Motley Crue is $38.99. Led Zeppelin 3 is $29.99. The Doors, Godsmack, $39.99. They're still bidding on Black Sabbath. The Doors is still getting bids. Jeff Buckley Grace is $33.99. Suffocation, Effigy of the Forgotten, $44.99. John Lennon and Paul McCartney, A Toot and a Snore in '74, $29.99. Herbie Hancock, Taken Off with Freddie Hubbard, Dexter Gordon, Butch Warren, and Billy Higgins, $29.99. Warrant, Cherry Pie, a limited edition yellow marbled vinyl, $39.99 for Cherry Pie. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, 40th anniversary edition with poster, $29.99. Winger, self-titled green vinyl, $33.99 for Winger. The Sword, Gods of the Earth, $29.99 for The Sword. Tokyo Blade, 2LP, colored vinyl, $38.99. In Flames, Horacle. In Flames is $33.99. I think Charlie Buck wanted one of those. I'm going to go ahead and pull one for Charlie Buck. There's 2 left. It's remastered at Sterling Sound. It's on yellow vinyl. The Led Zeppelin Mothership box set, one $19.99.99. Metallica, Seattle, $89. Metallica is $38.99. That's a live, unofficial Metallica. Led Zeppelin, Osaka, Japan, Volume 2 and Volume 1. A double LP, they're $39.99 each. Samuel Copage wants a Warrant Cherry Pie. This is a newest numbered edition for Music on Vinyl. That is sold to Samuel Copage. Now Black Sabbath is at $60. Now The Doors is at $25. Use the Cedars, you're out. Metallica Live, secret live show at Orion Music Festival 2013. We sold 2, there's 1 left. Metallica, $46.99. Another Led Zeppelin bootleg live at the Texas International Pop Festival, $39.99. Another live Metallica, Ride the Lightning, alive at Orion Music More Festival, June 23rd, 2012, $39.99. Black Sabbath, California Jam, 2LP, 1975, $44.99. Metallica, Don't Tread on Else Matters, Sebastian Remix, $19.99. The Doors. The Doors is a mid-70s U.S. Pitman press, Butterfly Electra label. High bid is $25. Black Sabbath is at $60. Ryan Mustang's out. This is sold to Grant Michael Toynton for $60. There's that. Todd Saw wants Bark at the Moon. That is sold to Todd Saw. Eric Conrad also gets one. We're sold out of Aussies again. How many tracks is on In Flames? How many tracks? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 11. Excuse me. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. 11. Yellow vinyl, $33.99. Any warrant? No, we're sold out. I just ordered more. It didn't say they were in stock, but we have a waiting list going if you want on there. Both Aussies are sold. Alex Kane wants Suffocation. That is right here. There's 1 left of that. This is all the newest stuff that came in today. The Doors is sold then to McEwen Photo for $25. Let's put up a couple more auctions. Here's the agenda for tonight. I'm not saying we're done with vinyl, but we have 152 faithful people still watching. Thank you for staying late on a Friday night. We're probably going to do a half-off nonsense bin. Those are always fun. We'll do at least one of those. And then I'll probably try to do some miscellaneous stuff for like the last hour. We'll probably be selling vinyl for about another half hour or so. I've still got some stuff I want to auction. So as long as I got good stuff to auction, I keep showing vinyl. And as long as people's participating, if I think everybody's getting sleepy eyes on me, we'll go ahead and try to just change it up. I've got tons of miscellaneous stuff I can go over here through. I mean, we got books, Fred Goodwin books, Fred Goodwin stuff, just all kinds of stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and put up at least 2 more auctions, and let's grab at least a half-off crate. Let's put up David Bowie, Station to Station. This is a tan label OG pressing from 1976. It is a nicer VG++ copy. Bowie's a $25 start. And then let's also go ahead and put up Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, which is a 1980 U.S. reissue on the Ovation Records, Ovation Records, VG $15 start on that one. Kiss stuff will be ran through on Monday. Yep. We usually been saving all that for Monday, of course. All right. So very quickly, new sealed vinyl, all stuff that came in tonight. We have Metallica, Black Sabbath, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, In Flames, Tokyo Blade, The Sword, Winger, Warrant Cherry Pies, Herbie Hancock, John and Paul, Suffocation, Jeff Buckley, Godsmack, Led Zeppelin, Motley Crue, and Tool Opiate. All right. And earlier I paused to take a breather to do some cleanup and condensing, and I kind of need to finish up over here, maybe so we can find our next half-off crate or whatever, or next crate to go through. So let me try my best to do that. Let me get some stuff condensed over here. Was this a Paul crate, or is that John writing? This looks like, whose writing is this? That's Paul stuff with really good titles. Yep. Let me set that over here. Try to keep those kind of crates together. I feel like I'm going to have to post some stuff tomorrow in the group. Let's see here. We might have to do a noon video to show like we got like probably a whole crate of like pre-owned, like modern type stuff from Laura and Paul. And I think I went through one last night, best offer, and there was still some stuff left, which I was very shocked to find out or see. Yeah, here's one of them. Here's another kind of leftover Paul crate. It's got all the Baroness records in it. All this stuff. I have to dig all that out. Do a big noon video for Saturday. I feel like noons on Saturday, people have time to watch because they're probably not at like, you know, work like they normally are. All right. Got all that condensed. So that's like new stuff here. I'm going to move these two empty crates. Bear with me. Bear with me. And let's move that here. So 2 Green Johns. The Paul stuff's in a black crate. I'm going to let that on top. Okay, that's all new stuff from yesterday. Okay, this is tonight's newest stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and take this over here because I need this in the morning, or I need that for the morning video. Yeah, so let me go ahead and get this. 20% off all 4 Baroness albums. You must know exactly what you must remember those from yesterday, right? Let's see what we got here. Did I take offers on those? I must have not took offers on those yesterday. Ham sandwich. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to catch some football. I'm going to try to get to bed. That's what, honestly, that's also in the back of my mind. I'm hoping like I can get to bed so I can maybe catch some of those noon and 2:30 games before I come into work. So Mark, these were 50, 50, 75, and 50, right? Did you see these last night? Is that, or so you don't know really? I may be confused. This was Baroness gold and gray, yellow with splatter and etching, $39.99. We have Baroness yellow and green, 2018 yellow and green splatter, and then also we have Baroness, and this was blue record for $49.99, and Baroness red album. A 2015, $49.99. Okay, so if you want those for 20% off, you got it. Let's just do this so we can do the calculations on these for whoever's tagging. So the one that's $39.99 will be $31.99. The one that's $74.99 will be $59.99. Big discount on that. And then the two $40.99 ones will be $39.99, okay? So those are also to Mark Stanley, fair offer, and I'm taking it on the Baroness records. That's so. Did Judas Priest get a bid? Nobody bid on Judas Priest. A strong VG copy of Sad Wings of Destiny, 1980 U.S. reissue. Final call for 15, and then David Bowie, a 76 U.S. VG++, $25 start on that. So those are final calls. If anybody wants to place a bid, now is the time. Now is the time. Sorry, I'm in kind of a cleanup mode right now, trying to figure out where everything is and how to get to everything and show everything tonight. I still haven't took that crate off the table, have I? I haven't. All right, let me slide these over here. That's my catch-all crate. All right, I've got new stuff there. Okay, I did already take that off. What did I do with it? Oh, it's right here. I'm going to go ahead and set this on the ramp so I know to take it up front. Put that right there. That's going up front tonight for the video. Okay, this was the entire Hatchet Ed crate. Let's see, except for the new stuff, I will take offers on the Hatchet Ed crate and except for the two $6.99 records. So let's go through that one more time in case you missed the Hatchet Ed stuff. Okay. So I'll take offers. Let me get them sorted. Get all the new stuff's always sticker, of course. I'll take offers on those, the two auctions. I'll take offers on those. And then this is already marked down to $6.99. And a couple of the new LPs are marked down too because we've already marked them down this week. So let's show those, okay? Bowie's a $25 start. It is an OG 76. Here we go. So I got Nirvana marked down $7 off. It's a 2 LP. It's called Under the Covers. They're doing all compilation. It's a compilation of all covers like Bob O'Reilly, The Man Who Sold the World, the Immigrant Song, $29.99 on Nirvana. Spinal Tap was marked down this week to $29, so I have one copy. That's their first album. This other one is $36.99, Break Like the Wind. That's my last copy of that. Also, we have Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health. That was already marked down as well to $24.99. So there's actually some new vinyl in here that was on sale this week starting Monday and Tuesday. And guess what? I have some copies that have popped up in Hatchet Ed crates. And so now those are also on sale, okay? Gregory wants both Spinal Taps. So this one's $36. That was my last copy. And give him that one for $29.99. Thank you. Those are sold to you. Judas Priest has one bid with Grant Toynton. That's sold for $15. Nice late night bid there. I want to make sure Mark Chesler doesn't want to bid on Bowie. And then Acid Bass, these were a flash sale for this week only because I'm going to have them in stock. You know, for a while we got a lot of them, but right now they're $34.99. I've got this one, and I got Pagan Terrorism Tactics. Morgan Wallen, $54.99. One thing at a time. I actually think that's a 4. I actually think that's a 4 LP. And then I have Jack Johnson, On and On, $36.99. And then Pestilence was $33.99. Testimony of the Ancients, and the last new LP was The Singles, which is a fairly new 2 LP compilation. It's called The Singles, $39.99. Now, David Bowie is called Station to Station. It's a 76 USOG Hollywood press with the inner sleeve RCA tan label VG++ condition. It is OG. It's not bad, and it's a $25 start. Yeah, I've said a final call about 3 times, but questions still keep popping up about it. And I'm like, First thing, let's try another Doors album. Oh boy, how about a 68 US repress and Shrink? A 68 US repress of their debut album, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. It's Strong VG. Strong VG, $25 start on that. Now, I'll take offer. Well, this is already marked down to $6.99. This is Chubby Checker's Biggest Hits. It is $6.99. It has these pull-out pictures that have never been pulled out. It is $6.99. Really cool cover there. There are 0 bids on Bowie. The minimum bid is $25. If not, I'm going to make it a buy now, and somebody can buy it for $25. Also, we had The Best of Otis Redding, VG Plus, $29.99. Not bad. It's got a promo sticker, no promo labels, $29.99. Sitting on the dock of Bay. Now, these last few, I'll take offers on anything you want to throw at me. This was $99.99. This was the red vinyl Beatles 62 to 66. $99.99 on the red vinyl Beatles 62 to 66. Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Get Happy. This is VG condition, $12.99. And we have Iron Butterfly, In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, EX, $17.99. The Bowie album is sold to Mark Chesler for $25. The Doors has one bid with Jay Nutra for $25. $25 on that. Wife is going to club me in the head like a seal unless I help her put a couch together tomorrow. Good luck with that. Sounds like a headache. But hopefully you're back in here tomorrow watching, because Laura is going to have some great new auctions. We got Paul here tomorrow. Laura and John will have all new arrivals. Show's not over, though, tonight. The Romantic self-titled, $24.99. What I Like About You. Also, Delaney and Bonnie Genesis. Delaney and Bonnie is $19.99. And We have balloons for $24.99. Beatles, $20 since you would take any offer. I will take any offer. That doesn't mean I have to accept it. So I had this marked $99.99. GMB offer $20. I'll take $125 for it if you want it. I've got the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, $44.99. It has the original inner sleeve. There it is, 40. I was waiting for that to pop up. The Doors, I could have laid down a bed if anybody would have took it. The Useless Eater's asking, what is the Doors? I knew it. I knew I was going to, any moment, I knew that was going to pop up. 68 US repress, an Allentown press in shrink wrap, VG to VG Plus. It has one bid for $25, and I'm about to sell it. Next is Disco to Go, all original hits, $12.99. Red Clay Strays sealed, a 2024 gold vinyl pressing, $39.99. And the two unpaid auctions was John Lennon Imagine, a 71 USOG Los Angeles press with the inner sleeve and shrink, VG Plus Plus, a $30 start, and Men at Work was a Japanese pressing, $37. $37. Useless Eaters must watch the stream from across the room. He must be one of those guys that he has it on, but he's over here like putting together a puzzle, and then he hears a Doors is going up for auction. He has to finish putting together his puzzle. Then he walks across the room, and then he types in the chat, what is the Doors? And then he walks back to put back his puzzle together, and then I tell, and then he has to come back over and see what I said. Then he goes back and tries to finish putting together more of his puzzle, and then he comes back and says, sorry, can you tell me again what the Doors is? Chubby Checker. Scott, thank you for the offer. Chubby Checker is already $13 off, so I'm going to keep that at $6.99. Scott's one of those guys, I'll discount something and then he'll want it even cheaper. You got to respect the hustle, though. Otis Redding is in VG Plus condition, a 2LP, $29.99. The best of Otis Redding, $29.99. I'm actually delivering magazines on the road and sell drops. Delivering magazines on the road. Wow, that sounds like your life is at risk. The Doors is sold for $25 to J Nutra. That is sold. Scott, you need this Chubby Checker. I know you want it. It's only $6.99. It's got the pull-off pictures. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. It was originally marked $19.99. Look at these. These could have easily been ripped off. Now they're still on there. Scott, that's so cheap, you're basically getting paid to buy it right now. You're basically getting paid to buy it at $6.99. What if I tell you it's $9.99 and then you offer me $6.99? Would that work? Let me rephrase this. Chubby Checker is $19.99 or best offer, and then you offer me $6.99 and I'll take it. That way it feels like you're getting a steal, which you are. So Chubby Checker, $19.99. Now you offer me $6.99 and I'll take it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this one up here because I'm going to try to get, I think in the new vinyl flip in the morning, I'm going to include some of this Hatchet Ed stuff so I have enough material for that. Okay, let me restack some other stuff here. I still haven't got to the half-off crate. There we go, 7. Wow, he's even rounding up. I hate showing stuff that's already been discounted because it completes the purpose of it being on sale. It doesn't feel like it's on sale if I'm showing stuff that's already marked down. GMB's offered 8. Holy moly. Let's get an auction going here. Sell that to Scott Arnold for $6.99. Scott may be under the influence. He may be under the influence. I'm sure there's some other people too under the influence right now. There's a good chance Scott's under the influence. All right, let's get a new crate started. Yeah, I hate going back through stuff that's already discounted once because there's some people, they want a discount regardless of what it's already priced. It's like, you shouldn't have already discounted it, Chad, because I'm going to ask for another discount. There we go. 701. I certainly am. Yeah. Scott is blazed out of his mind right now. He don't even know what planet he's on. He just bought a Chubby Checker record for $6.99. He's going to get his invoice on Monday and be like, what the heck? Chubby Checker, $699. Anybody else under the influence tonight? Oh boy. I think that happened a couple weeks ago with Scott's invoice. He got some stuff and was like, man, I didn't order any of this. I was like, yeah, actually you did. Okay. Let's see. No on that. Actually, I need to put this on top because this crate hadn't been gone through in a while. I'm going to use that in a future new video. Okay, this was that lore stuff from the other night. Is that crate full? That crate's full. That crate's full. Okay. Whoa. I was trying to balance Aussie. How about I just put him right there? There's not a crate there, Chad. I promise. The only thing I'm under the influence of is Monster and public subs. I'm excited to go up there and eat the other half. I feels like that was a long time ago. Tonight's kind of flown by, in my opinion. It's kind of flown by. All right, we need one crazy half-off crate, and maybe that will lead to another crazy half-off crate, and then another crazy half-off crate. Garage sale. Oh gosh, yeah, that's the flea market. Oh, don't worry. I earned my bones selling at flea markets. Oh my gosh. $25. Will you take 5? No, I'll take 20. How about 6? Then I'll just say, nah, it's not for you, man. Just here, it's not for sale. What do you mean it's not for sale? Well, you offered me $6. I don't want to sell it now to you. Well, you gotta be kidding me. Here, I'll give you 20 bucks for it. Nah, I don't want to sell it. I've done that a bunch. And then they'll come back. Man, I'm sorry. Will you still take $20 for that? Sure. 25 bucks, buddy. Okay, let me find this half-off crate over here. That, folks, was a look into the Crossville flea market. Don't go up there unless you have a lot of patience. Luckily, I do. Otherwise, you're going to get demoralized really quick based on the offers that's going to come in. Okay, let's go through a half-off crate. Let's go through this one here. This one, I don't think I've seen in a while, so let's go through this one. Yep, that's why it'll go. Flea market is for selling stuff at a flea market. So you got to be expected to selling stuff for $1 or a quarter. Same thing for like a yard sale. Don't ever have a yard sale and think you're going to get eBay completed listings. If you want to try to get eBay completed listings prices, you got to establish a business, build up clientele, spend thousands of dollars advertising, build trust and a customer base. Most people can't do that over the weekend at a yard sale. So if you're selling stuff out of your house, be prepared to sell it for $1, okay? Even if it's 100, worth 100. Otherwise, you probably have to think of another outlet. Don't try to sell it at a yard sale, okay? Happens a lot. Or I have some people that want to sell their record collections, and they'll say, well, I think we're going to try to sell them first at a yard sale. And I'm like, why would you want to do that? You're going to have some people come in, they're going to pick out what they want, then you're going to be left with 8,000 leftovers, and then we're not going to want them because somebody's already come in and bought all the good stuff for $5 a piece. So don't do that. Here we go. I sold at the Crossville Flea Market every weekend for a long time. It never was fun. I think usually we would leave at 4 a.m. at the crack of dawn, and about every time we would leave, we'd be like, why are we doing this? It's not going to be any fun. The only fun is for the buyers. Okay, here we go. Half off crate, no more, no less. Lothel wants an In Flames from the new vinyl. You want a Horacle. I can give you that right now. I have done a lot of condensing and cleaning. I'm not done with my project over here, but I tell you, I'm done enough to pause so we can go through a half off crate of vintage. Let's try to find a few more auctions. How about a few stacks of 45s over here? I think I got a little bundle, a little crate over here I'd like to clean out off my shelf, because I'm also going to try to clear off my shelf over here tonight, go through all this miscellaneous. And we have In Flames. And this is sold to Lothel Matt Parsons, okay? Let's see what else I got over here. We're about to go through a half off crate. I know y'all love this. I love it because hopefully we're about to sell a lot of vinyl. And let's see what's over here in this little thingy. Let's see what's here in this little thingy. Always I can come up with some good stuff. Oh yeah, this is more from that jukebox collection. So all these may have been in jukeboxes, but they're all picture sleeves, and we're about to start putting them up 10 at a time, probably for a $10 start. So let's see what we got here. Let's grab a handful and let's sell some 45s, okay? We got Dan Seals, Everything That Glitters. We got Poco, Call It Love, Los Lobos La Bamba. Yeah, I'm supposed to price out. Who wanted a Los Lobos? I got to go find that. Who asked me for that? Gloria Estefan, Peter Cetera, Billy Joe Royal, Eric Cartman, Highway 101, Highway 101, and Highway 101. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And most of these will have jukebox strips down in them. These 1045s for a $10 start. Okay? Now, some of them have writing. Whiskey Ridge. That was the Whiskey Ridge is where the bar these were at, like at a jukebox. This is at the Whiskey Ridge Bar Jukebox, Highway 101, somewhere tonight. We actually got two of those. Here we go. Let me swap that out. Let's put something different in there. Here we go, Crystal Gale. All right, so 10 singles there, $10 start. A lot of 80s country in there. I dropped that Billy Joe Royal tag again. Billy Joe Royal. Something there, Los Lobos, okay. All right, 10 singles, $10 start. Good luck bidding. George Burleson on Los Lobos. That was how I can pretty much recall that one. That was How the Wolf Will Survive, $14.99. It was How Will the Wolf Survive, $14.99, I'm pretty sure. What is that crate? It's over here somewhere. I can find it. It was How Will the Wolf Survive, $14.99. I'm almost positive. Of course, it would be on the very bottom. Let's see here. If I would have just went ahead and pulled it then, except I have 20 crates I condensed. Here we go. Yeah. How Will Survive, $14.99. All right, let's throw at least one more LP back there before we get started. And that is going to be Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. Black Sabbath is a 76 US Club, RCA Music, Inner Sleeve VG Plus, $20 start on Black Sabbath. Los Lobos sold to George Burleson for 10. We're ready for half off, no more, no less. Half off crates are fun. It's simple. No more, no less, half off. Beach Beat Classics Volume 2, a compilation, $10 with the Drifters and the Platters and the OJs and the Ravens. That's a sample of some of the artists. We also have Marshall Crenshaw Field Day. Marshall Crenshaw is $7.50. Marshall Crenshaw Field Day. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. $10 on ELP, the Fabulous Thunderbirds Gold Stamp promo. This is $10. Clean copy of this. All these are first come, first serve. No more, no less. Half off. Black Sabbath's a $20 start. Those 10 singles are a $10 start. Also, we have Kid Creole and the Coconuts, $10 on that one. It's called Wise Guy, Kid Creole and the Coconuts. 40 great artists. It's called The Music People. That's all Columbia artists, all kinds of genres too. It's got everything from Bob Dylan to the Byrds to Redbone and 10 Years After and Dr. Hook, and that is $10. Jay Neutron, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, that is so. Black Sabbath has a bid for 20 with Scott Arnold. We have Barcase, Banging the Wall. The Barcase is in Shrink with Hype, $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Nice. That's that original Isaac Hayes Black Moses with that gigantic fold-out cover. That's only $20. It's super clean, too. Jerry Jeff Riding High. Jerry Jeff is $10. And Stray Cats Built for Speed. Stray Cats is $12.50. Billy Joel's a half-speed master of The Stranger. Now just $25. That's half off of $49.99. Everything in this crate's going to be EX or better on the vinyl. The jacket on this one's probably VG Plus just because it's got, what, 2 or 3 LPs in it? I think it's 2 LPs, though. $10 on that. Nat Reynolds on Kid. And Kid was for Kid Creole and the Coconuts. That's sold to Nat Reynolds. Also, we have Edwin Starr, War and Peace, $17.50. Yeah, this is a non-check condition crate, so everything's going to be at least EX Plus or better. The jackets could vary from VG to near mint minus. Adam Bernardi does want the music people. That is sold. Thank you. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. Oh, man. Half off of $59.99. Check this out. It is on gold vinyl from Canada. Gold vinyl, 1978 Canadian gold vinyl from Canada. $30. That's really cool. That's half off of $59.99. I told y'all this was a good crate. Jim B got Billy Joe for $25. Also, we got Humble Pie Eat It. That's a double LP for $15. Humble Pie Eat It and Soul Spin by the Four Tops. $7.50 on Motown and Shrink Wrap. Black Sabbath sold for $20, and that was to Scott Arnold. And then these 10 single picture sleeves can be bought for $10. Those are no bid, $10 for those 10 singles. Mark Chesler next on Billy Joel. This is Badfinger. The name of the album is ASS. $12.50 on that. Carly Simon, Spoiled Girl. Carly Simon is just $5. Also, the Honey Drippers, Page and Plant, Volume 1, Gold Stamp promo timing strip on the front, $12.50. But this is different. This is a Spanish. What is going on here? Honey Drippers, Esperanza Records. Esperanza. Was it always like that? I guess so. Never mind. I guess it's normal. $12.50 on that one. John Kaiser on Steely Dan. Nice pickup there. Lothel on Badfinger. That is sold to Lothel, Matt Parsons, and Adam Bernardi on Humble Pie Eat It, and Tom Kelly on Honey Drippers. I saw that there, and at first I flipped it over, and it looked like it was in Spanish, but it's not. $12.50 on that. And next auction, here's an obscurity in the David Bowie catalog. The original soundtrack to Christine F. It's an 81 German OG, original orange RCA label, EX with the original inner sleeve. David Bowie, a $35 start. That's going up for bid. Let's try a different lot of 45s. Let's see if we can find some different stuff here. I'll try 10 more for a $10 start. We have Roy Orbison, California Blue. Roy Orbison, She's a Mystery to Me. Marie Osmond, There's No Stopping Your Heart. Nina Cherry, Kisses. Aretha Franklin, Freeway of Love. Southern Pacific, Midnight Highway. We have Highway 101, Somewhere Tonight. Tiffany, Could Have Been. Separate Nights with Phil Collins. Some of these have writing where there's in a bar. Cher and Peter Cetera, After All. Johnny Kemp, Dancing with Myself. Over here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Can I just buy La Bamba out of the stack of 45s? You can. It's going to need a cleaning. I will sell it to you for $4.99. I'll tell you why I don't like breaking up lots. I'm trying to sell them as a lot so I can get rid of all of them. So I will sell it to you for $4.99, but I try not to make that a habit. I'd rather just somebody buy them all for $10. But if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $4.99. We have George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. Wow, $25 on that. Let me go over here and just bang my head against the wall. I'd be better off. We have Ruben and the Jets. This is now $20. Also, we have Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. $10 on Steve Miller Band. $10 on that. And we have Hey Jude, Hey Bing, Bing Crosby's $5. Hits of Les Paul and Mary Ford, $10 on that. Shakedown is going to get the George Harrison. That's sold. Old Man Hilton gets the Los Lobos for $4.99. Sell that to him. Final Call on David Bowie for $35. MT Matt on Steve Miller. That's sold. We're doing a half off crate right now. No more, no less. Robin Trower Live is $10. Also, we have Styx Crystal Ball for $10. We also have Wilson Pickett, I'm in Love, and Shrink Wrap. wrap. Atlantic Records for $20. Nice. Clean copy and shrink wrap of Wilson Pickett. That's unusual. Ray Bradbury, The Martian Chronicles, read by Leonard Nimoy. Spock, $17.50 on that one. Also, we have Elton John, A Single Man. That's a picture disc, $17.50. Philip Church is $7.50. Patrick Lear on Wilson Pickett. That sold to him for $20. Eddie Henderson is a 78. That's a fusion album, $17.50 on that one. The Kentucky Colonels On Stage, a bluegrass album, $7.50. The Dynatones, Live It Up, an 85 rock album, $5 on that. Gowan, Strange Animal. Gowan's an 85 soft rock, $5. And Cornell Dupree, Shadow Dancing, a 78 jazz funk fusion, $7.50. We're now officially, I think, into some Paul Crate leftovers. Nobody bid on David Bowie. This is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Original soundtrack to Christine F. I'm going to put that right over here. And then these 10 singles, 11 singles can also be bought for $10. Okay, well, that's two big 45 lots. So right now I've got a total of 20 45s for $20 if anybody wants them, all in picture sleeves. We have the Lost Crusaders, Have You Heard About the World? That is sealed for $12.50. Adam Bernardi on Cornell, and that was for Cornell Dupree. What was the fusion album? That was Cornell Dupree. Adam Bernardi just got it. Come Together, I, Tina Turner. That's a German import. EX, $9. Herbie Harper Quintet. That's a 1955 U.S. Mono OG, a cool jazz album. VG, $10 on that. John Watkins, Here I Am. John Watkins is a 1985 U.S. Private Press blues album. VG plus $10 on that. And Roy Ayers, Lots of Love. Roy Ayers is an 83 U.S. VG, $20 on that. Next is EH, and that was for EH was for that was for EH was for oh, that was Eddie Henderson. There we go. That's sold to David Hoy. Christine F. Christine F. is sold to Adam Bernardi for $25. That's sold. J Neutral on JW for Johnny Watkins. That's sold. Herbie Hancock, I'd sold 10. Herbie Hancock, I'd sold 10. Herbie Hancock, I'd sold 10. I've got bad news for you. There's nothing in here by Herbie Hancock. However, I do have Stanley Jordan, Magic Touch, EX Edition, $650. This has that really cool guitar cover of Eleanor Rigby, $650 on that. And then which one was sealed? The Lost Crusaders, Have You Heard About the World? Sealed for $12.50. Jim B is on Discogs, checking his profit margin right now. Varga Milos Band, a 1985 Hungarian hard rock album, VG plus $6 on that. And Larry Coryell, Lady Coryell, the vinyl is VG plus. It's on Vanguard. It does have some splitting going on. $5 on Larry Coryell. Next auction is the Beatles 65. The Beatles 65 is a 7383 US repress on the Purple Capel label. Always a desirable pressing there. The Purple Capel labels. VG++ EX, the Beatles, is $20. I Feel Fine is on that one. Also, we have going up right now 10 more singles. Let's try to do first Craig Rutherford on Larry Coryell. Let's see here. I'll try another lot. Maybe the third time's a charm, something like that. Another Highway 101, Kenny Rogers, Dan Fogelberg, Dan Seals, Laura Branigan, Debbie Gibson, Laura Branigan, Peter Cetera, Eric Carmen, Howard Jones, Tiffany. That sounds like 10 there. Let's see how close I was. I'm not counting them when I'm reading them off like that. First thing we have is Tiffany, Could Have Been. Howard Jones, Everlasting Love. Eric Carmen, Make Me Lose Control. That's 3. Piece of Terror, One Good Woman. Laura Branigan, that's 5. Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes, 6. Laura Branigan, Solitaire, 7. Dan Seals, I'll Be There, 8. Dan Fogelberg, 9. Kenny Rogers, 10. And another Highway 101, that's 11. $10 start for all 11 of those singles. Next thing we have is George Burleson on SJ, Stanley Jordan, that's sold to George Burleson, and the Useless Eaters on LC, Lost Crusader, sold. I'm assuming Jim B doesn't want that. Also, we have Bobby Humphrey, Tailor Made, a white label promo, $6.50. Gene Harris, Nexus. Gene Harris is in VG Plus condition. Blue Note, $12.50. 1975 Fusion. 1975 Fusion. Barry Altschul. Barry Alstrel. You can't name your own tune. EX, $11.50. West Road live in Kyoto, a 1975 Japanese import, a blues rock album, VG plus $12.50 on that. Also, we have the Stooges Funhouse, orange and black smoke colored vinyl, half off of $44.99, makes that $22.50. $22.50 on that one. Eustace Eater says LC was Larry Coryell. You were second to Larry Coryell. Nobody got the Lost Crusaders then. Fiddle tunes for banjo with Bella Fleck, Bill Keith, EX650, and Tony Triska. Also, we have Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter. Edgar Winter Group with Rick Derringer. VG plus $6 on that. Also, we have Boney M, and this is a Russian import, VG on that. And we have Intro into Craziness, the Crazy Louie Band, VG plus $7.50. So right now we're doing what we call a half-off crate. This is no more, no less. Stray Cats Built for Speed was $12.50. Next thing is Shakedown on Fiddle Tunes. Fiddle Tunes is sold a Shakedown for $6.50. Adam Bernardi on Edgar Winter. And that was right here. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. And Jim B got the Stooges. All right. Very nice. Nobody bid on these 10 singles. You can buy these right now for $10. And the Beetle 65 is also a no bid. You can pick that up for $20. I'm going to put that right over here. And that means that George Burleson, you were next on Tony Triska. Shakedown was first on that one. I think that crate might be worthy of one more quick, fast, furious read-through. I hope so. Let me try 10 more singles over here. We've now read through 31 singles. We've sold one. Let me try another one here. We got Highway 101, Dan Seals, Highway 101, Swing Out Sister. We have Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, Willie Nelson, City of New Orleans, Simply Red, Maybe Sunday, Julio Iglesias, Moonlight Lady, The Highwayman, Separate Lives, Phil Collins, Marilyn Martin, Restless Heart, and another Los Lobos La Bamba. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow, I was way off on those. 12 singles here, a $10 start. 12 singles here, $10 start. Preston Rose said I had the Beatles for $20. You're kidding. Sold to Preston Rose for $20. I see that now. I didn't even see that. Sold to Preston Rose for $20. Chappie wants Boney M. Let's read through these one more time. Okay, that's sold to Chappie. Next thing I have is this. Stray Cats Built for Speed, $12.50. Beach Beat Classics Volume 2, that was $10. Marshall Crenshaw was $7.50. The Fabulous Sternbirds was $10. Hot Number. Barcase was $7.50. Black Moses, Isaac Hayes, $20 on that. Jerry Jeff Riding High, that was $20. Edwin Starr War and Peace, $17.50. Soul Tops, Soul Spin 4 Tops, $7.50 on that. Carly Simon Spoiled Girl, $5. Ruben and the Jets, $20 on Ruben and the Jets. Hey Jude, Hey Bing, Bing Crosby, $5. Also, Hits of Les Paul and Mary Ford. This is on Capital Starline, Mono, $10 on that. Fred Noop on Stray Cats. Fred, are you a first-time buyer? If so, I need you to say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered and get your information, okay? Also, we have Robin Trower Live. That's $10. Styx Crystal Ball. That was also $10. The Martian Chronicles, Ray Bradbury, read by Leonard Nimoy, $17.50. Matt's in on the singles. We do have a bid on those singles for $10. Final call. Elton John, Single Man, $17.50. Philip Church is $7.50. The Kentucky Colonels over here was $7.50. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome to Collect Code. Just make sure you send our Facebook page. That's this page you're watching this on, a direct message. We just need a message with your email address and your mailing address. We'll take care of you from there. Invoices are sent on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. I'll be live here again tomorrow, same time, about 5:30 or 6 until 1 a.m. or so Central Time. $8 in limited shipping. Also, Paul Cruz on Robin Trower. This is sold to Paul Cruz. That's sold. Also, we have the Dynatones. That's $5. Living It Up. Gowan Strange Animal was $5. Also, we have I Cantina. That was EX $9. Herbie Harper Quintet, 55 US Jazz, VG $10. And Roy Ayers. Let's pause there. Lots of Love, just $20 on that. So these singles are sold to Matt Nichols for $10. And let me get a sticky note here to separate these lots so there's no confusion. All right. lot of these, if you don't purchase them now, y'all know where they're going. Probably the 9 a.m. morning flip crate. Some could be slightly more. Some could be a lot less. We have Varga Milos for $6. Bobby Humphrey was $6.50. Gene Harris was VG Plus $12.50. Also, we have Barry Austral here for EX $11.50. We have West Road Live in Kyoto, Blues Rock for $12.50. The Lost Crusaders was sealed $12.50. And Intro into Craziness, the Crazy Louie Band, VG Plus $7.50. There was an album in here. It is called The Martian Chronicles. There Will Come Soft Rains, Usher 2. Those are science fiction stories written by Ray Bradbury, and they're read, spoken word on here, by Spock, Leonard Nimoy, and that is $17.50. Ray read on BA, and that was for the other, no, that was for, BA was for Barry Austral, and that's sold to him for $11.50. Okay, what was left over here in these last few singles? Janie Freaky, Miami Sound Machine, another Janie Freaky, another Nina Cherry, a Tanya Tucker, a Laura Branigan, and another 101. Okay, so let me try to do this. Let's see if I can convince somebody. For all of these singles here, there was a lot of 10, a lot of 11, and then a lot of 10 or 12. No, we just sold a lot of 12. I think there was 10, 11, then we sold 120. There should be 30 here, and then 32, 34, 36, 37. So about 37 singles, okay? A $15 start, all in picture sleeves. $15 start. Grant says he will take the Spock album, okay? Sold. Anybody else? That crate was pretty full. We've sold about half of it. All those singles there, $15 start. A lot of duplicates, not a lot of duplicates. There's some duplicates. Those are all from a guy that did jukeboxes. That was a lot of his jukebox inventory. All right, here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to, I usually do this sometimes on Saturday night. I haven't been here a lot on Saturday night. My shelf over here, which is kind of like a catch-all area, I've got all kinds of miscellaneous stuff I need to kind of go through and show. And we might do some more vinyl. There might be some stuff over here vinyl related that's kind of hidden. There's all kinds of stuff over here. So let me clear off what's right here in front of me. Okay, let me clear off what's right here in front of me. And the first thing I have is Dolly Parton. These are sealed CDs, just the way I am. They're brand new and sealed. They're compilations. These are actually stuff that Fred had. $6.99, Dolly Parton. Those are brand new sealed CDs, $6.99. This is Walkman Sony demonstration tape. And I set that aside because I wanted to look it up because it's from Japan and it looks interesting. So let me look this up. Tim Graham has all those singles for $15. I've been curious what this thing sells for, if anything. Walkman. Demonstration tape. Okay, it's not anything special. Well, some of them are kind of jungle strut. Why does that one sell for a lot more? I figure it's kind of interesting, but yeah, it's nothing crazy. Wow, what kind of cassette is that? Does anybody know the band Zero? I've never heard of them. I was just scrolling through eBay here. Whatever cassette this is, Zero, that band, that cassette sold for $900. Sublime, Secret Tweaker Pad. Look at that cassette. Sublime. That one sold for $799. Don't ever overlook cassettes. There's some expensive ones out there. There's a Korn cassette, $700. Jester, $485. Hard Sun, $50. It looks like a lot of stuff that I've been selling for $9.99. No wonder Jim B buys them all. Sony Walkman, if anybody wants that, $6.99. Here is a fake Michael Jordan rookie card. Here is a fake Michael Jordan rookie card. Here is a real Michael Jordan rookie card. There's a fake Michael Jordan rookie card and a real Michael Jordan rookie card. I hold on to fakes for references. Okay. All right, all these are sold to Tim Graham for $15. Thank you, Tim. How much is the real Jordan? $3,000. SGC4. SGC4, $3,000, which is a great price, firm price. Firm price and great price. Jim B's already put out 9 offers. He doesn't know what the meaning of firm means. I've got some autographed CDs. This is Children of Bodom, Nile, Lacuna Coil, and Lacuna Coil. Those are all autographed and JSA authenticated. $35 a piece. 35, 35, 35. Those are all $35 a piece. DAS EFX, straight up Suicide, straight up Suicide, that's $6.99. Sony Walkman, $6.99. Dolly, $6.99. Autographed CDs, $35. I've got a Tommy Lee Motley Crue drum set. This is $79.99. Yeah, $79.99 for the Axe Haven miniature drum set. Tommy Lee drum set is $79.99. I still got the 14 karat gold chain from the other night. Y'all bought all my other gold. The only gold I have left are this that 14 karat gold chain. The last time we weighed it and checked it, it was $536, which is literally just the gold value. It's not like you're buying a gold chain and paying a premium. You're literally just buying the gold out of it. So take advantage of that. Same thing at Kay's Jewelers is $1,200, no joke. We checked them. Children of Bodom is signed. Yeah, it's signed on the inside. Here's some random CDs. I don't know if I ever showed them or not. Eric Clapton, $6.99. John Waite, $6.99. The Storm, $6.99. Clannad, $6.99. The Pledge of Allegiance Tour 2001 Sampler, $6.99. And Jeff Watson, Lone Ranger, $6.99. Here's some really cool novelties here. The Happenings and Tommy James. These are Hip Pocket records. These, this one is sealed, and this one is also sealed. Those are Flexi Disc original Hip Pocket records. Tommy James and the Happenings. Those are $10 a piece. $10 a piece on those. Those are Tennessee Vols ticket stubs. I'm keeping those. I got to take them home. Let's see here. Calculator. Let's see here. Children of Bodom. Children of Bodom, Hate Breeder. Signed there. The JSAQ is AX 17634. Megadeth. $95. That's a real small. This is a real kind of a small hand build type thing. Frank Zappa, clean American version. $6.99. Chapel Roan, $19.99. Pink Pony Club. I remember showing those the other night. Chapel Roan. Those are $19.99. Pink Pony Club. That's my last one. And then why did I have this set aside? Why did I have this set aside? Let me check it right quick. This is... And then this is the Delphonics. Didn't I blow your mind this time? Philly Groove Records, $6.99 on the Delphonics. Told y'all a lot of random stuff over here. And then, ow. A measuring tape. Okay, I think this shelf's done. I got most of this where I want it. There's that Army thing. I got to get all that together. I know Guy Shard's interested in that stuff. I had a company send me some marketing materials. Keychains. And this really cool thing here. I don't really know what I would do with it, but it has like a QR code that pulls up our like Facebook page, but I guess you could just give them to people. I thought that was pretty cool though. He said he can make me like thousands of these, and I was like, well, what would you do? Just give them away to people, I guess? Put them in orders? When we sell something on Discogs, you know, typically those people probably don't know we even sell here. We put like flyers advertising our sale, so. Okay, I'm going to put all this back on the shelf now in a much better fashion. Some of it I know exactly what I need to do with it now. A lot of this was just laying on top of each other and buried. This could be pricey. I don't know about that one. I'll have to check it. And then this was called Mystifier, Goshia, and Micah, which is some kind of black metal CD. And this one was marked $29.99 back in May. Mystifier, if anybody wants to make an offer. Definitely black metal of some sort. Goetia and Micah, M-I-C-C-A. So $29.99 on that. I just need to take that up front or put it on disc. Probably just need to get that on Discogs. These are going to go up front. Chapel Roan. I need to show that again during the sale one night. Zappa, $6.99. All these need to go up front. All these need to go up front. Take all that up front. These will be just put out in our store. There's that. This little baggie can go right there. I just need to put that in a bundle next time we do some bundling. Okay. This needs to go over here because I'm shipping that out to the smelter. I've said that all week, but I'm making time tonight. And I'm going to leave these out, try to sell those tomorrow. This is like my eBay Discogs pile here. That's my eBay Discogs pile. And this. And I don't know what to do with this stuff. I need to tell Ed just to put it in somebody's order. Throw that in somebody's random order. Yeah, I'm going to show these again tomorrow, so I'm going to leave those back there. And then I need to show again Tommy Lee, so I'll leave him out as a reminder to show tomorrow. Okay, that's one shelf done. The Zappa was a CD, $6.99. Okay, there's that. And then the only other thing over here, air horn, air horn, air horn. Pictures of Chad, literally pictures of me they framed and put over here next to me. Ed has. And then I have one other Axe Haven mini guitar. I got an Axe Haven mini guitar from Jimmy Page. The EDS 1275 double neck. That's $59.99. Comes with stand. The EDS 1275 double neck. That's available, $59.99. Tommy Lee's drums is $79.99. Let me stand these up. Don't fall. They need to be kicked out like that. Dale, picture of Dale. I need to sell that Kiss stuff on Monday. It's just randomness. So is that. Y'all aren't going to want those. You're not going to want these. You're not going to want these. That's just a stack of JSA cards. That's a fake Michael Jordan. And I think the shelf is clean. What about this stack of CDs here? This is, what are these? The Usual Suspects, Tony McAlpine, Edge of Insanity, Charles Erland, and Evergrey, The Inner Circle. Those CDs are $6.99. And let's see here. Okay, we'll knock those out tomorrow. DVDs and stuff, that's definitely a good project. Here's part of a Zeppelin box set. Led Zeppelin, that's from the Crop Circle box set, disc 1 and disc 2. So 30 Zeppelin tracks there. Part of a 4-disc set, $6.99 on Zeppelins. I had them over there forever thinking the rest of the set would pop up, but no luck yet, so that's probably never going to happen. And that's about it on that shelf. So that's more stuff I can take up front unless somebody buys those. I'll show those again tomorrow. That's my eBay Discogs further research pile for sure. And okay, so I was going to try to stop at midnight. It's 12:33. I think we're about done with vinyl. At this point, I'm just trying to show you anything I can. Does anybody have any kind of maybe special request or something you want to see here at the last moment? Patrick Francis wants the Evergrey CD for $6.99. I'm about to... the only other CDs I have are these random ones over here I'm showing. Other than that, with the last few tubs, we've shown and sold everything. Let's see here. I'm going to put that in that. That's my also take-home pile. Let me move this over here. They might can use this. Of course, y'all seen the air fresheners. Air fresheners. Megadeth, Grateful Dead, Ghost, Ozzy, and Pink Floyd. Just get those out of my way for right now. The Zeppelins are $6.99 each. Yeah, $6.99 each. All the CDs I've shown, except for the signed ones. Boy, talking about random. I think I've shown that already, though. Benji, Little Golden Book, Benji. $6.99 for Benji, Little Golden Book. Cliff Burton action figures. Some of the stuff I'm showing one more time before I take it up front. $24.99 on the Cliff Burtons. Cliff Burton, $24.99. $100 for all of the $100 for all the autographed CDs. Give me 1 second. I don't know if I want to do that. Of course, I had to pay to have them JSA authenticated. I would do $30 a piece on them, $120 for all 4. Of course, I had to get them JSA authenticated. How much is my take-home pile? Well, my Tennessee ticket stubs. I mean, if you want them, I'll price them to you. It's all kinds of football ticket stubs. I wanted to go through and make sure there's no significant games in here, like, you know, any big star players, like their first game. That's a thing. You know, some people, their first game Like, you never know. I don't think like Peyton Manning or anything is in there, but now they're like starting to sell for huge money. It's like Peyton Manning's first game. You know, it could be Tom Brady's first game, college game, you know, stuff like that. Those are now selling for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands signed. The two Zeppelin CDs. The two Zeppelin CDs are part of the Crop Circle box set. It's part of the Crop Circle box set. So all they say is Led Zeppelin. It's a greatest hits. It's a greatest hits. It's 30 tracks, 15 on each CD. There's supposed to be 2 more. And then the 4 autograph CDs were $35 each. Children of Bodom, Lacuna Coil, and Nile. And all these are signed. Some have 2 signatures, some have 1 signature. I said 35 each. Somebody said 100. I'm at 120. And then Megadeth and Mystifier. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. I need to show these. I need to bring these back out tomorrow. I got a lobby card signed by Roger Maris. They're $750 a piece. Except this one, I'm asking a little bit more for this one. They all have letters from JSA. The Megadeth thing is $95. And I think that's exactly what one has recently sold for. No, the sign, there's a duplicate burnt CD in there, the Children of Bodom. It is actually underneath this one. So this is a Something Wild. And then the Frank Zappa CD title. The Frank Zappa CD title for Use of Cedars. That was, it's called Clean American version. It's got 14 tracks on it. Promotion, not for sale. The air fresheners. Oh, you may be talking about the air fresheners, Patrick. These are Countdown to Extinction, $7.99, Grateful Dead logo, Ghost, and then Ozzy and Pink Floyd. The Zappa CD was $6.99, unless Useless Cedars wants it. Tommy Lee, Jimmy Page, Megadeth, Air Freshener, Cliff Burton. Fred Knoop is thinking about those. Hopefully he says sold. You know, you do have $8 in limited shipping. You started an order on a Friday night, so that leaves tonight and tomorrow to buy stuff. Just FYI, no pressure. Just saying. Let's see, what about my miscellaneous stuff? Or not my, I've got my crate, my tubs. What am I trying to say? Oh no, I need to. Patrick says he'll take the Zappa. I need to stop and go eat so I can finish all this other stuff I've got on my mind that I need to do. But right now, this is sold to Patrick Francis for $6.99. Gonna try to go through the rest of these tubs over here. Signed stuff. Let's see here. I've got Hank Ballard signed photo. This lady here was in Gone with the Wind. It's signed. And then I got a signed photo of John Denver, which comes with a full letter. So John Denver, Hank Ballard, and I got to look up her name. There's some signed stuff. I'm going to try to get all this together so we can try to sell it again tonight. I'm definitely taking these James Bond posters finally home. I've been trying to take them home for a year. I've moved them 100 times. I got a drumstick signed by Tracy Guns. A drumstick signed by Tracy Guns. I got the JSA card somewhere. John Denver price. That's a good question. You know, somewhere I think I have more, but I hadn't seen them in a long time. I think I have more, but I just hadn't seen them in a long time. I thought I found them the other day, and then other day, that could be 2 months ago, and I just hadn't seen them. So let me look this up. This is John Denver signed. He's not a cheap signature. I mean, obviously he died. That's why it requires a letter. He died pretty young. But it is personalized, and it looks like something else was like right here. You see, this is an original like type 1 photograph, a press photograph. So it even has like little production markings on it. And I think that's what was written here. And I think maybe Fred tried to like take it out because he was going to get John to sign these photos. I think that's what happened. Let's see if I can get a sold comp on something like this, especially from JSA. Okay, here's where this photo here just sold. It says Peace John Denver, and it's signed by Donald Pleasance. That's pretty cool. That's only one JSA comp. PSA sold a book, a cut, a photo, and a slab photo. All right, so a slab photo, not personalized, from PSA sold for $400. Another photo, PSA, not slab, sold for $300. And then a cut card, slab by PSA, is $500, and a book $225. So a photo like this, personalized to Fred, $255. $255. Hank Ballard and Hattie McDaniel. I think it has something to do with, let me look this up right quick, JSA. JSA. CH 19982. Butterfly McQueen. Yeah, that's how she signed it. Butterfly McQueen. Thelma McQueen. This Mark Chesler, this is actually Butterfly McQueen. She was born Thelma McQueen. She played Prissy in Gone with the Wind. Okay, some cool signed stuff there. There's some 45s to auction. What is this stack here? That's an old note from Laura. Okay, I'll do those tomorrow. This is signed by Between the Buried and Me. It's a record flat. Signed by Between the Buried and Me. I need to get a comp on that for tomorrow. It's a record flat, just like a promotional item. What are these things here? This is, I don't know, the Young Turks. The Young Turks. Looks like some kind of press booklet. I don't know what that is. And then the last few things in here, I don't know why this is in here. It's a Marx Brothers box set. 4 LPs, $26.99. Don't ask me why that's in here, but if nobody wants to make an offer, I might put it down in here for the flip crate in the morning. 4 LP Marx Brothers, 3 hours and 59 minutes and 51 seconds. And American Caravan, a Columbia musical treasury of 114 best-loved melodies from not so long ago. Wow, 114 tracks on that box set. I'll figure out what that Young Turks thing is. And then these look like refunds or something. Yeah, there's a refund we sent on that. And then here's Yola, Stand for Myself. What happened here? Yola? Why did we refund this? Do we know why? Is there something wrong with it? It's sealed. Maybe because of bent corner. Yeah, maybe because of the bent corner. Yola, sealed, 1999. And this was a half off. I think this got tagged to the wrong person. Yeah, this was half off. Capone and Noriega, the War Report. I think that was tagged to Leslie Holt, but Leslie, I think that was something that accidentally got tagged for Leslie. Red and blue vinyl, $17.50. I bet Jim B's going to be all over that. And if anybody wants to make an offer on Yola, it's got a damaged corner. That's probably why we had to do a refund. It was sealed $19.99. That stuff's been over here forever. That stuff's been over here in this bin forever. Okay, and the other 2 bins are full. That's about another hour to go through all that. Jim B says he'll take this. I knew it. So did Jim B for $17.50. All right, that's where I'm going to stop tonight. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I still got signed Metallicas for $10,000 each. Hey, $10,000 each. Signed Metallicas. How could you go wrong? Somewhere Mark Fallon wants to buy them. He's asleep right now, though. I'm going to sign off from there. Didn't get to any books tonight because, one, I don't have anywhere to put them. We're going to sell Jim B Yola for $6.99. I don't have any. I didn't go through any books tonight because I don't have any room to put them. That's why I'm trying to clear off my bookshelves. I literally have bookshelves over here next to me, and I think tomorrow I'll have time to get some of these over here cleaned up, and I'll have a system to put them. Otherwise, I'm out of space, and right now I'm out of time. So, thanks everybody for watching. I'm going to go up front and eat. I'm here tomorrow. No Vols tomorrow, so I'm here Saturday night. I'm about to start getting ready. I got to go take care of some business. I got to buy some stuff. I got to clean up some stuff. I got to eat. I got to go to the gym. I got to come back here, and we got to sell stuff, and that's what we're going to be doing. So thanks, everybody, for watching, as always. For the 99 people still hanging around watching me just talk to myself and show random crap, y'all are amazing. We're signing off. Thank y'all as always. It's going to be another vintage party tomorrow. Big vintage party again tomorrow, or pre-owned, because we got Paul and Laura here and John all marking stuff. So looking forward to that. Thanks, everybody, as always. I'm turning off my mic. I'm hitting this button. How long have I been live streaming? We have been live for 6 hours. Boy, I should keep going. We hadn't even hit 7 hours yet. All right, I'm just going to keep going. No, everybody's probably already asleep and snoozing. Probably when they heard I was going to go through Miscellaneous, everybody's like, oh, perfect stuff. Oh, perfect time for me to go to sleep. Watch Chad talk in random circles about stuff. Thank y'all as always. I want to go through books tomorrow because we started a project. I want to finish it now. So thanks, everybody. Good night.